we are again. How are my lyrics still relevant? The pain and suffering, you are as dumb as you've ever been. Almost to the day you think that I was some clairvoyant. Truly it is an annoyance. Say it till I'm blue in the face, but you treat my words like they're poison. It's your own life you're destroying. Talking to thick walls and skulls, marching to your own life. Another year of this, same old song, same old rhymes. You ask for it, back for it. You have learned absolutely nothing. You made your bed, now lie in it. A bunch of clowns, shame. Second come from the lines in the sky. It's just for momentary life. Thirst, so you take it out on me. Well, that'll change little to nothing. Hey, what I say, but you can't say I'm bluffing. It's like you want a perpetual suffering. Things maybe change, but the empty the rapping is looking very familiar, don't it? Sad to really love it. Talking to thick walls and skulls. Another year of this, same old song, same old rhymes. You ask for it, back for it. You have learned absolutely nothing. You made your bed, now lie in it. A predictable, gullible mess. A predictable, gullible mess. A predictable, gullible mess. A predictable, gullible mess. A gullible mess. A gullible mess. Emotions, you cannot contain. Relations below your stride. Industries, your protesting is nothing but I love. Because at the end you just follow. Silly, tripping, who are you kidding? All of that talking and act like you different. Do what you talk like a sucker and you listen. As long as that crackhead is your politician, you are not the resistance. The mercenary position. Stuck inside. You made your bed, now lie in it. Another year of this, same old song, same old rhymes. You ask for it, back for it. You have learned absolutely nothing. You made your bed, now lie in it. Wanna see this in work? What if they put it wrong? Now the whole entire scene got to be a little merch. Everything about you is manufactured. And if it feels like I'm talking to you, just assume I am and do whatever you want to. And if you want to make this thing an issue, hit me up and we can shoot. They find the real to get into.
What up, what up, what up, what up, what up? What's up? I just got a bunch of work done. Like a lot. Pretty proud of myself. I ain't gonna lie to you. But I got a bunch of work done. And I figured, let's just go live. I know tonight it's gonna make some people crazy. And I figure we go and we talk about kind of the state of everything as we keep tabs on what's going down right now. Interesting to say the least. I don't know what's going to be the result. It leans towards Trump if you're looking at how he is polling, and some of are looking at some of these exit polls in comparison to where he was at in 2020. Does he get the popular vote as well? I guess we'll find out. Don't really matter. But it's hard to say. But what I do know is that it's going to make people crazy either way. So that's for sure what I want to make sure that we talk about tonight. But let's just, I don't know as far as like what all is like going down specifically. I would love to watch the leftists and their perspective, because generally they seem to look at things a lot more delusional. They are a lot more delusional. So maybe I'll pull up a CNN stream or some shit, and we'll take a look. I don't know. But I did not, mainly because I had work. Usually I do like Blaze stuff on election. But they are holding it down over there. So of course you can watch their coverage. But this year I was working, bro. I was working. I took a little nap and then I woke up and got some edits and stuff done, and here we are. So Brandon says jokes on them. I was crazy before. That's fair. That's fair. That's pretty fair. But here's why I think most people know kind of my position on just elections and what I do. I, I think the reason why they're worth paying attention to is culture. Okay. And whether someone wins or loses, it at least determines often the trajectory of what I feel like is most important. That's the general culture, right? Because that's really the politics. That's all lagging indicator stuff, right? That's all things that the politics don't change the culture. It's the other way around. Even Breitbart understood this on the downstream. Okay, so you change the culture, you change the politics by default. That said, it's a nice indicator kind of where culture is going to go, more so in the reaction. Okay. Um I spoke with I was on live yesterday with Drunk 3PO, and we were talking about this. Shout out Jay. And I brought up how if Trump does win, I think people need to get ready to experience a entertainment industry unlike anything they've ever experienced before. I think that the next decade is going to make that window, or really what kickstarted everything in 2016. I think it's going to dwarf that. I think that's going to look like child's play in comparison, especially just considering the circumstances. They thought they got rid of him, okay, and then if Trump wins, after basically, again, lost one, came back, getting another 4 years in, these guys are going to ramp it up top to bottom with their activism and them using their entertainment, the profession, as their vehicle for that, to perpetuate it. Okay. Because that's what happened. 2016 happened. Everything that was right wing. Remember, right wing means anything to the right of Stalin and them. Okay, so any narrative, it wasn't even just about Trump. It was any narrative that they felt was adopted by the quote unquote right wing. They felt as if they needed to take a stand, and so they were using their creative endeavors, if you want to call them creative, but they were using their creative endeavors to take a stand. All right, and some of that stuff you were only just now seeing socially, right? Where they took this stand and they felt like they wanted to beat the audience over the head. Dragon Ages, the Concords, the Dustborn, all that's like that happens because it takes several years to develop some of this stuff. So this is why I said that I think this is far from over. I know it feels like there's a shift, at least with the normie, and I think that there's some truth to that. That some normies are thinking a little different about things and how they are right now. That said, as far as the actual content is concerned, I do not think that we are on the other side of this quote unquote woke shit. I just don't. I don't see that at all, to be if I'm being completely honest. And again, I'm just looking at the pattern of behavior. Has Hollywood, has gaming, has any of these crack smokers at all given you any sort of impression that they're going to slow down? I haven't gotten it. Maybe you get that feeling, and maybe there's something that I'm not seeing because I'm just, I don't know, nose deep in Riververse stuff. But from what I'm seeing, I don't think they're going to slow down. People may get maybe more, let's say, tired of it, and they may reject it. But as far as it slowing down, I just don't see it. Sorry. Yeah, I mean, of course you can talk about the independent stuff as I talk about all the time, and how to me that seems to be like where the momentum is going to go, because I think if Trump wins, I think that creatively mainstream is going to become even more unbearable than they have been in the past. And again, some of that stuff is going to kick off now, which means that you're not going to see until the next 2, 4, 6, 8, 10 maybe years down the line when some of this stuff really starts to pop up and you start to get the end result. I'm just telling it like it is. And I'm not saying that to be a doomer, because I know some of y'all are going to look at the election results and you're going to go throw yourself a parade. I'm not saying this as a doomer. I'm saying this as a realist. And to me, it's more optimism, because I feel as if there's dubs to be had for the independents. I think there's some dubs that need to, that are there to be had. I think this is going to be, you get another opportunity, because yeah, while they're created, that demand isn't going to go anywhere, and you're going to see people start to gravitate towards and give things a chance. Again, you hear me say it all the time. Once upon a time, the mainstream really, that was the legitimate form of entertainment, whatever they produce. So if it came from some mega corporation, it was seen as legitimate. And you just have a bunch of people who are conditioned to basically not take anything serious that was indie, right? Okay. I think that is going to change. It's already started to change in several different avenues. I have a company that I own that happens to be a result of that. But you see what's happening in gaming as well, where people are just, well, once there was like, I just don't see it and I don't care for it if it's done by somebody that isn't this big part of this mega corporation or being this major publisher or something. Whereas now they're like, I'll at least give it a shot. I'll at least look at it. I think you're going to get more of that as far as the reaction is concerned, because I do believe if Trump wins, these guys are going to be far more unbearable than they've ever been. Straight up. I think it's going to be more unbearable than it has ever been for content. If they haven't got around to your property that you like, if they haven't already got there, I don't know what they haven't infected, but if they haven't already got there, trust me, they'll get there. If it's mainstream, if it's big, they'll get there. I'm just keeping it 100 with you, and I think everybody needs to anticipate that. Turn the goddamn fan on. I'm burning up. Hold up real quick. All right. So yeah, that's where I'm at with it. I don't know how y'all feel about it, but I'm just telling y'all how I feel. This is where I'm at. I don't think that this is it's going to kickstart some sort of like leftist, because you got to understand also with entertainment, like it trends left anyway. pretty much everything trends left. It just does. Why it's like that, we can sit up here and if y'all want to go there and start talking about some of the core mistakes that the right wing and non-leftists, so whether it be libertarians, anarchists, whoever, have completely neglected culture because they thought they were the smartest people in the world, and they thought that ideas alone were going to convince people, and having the better ideas in comparison to your opponents meant that it was going to be adopted. And then they found out the hard way over the course of the several decades that that's just not true. You're going to fucking lose, right? If you don't like actually participate actively in culture. So we can have that conversation. I'm open to it. I've been trying to have it for the last over a decade, right? I got the receipts. I wrote songs about it. Because I'd been telling I'm like sitting there looking at the trajectory, the trend, and like looking at how so many people recognize that there's a problem. There's a lot of folks with a head on their shoulders, but they unfortunately think that just being smarter than everybody means that you're going to win. And that's just not how it works. This is why I'd always paid so much attention to how I was moving culturally. And it's like, you get people that misconstrue, for example, my position on like voting and what I do and all that as some like just straight anti. And it's like, it goes to show that you never listen to shit I've said, because I've been very, very consistent on this about how culture is or politics is downstream, right, of culture. So all the activism politically doesn't matter, right, if you're not taking care of, if you're not having culturally, right? And I feel like, for example, with my contribution to trying to make the world a better place, it's more so involved in some of the cultural things that I do, right? It's whether it be music, it'd be like, for example, what I'm doing with that's my place, right? So that's, going back to my original point, again, I bring that up because it's like, dude, if there is going to be some sort of victory to be had by people that value liberty, it's not going to happen at the ballot. It's simply not. Now, if you want to argue that that's like a self-defense more mechanism, great. Like I said, for me, I think elections are worth paying attention to because of how a side will react, which will impact culture in some capacity, right? Or more accurately, it's going to tell you what direction the culture is moving in. And that's why I feel like that should be far more focused than just political activism, right? It's just not good enough. That said, leftists understand that if they get the culture, then all this other shit doesn't matter. And that's why they work so hard to have a presence there, especially in entertainment, though they have a presence everywhere. I've said this before. There isn't really a dominant, culturally significant thing that is slanted towards people that aren't leftists. The closest things you got, UFC, mixed martial arts, maybe, but you don't have country music anymore. You don't have NASCAR anymore, right? All the sports are slanted towards, like every fucking sport, right? It's slanted towards leftism. I don't need to mention comics and gaming and all that other shit. You already know Hollywood, obviously. You don't got shit. So that's why it feels like everything's so uphill, right? Every 2 to 4 years, as everybody's fighting for their life to try to get this endorsement and do all that. Everything feels like it's uphill because you wait for 2 to 4 years. Usually it's not even 2, it's 4 years to even acknowledge culture. Or worse, you shun it. Now, I will say that I think a lot of the talking heads have got a little better about this, right? You went that long period of time demonizing video games, demonizing certain genres of music. That didn't work. That was a bonehead mistake. And it cost you a generation, right? And this is why they're so heavily slanted towards leftists, right? And now you're trying to like reverse that, and that's going to take some time. But I will say that there's still that aspect of, I think there's still that self-defeating, right? That getting in your own way. I think there's still a lot of that going on among non-leftists, right? That said, there's reason to be optimistic because you are seeing that there are folks that are making some waves and making moves culturally that aren't fucking deranged leftists. And that's a positive thing, right? For sure. So, as I said, with Trump here, if he does win, I think everybody and pretty much everybody consumes some sort of entertainment. It's just what's the preferable form of it for you. I think y'all need to be prepared for these dickheads to be more insufferable than they've ever been. Because they're not going to take losing kindly, and they already are spiteful people in general. But again, the presence isn't there for you to change it anyway, right? It's just that they're going to feel like, well, this is my calling yet again. I need to take a stand against these weirdos. Hell, they'll be more enticed to do it now, especially because they feel like, well, their opponents got a victory. So I think it's going to get fucking, I think, again, that doesn't mean that people are going to accept it in mass, but I do believe that the content production is going to get worse. Even if people are over it, I don't think they're going to give a shit. Someone asked, what about if Kamala wins? I think they'll keep on with their shenanigans. I just don't think it'll be as aggressive. That's just my opinion. But I don't have as much of a cling to the mainstream as I think other people do, which is why me saying that is not a doomer. It's me. I legit could. I don't give a shit. I'm gonna be completely honest. Other than how that I understand the importance of culture, but I'm not gonna lose sleep if some mega corporation decides that they want to destroy their brand, um, because there's a bunch of activists that want to take it to the chuds, and they feel like they need to use their content to focus on shit that I don't care about. Like, I'm gonna acknowledge it, right? Obviously, call it out for what it actually is, but I'm not gonna lose sleep. Those days of me being like really angry at what they are doing is gone. Right. If you look at the tone of my videos in comparison to like 2017, 2018, when I would talk about like comics, it's like night and day. Because I was still like, okay, I'm actively, oh shit, what the hell was that? Anyway, my monitor and stuff went out, so my bad on that. But yeah, like I was like frustrated, right? Because you're sitting watching real time your favorite franchises be destroyed, right? And I had a little bit of frustration, especially because I was actively like with comics still collecting that shit, right? Still, or less just reading it every week, and it's fun. I made some content out of it, found some friends along the way, which was great. But my attitude is a little different. Whereas to then it was like, man, I really want them to turn it around. Now I'm like, I don't care if they do or don't. Personally, other people will, and that's why it's worth acknowledging for sure. Absolutely, other people will, because they're not. I understand. I'm not like representative. I'm not arrogant like that. I'm not representative of the entire, like, the attitude of everybody, right? So where I'm at doesn't mean that other people are there as well. So I'm just one of those. Just like, yeah, attitude's a little different, and it's a lot easier because, well, I got that thing back there. I'm doing my own thing, but just in general, like even with other stuff that I'm just not as bent out of shape about it. I'm more excited about seeing other people give it a shot that aren't attached to these mega corporations and don't follow their rules. I think I've talked about it before. What definitely American entertainment needs is you're not seeing like, okay, new company gets created that's going to stand the test of time for the next several years. I don't know what the hell is going on with my monitor, but it's really pissing me off. Um, but you're you're not gonna you haven't seen that for a minute where someone created something and you can see that that's going to be around for the next 10, 20, 30, 40 years. Everything that we consume now, definitely entertainment wise, is attached to some corporation that's been around almost, if not longer, than your parents were alive. You know what I'm saying? So we're overdue anyway. That's why I'm like, yeah, whatever. So anyway, if you care about this stuff, obviously, things that are worth noting, I guess, is I think some of the yeah, a seat. Actually, they gained in the House. Dems have lost three seats already, and you look at some of these exit polls, you're seeing that he's trending favorably. Trump is in comparison to where he was at before. Um, I don't take that for whatever way that you may. Let's see what feed is live that we can maybe check out. I want to see what the guys over at CNN are. No, let's look at MSNBC. I want to see how. Again, I think it's interesting to see how they feel about it versus everybody else. So hold on just a second. Let's take a look. Hold on just a second. Well, I'm waiting on this ad to end. All right, let's see what they got to say. I was just a board. Um, yeah, this is gonna be interesting. I don't know how y'all feel about it, the chat, but does he win the popular vote? If he does win, that'd be interesting. That would be a significant, or again, indicate a significant change. Let me see if I'm gonna find some actual because this is just a board. I'm gonna find some actual commentary because again, I want to know what they're actually talking about over there. Um, yeah, let's check this out real quick. How many streams do these motherfuckers got going right now? Yeah, that's why I'm bringing up MSNBC because I want to know like how they actually feel about it. So let's check them out. Why can I not? I guess I got to be logged in. Hold on, real quick. I see. I'm looking at all their results that they keep posting. Oh, surprise! Kamala has won New York. Ted Cruz got reelected. Snipe D-Day Cobra. Snipe Jeremy. Where's the commentary, man? I know somebody over at MSNBC is fucking melting down. Do they not have a live feed, I guess? MSNBC of like their actual shows? Like Joy Reid and those dipsticks over there? Because I see the cam, but I don't see the all right, let's move over here then. Are you happy that Elon and again, I've been seeing conflicted things about that. I think we're getting a little bit ahead of ourselves from what I've seen. I haven't seen anything that shows that he's for sure going to be like working with them run, but obviously I've seen Elon and him going back and forth or essentially acknowledging his existence. I know Ron Paul talked about today, for example, that he's still going to run in, which he's right. He's going to run into the same fucking problem with him surrounding himself with these neocons, right? Um, so he's correct. He's for sure correct there. Polymark is saying 88.6% saying Trump's going to win. We were joking about it, Jordan, today. And you know, it's not 3 a.m. yet. So I gotta wait for that ballot dump. Gerald Celente is streaming CNN. Is he? Oh, they're like watching it. They're watching it on TV. Gotcha. Yeah, I see it. I'm looking at it now. So I want the feed. Somebody's got to be having like live feed. Maybe CBS is. Let me see. Yeah, CBS is talking some shit. Let's see. Let's check in on CBS. Joe Reed's gonna lose. My colorist is the building. I see Marcos in the chat. What's up? I hear that Destiny and the Young Turks are losing their shit. All right, I'm gonna let's check in on CBS real quick. Can y'all hear this? Can y'all hear it? Let me know. Can't hear it? Hold on. I was trying to, and this is all because of where I'm streaming. All right, I'm gonna have to bring in the audio manually. You know, I'm not streaming from Chrome because Chrome was fucking up with my camera. So let's do this. I'm going to change to, and I'm going to bring in the audio manually. Can y'all hear it now?
192,000. All that is still outstanding. So how do we look at Pennsylvania writ large right now? We look at it this way. To prevail in Pennsylvania, claim those vital 19 electoral votes, Kamala Harris, the vice president, needs 52% of the outstanding vote. What is our current estimate based on the data?
Okay, I can hear it. Cool.
54%. So she is in position currently to achieve victory in Pennsylvania based on the data set as we know it and as it overlays exit poll data and historical trends. That's where we are in Pennsylvania right now.
Because you are saying there is still a huge outstanding vote, not only in Philadelphia and Pittsburgh, but what we call these collar counties.
Precisely.
So they're saying
around Philadelphia.
They are saying that
These are high population centers.
she's going to
You know,
win
Trump does very well
Pennsylvania.
in the
That makes things
So
interesting.
let's walk through some of them in that area. Here's Bucks County. Robert Costa was just talking about it. That's the current trend, only 34% in, but let's look at the historical. So right now, again, it's early, a third of the vote in, running slightly ahead of the percentages in Bucks County. Let's go right next door to Montgomery County, running a little bit ahead then. Again, 36% in. You don't want to draw too many conclusions. Not so favorably in Chester County, running a little bit behind there, but as you closer you get to Philadelphia, running a little bit ahead. These are positive signs for the Harris campaign, at least initially. Also, Allegheny County, that's Pittsburgh, running slightly ahead of the totals there.
New York Times says
And
no.
In
To what,
Lackawanna
Penn?
County, Scranton, not running right next to former President Biden for obvious reasons, but competitive there. And in Luzerne County, running slightly ahead of Joe Biden. Those are somewhat soft, encouraging signs for the vice president, at least in Pennsylvania.
But what about the rural counties that he may be doing even better than he did 4 years ago?
So let's look at the ones that the Trump campaign was very focused on outside of Pittsburgh. Let's go to Butler County, which has all sorts of literal resonance for the president.
Interesting.
Running right about where he was in 2020. Beaver County, also a nice place, doing well there. Westmoreland County, even a larger concentration of voters, more strongly there. Washington County, competitive, doing, generally speaking, a little bit better or as well as he was right around Pittsburgh. Center County, Trump is running a little bit better than he did in 2020. And let's go to the all-important Erie County, which we all focus on. Again, 32% of the vote in. Kamala Harris doing slightly better than considerably better than Joe Biden did, at least at this.
New York Times says Trump at 61%
We have
to
a
win.
projection, but then I want
To
go
win,
inside
are we
the numbers
talking
in the
to
other
win
blue
Penn, or are we
states,
talking winning
Michigan,
the election?
Wisconsin, but first, CBS News projects that Iowa is for Trump. The
No
former
shit.
president has won the state.
Who was
Iowa.
talking
You
about
see
that this was
just
like
over
Iowa was
half
like
the
in
vote
contention?
in
There
has
somebody
been
prominent
polled
was
by,
claiming that.
The Des Moines Register, suggesting that she was doing much better than expected, but Iowa, a reliably Republican state there, and those 6 electoral votes now in the Republican column. John Dickerson, want to check in with you. What are the exit polls showing us?
Various different splits with the electorate. We've also talked about how there are shifts going on. Donald Trump is getting more of the African-American vote than you might have expected, or you would have expected a Republican to get in the past. We've talked about Latino voters. Another key way to think about the electorate is between college and non-college voters. Particularly, let's look at white college voters. That's to say, voters with a college degree. So let's look at white voters with a college degree. Kamala Harris, 54 to 44. So that's a 10-point margin. The reason this is important is this is a key part of the new emerging Democratic base doing well with college-educated voters. That's
And y'all are still going to drop your kids off at the university.
He won that group, white college voters with a degree by only 3 points. Now let's look at the other group, which is the one that Donald Trump does well in, and that's white voters without a college degree. Now you see he is creaming Kamala Harris, 65 to 33 among white voters without a college degree. So that's a 32-point difference. But That's a little bit less than he did in 2020 when he beat Joe Biden with that same group by 35 points. So
Interesting.
this is we see the shift happening. Kamala Harris overperforming with white college voters. Donald Trump doing essentially as he did in 2024, although a little bit worse. Why, of course, this matters is in the key battleground states. White non-college voters are a big part of Wisconsin and Michigan. In those states, the picture is a little bit more mixed. Now, I'm not going to have exit poll slides for you or graphics, but just to give you a sense of the picture. In Pennsylvania, the picture we just described, where Kamala Harris is doing well with white college voters, she's doing 19 points better than Donald Trump in Pennsylvania. Biden beat him only by 9. Trump is beating her by 29 points with voters without a college degree who are white, beating her by 29 points, but he beat Biden by 32. So the Pennsylvania story matches that national story. But in Wisconsin, and I'll just wind it down here, Wisconsin and Michigan, it's much tighter. White college vote for Harris is about what it was for Biden. White non-college, Trump is doing a little bit better in Wisconsin than he did in 2020. In Michigan, Harris is doing a little bit better among white college voters, but in white non-college, Trump is up by 3. So in those 2 key states, the picture's a little bit more mixed than at the national level. Nora, back to you wherever you may be.
I know, John. I decided to stay over here with Major Garrett.
Sure. Well,
No
who can
offense
blame
to any
you?
of you.
Who can blame you?
No offense to any of you, but of course, I'm geeking out over here at the board, and I wanted to know about Michigan and Wisconsin because we haven't yet got to dive into those numbers. So, Major, take it away.
So again, Michigan, 23% of the vote in. We have a current lead for the vice president. Where's the outstanding vote? Well, okay. As we mentioned earlier, as Anthony went through this, Wayne County, Washtenaw, that's Ann Arbor, Oakland, very large concentration of outstanding vote there. What is the overall needs for President Trump to prevail in Michigan? What is our current projection? 46%. Again, these are projections based on the vote that's come in so far, our estimation of what the overall turnout will be, and overlaying that with exit poll data. So that's what we can basically say about Michigan at this hour.
Okay, Wisconsin.
Let's go there now. We have 52% of the vote in. Where is that vote that we still need to see come in? Where is it concentrated? Milwaukee and Madison. Those are good, strong areas for the vice president. What is the general orientation? Vice President Harris, according to our estimates, needs 50% of the outstanding vote. We saw just a moment ago where it's concentrated, Madison and Milwaukee and the surrounding suburbs. According to our estimates, she's going to get 43% of that outstanding vote. That could be problematic in Wisconsin.
Ain't no could be. That'd be catastrophic.
On some of the exit poll data in that state, showing a difference of the coalitions and the assemblage therein.
So she may be in trouble in Wisconsin.
She may be in trouble in Wisconsin, exactly, based on our current estimates, yes.
And what about Door County?
Door County.
She got that look on his face like save this shit, please. Give me hope.
Interesting.
76% in.
So sometimes Door County has, I think Door County has always predicted the potential.
Door County has a near perfect record, and she is running slightly behind Joe Biden. Trump is currently in the lead there. We have it a light shade of red, leaning Trump.
Really interesting. All right. Thank you, Major, for indulging me. Now to Maurice Dubois at our Path to Victory table. And Maurice, I know we're all looking about the importance of Pennsylvania.
We sure are, Nora. Thank you so much. Let's first take you through where we stand right now. We are at 201 for Donald Trump, 91 for Kamala Harris. But if we look at the beginning of the night, this is where we expected and will expect the votes to go throughout the evening. Red states for Trump, blue states for Kamala Harris. She started with 226. He started with 219, and what we believe to be likely based on past experience and past voting. Okay, so let's see what Pennsylvania, how it shapes out when it comes to being pivotal for Donald Trump. If
Anchors be professional, yeah, you gotta. That's how being on areas. I say that from experience. You got to be able to free ball
and to hold on to that, and then go to Pennsylvania and take the 19 electoral votes there. We talked about this earlier, but that would bring him straight.
Oh, it's over. If he gets pinned, it's over.
President of the United States. If he cannot hold on to Pennsylvania, he then has to go through the southern strategy, the Sun Belt, if you will. So that would mean flipping Georgia, holding on to North Carolina, taking Arizona, taking Nevada as well. He's still not there. He's at 268. So he would have to take one of the upper Midwest, right? If he doesn't get Pennsylvania, he'd have to take Wisconsin or Michigan, and he gets right there to 278. Now, for Harris, Pennsylvania is huge. It's big. So if she were to take Pennsylvania and hold on to it, Joe Biden won it by 82,000 votes last time. And to hang on to Michigan, this is the blue wall we talked about, and Wisconsin, we don't know where that's going to go. That would get her right to 270. So Pennsylvania, pivotal as it has been for so many elections in the past. But again, we're at nail-biter status. 7 battleground states. We just don't know.
51.4% in
right
Georgia. 89% already counted. He's got Georgia.
Thank you so much. And when we come back, we'll have new results to report. CBS News, America Decides, election 2024. We'll be back in a moment.
Yeah, man. It's gonna be interesting. Like I said, I'm more intrigued by this whole spectacle because of how people react to it and what we're going to see in the industries that I'm especially involved in. That's what I'm intrigued by. That's just me. We go back over here real quick. Same old, same old. Do we think Arizona is on the table? 50% reporting. It's basically neck and neck. Frost, the whole whatever, says this country is going to suffer if Trump wins. I think the entertainment will for sure, because like the creators of said entertainment are going to be insufferable. But hey, that'll be good for the independents. So we'll see. Manchester channels are sandbagging. Trump has won North Carolina and Georgia. I've seen some guy that I follow that keeps up with this. He said he had already called it Georgia for Trump. I mean, you could take that for whatever way that you made of. Tracking returns in Pennsylvania, and I can tell you it's so over here in Keystone State. Trump is crushing in the mail-in vote across the entire state. 15 to 20% swings almost everywhere. Over half of Philly's mail-in vote is in. Harris rapidly out of votes to bank, and she's barely leading statewide with only 2.5 million votes cast. We'll see, man. All that look good. BuzzFeed's having a massive meltdown. Do we got live footage? I want to see live footage and streams of the meltdowns, right? The informative one's great, but I would like to see especially how people are handling this. Let's listen in to this chick. Hold up.
CBS News data desk. CBS News projects Donald Trump will win the state of Kansas. In Ohio, CBS News projects the former president will win there as well. And so here's where we stand in the race to 270. Donald Trump, 207. Kamala Harris, 91. And we should note, as it is almost 11 o'clock in the East, that of those 7 battleground states that will decide who wins the presidency. They are still a toss-up at this hour. That is how close this contest is tonight. But we are getting some clues as more and more of the vote tally comes in. I want to bring in Michigan Secretary of State Jocelyn Benson. She was elected Secretary of State and oversaw the Michigan's 2020 and 2022 general elections, both of which drew record-breaking turnout. Secretary Benson, welcome.
Thanks for having me. Happy election night.
Happy election night. I know Michigan looked like it was on track to break records. Where do you stand tonight?
We're still on track. We're waiting to see what we've also done really that I'm really proud of is more efficiently tabulate the absentee ballots than even we had anticipated. So we're on track to have all our ballots tabulated in the next few hours statewide, and from there the results will become known. I will caution we have 6,000 outstanding ballots for military and overseas voters. Those may come in the days ahead, but beyond that, the rest of our millions of ballots have been securely tabulated, and we're on the way to being reported. And I'm really grateful to all the election workers who worked so efficiently.
My question is this: how the fuck can Florida, who has a bigger population than all of these sons of bitches, how are they able to count their shit so quick, and then everybody else has so much difficulty? If we supposed to believe that these elections are so fucking legit, genuine question.
Reported out publicly, and so there's still that gap that we're assessing. But certainly, I anticipate before the morning we'll know the results of the bulk of Michigan races. Of course, again, the closer ones that may take some more time to assess. There may be recounts and all the like, but I'm hopeful, and we're certainly seeing the tabulation process go smoothly. And I'm hopeful we'll have those unofficial results ready to be reported.
I mean, they're on the same time zone, in the same time zone with a bigger population.
There was heavy police presence in Philadelphia and Detroit. Is there any truth to that?
No, there isn't, neither in Detroit or in Philadelphia. To the extent that there is a law enforcement present anywhere in our city, it's to really ensure our election officials are protected. But people have been respectful. People have been observing the process, but not disrupting the process. It's really been a sea change from 2020, and I'm grateful to see such a peaceful, secure process here in Detroit and across Michigan.
And Secretary Margaret Brennan is here as well. Margaret.
Good to talk to you again, Madam Secretary. There were a number of incidents today with bomb threats in your state. What can you tell us about what the impact was, practically speaking?
We will be having Ruben the Silverback tomorrow. No worries.
Yeah, we know there were 4 bomb threats made to precincts and 1 to an office building, our office building in Lansing. All of those were investigated and debunked and essentially treated like swatting attempts. No one was really significantly disrupted. No voter was stopped from voting, and things continued apace and continued smoothly, in part due to the
Happy Election Day, says Scott Woodford.
Enabled a quick investigation.
She ain't talking about shit. J.S. Pena with it too. It says the election takes place on November the 5th. Coincidence. Harry Told with a 52 months says to all the libertarians, Laurent Paul is on the ticket with Trump. Oliver is a clown. Well, I know Chase is not a fan of me, to be fair. His wing of the Libertarian Party, none of those guys ever liked me. That said, again, I don't know if Ron is on the ticket for Trump. All I've seen is, hey, Elon's been talking, like, his acknowledge him on Twitter. But I haven't seen anything beyond that. So
that we're seeing a vote shift at about -2 overall from Democrats 2020 to now. And you can see it coming in live, populating here. But the really key thing here, Nora, is in neighborhoods that are Latino, Hispanic neighborhoods, including up in here in the northern part in Fair Hill, as we get up here and away from the center city, we are seeing perhaps a 6 to 8 point swing from 2020 away from the Democrats. I know a lot of folks talked about that might go the other way after maybe Donald Trump's comments or other comments that they'd heard, but nope. In fact, that is going back towards Donald Trump right now. So all in all, the other thing that's really important here is it looks like turnout is also tracking to be a little lower. So between that little bit of a vote shift, between the Hispanic vote shift that we're seeing so far and the fact that it's tracking a little bit lower on turnout, right? Might even come in at under 700,000, at least right now. None of that bodes well for Kamala Harris. And that's your local level dive into Philadelphia.
All right, Anthony Salvanto and Major Garrett, thank you. Were you going to say something, Cecilia?
You know, no, I was going to say, viewers may hear what Anthony just said and think that that sounds counterintuitive, right? Given the rhetoric that we have heard
Save
from
it.
Donald Trump
Save
over
it, Cecilia.
his campaign and his 4 years in office and the campaign leading up to it. One of the polls that has been the most illustrative for me from this entire campaign is the one that said 2/3 of Latinos who were surveyed said that they believe that Donald Trump was not referring to people like them when he spoke about immigrants. And half of foreign-born Latinos said the same thing. Broadly speaking, Latinos are still overwhelmingly Democrat, but Donald Trump has very successfully started to get into this population. Many Latinos seem to be finding a sense of belonging in Trump's otherism because he is talking to them the same way he talks to white voters. They hear him on the economy. That's their message from him.
All right, when we return, poll closings in 4 Western states, including California and its 54 electoral votes. CBS News America Decides Election 2024. We'll be right back.
California, surprise. All right, bro with glasses. Hold on, no. Go here first. Love the new song. Let's do it on YouTube. Then immediately brought it on Apple Music. Shout out. Says new album when. We're working on it, Bitter Gamer. We're working on it. Working on it. Bro, glass with a 5 1 later, but the blood drop is looking like straight gas. Might be getting the whole shebang. Do it. We have the I want it all, get everything. Go for it, bro. Emperor Helix with 27 months. Will there be I want it all packages in the future? I mean, if we do something that's a collection, generally speaking, we're gonna do I want it all. Grove Noir with a 2 says this is peak cinema right now. I read that. Shout out Joe. Joe says it's gonna be unbearable at work tomorrow, considering where you're at. If Trump wins, yeah, that's for sure. Because they're not gonna be happy. Bruce with a 10 says that work, so I can't stay, but the new song is absolutely fucking fire. Hey, I appreciate your support on that, homie. 5. Remember when Trump won the first time? CNN reported election results for 2 years. Get ready for the fear mongering. Defender 99, 37 months. Shout out, appreciate it. So yeah. Basically 50-50 in Arizona right now. Georgia they haven't quite called it yet. 90% reporting Trump up. Pennsylvania, Trump's up. 66 reporting. If Harris loses Pennsylvania, this shit is over. And you saw CNN halfway talking about it. They wouldn't like just explicitly state it, but if it's over.
CBS Broadcast Center in New York with coverage of CBS News America Decides. Most voters in Arizona cast ballots by mail, and election officials estimate that results could take about 2 weeks to finalize this year. The state's most populous county, Maricopa, has one of the largest voting constituencies in the country.
Bro, again, like this is just how people can hear some shit like that and just think that this whole this election shit is like everything's like safe and secure and legit. Like, come on, bros.
Returns of more than 1.1 million that have been posted. Now, the early vote, particularly this first batch, these were ballots that were returned well in advance. Those tend to lean Democratic, and that's what these are showing. We expect several of the races to tighten up as more and more of the votes come in, particularly the day of voting, which tends to lean Republican.
Chris, there's also an abortion ballot measure voters are deciding. What can you tell us?
Yeah, so in early voting, that is passing by a 2/3 margin.
We spoke with the supporters of that measure. It would codify abortion as a right in the state constitution. They feel very, very optimistic based on these first returns that this is going to pass here in Arizona. Interestingly, though, we talked to Congressman David Schweikert's team. He's a very pro-life Republican. There's been a lot of talk about whether that would make him more vulnerable. His team believes this allows Republicans to vote their conscience and vote their party and re-elect him in District 1. So that's one of the races we're watching, because that, in theory, should be a very close race.
How about the Senate race? How's that shaping up?
Well, right now, CBS has it leaning Ruben Gallego, the Democratic challenger, over Carrie Lake, who is a local television news anchor, well known here. She ran for governor unsuccessfully 2 years ago. But we also expect that margin to tighten up as more votes come in. But right now, CBS News has that leaning as a Democratic hold.
Chris, any of your sources there saying when we might know result of some of these big races, including the presidential race in Arizona?
It really comes down to how close they are, Lindsay. If it's a very, very close race like it was in 2020, it could be several days. If we're talking about several percentage points difference, we could know that perhaps as soon as tomorrow. But it's unusual that we know them that quickly anymore here in Arizona.
Chris Van Cleve in Phoenix, thank you so much. Polls are scheduled to close in 4 more Western states at the top of the hour: California, Idaho, Oregon, and Washington. You're watching America Decides.
Yeah, man, it's crazy. Some of the promotional stuff and some of the videos and things that I've been seeing about these clown ass dads and fucking Game Awards talking about how they're supporting Harris, and like the defining thing is basically the abortion issue, and essentially I don't know what they believe, or if they can even regurgitate or repeat back to you what Trump's position is on it. I'm willing to bet they don't. Or they're not incapable of doing it. But just hearing these fucking guys just like, I don't know, that being a hill, that it's not even dying on the hill. That's not the proper way to word that. But that being like, oh, my daughters, I want them to be able to kill your fucking grandchildren. Like, that's fucking retarded, bro. Like, what the fuck? Such a weird thing. Like, yeah, and you know, Harris was running ads basically on that. Like, the fuck? Like, who is that convincing? And I guess it's convincing somebody.
Donald Trump, and the polls are now closed from coast to coast. America Decides right now.
Are we ready to do this? We've been waiting for 4 years for this. 4 years.
Vice President Harris.
This has not been about a fight that is against something. This is about a fight that is for something.
Former President Trump.
We're going to defeat Kamala Harris, and we're going to make America great again.
CBS News, America Decides.
What else we got? We got Kentucky objectivist with a 45 months says meltdown will be incredible if Trump wins. Tino Trash with a 2 said Trump is not winning a popular vote by 6 million. Stardust Crusader with a 5 says, hey, Ripper, glad to catch you live. Hope you're doing well. I am. Mr. Peckerwood, 17 months, just stopping by. Like stream, shout out. Appreciate y'all stopping by. I know this was random. I was just like, you know, I finished my work. Let's stream.
As lean one way or the other. And at this hour, we rate it as lean Republican. We'll be checking in on the battleground states throughout the night, but we also want to give you results from Western states where polls just closed. In California, Vice President Harris's home state, CBS News projects that she will win there.
No shit.
Idaho, CBS News projects Trump will win, and over 5 decades, Idaho has supported a Republican for the presidency. And here is where we stand right now in the race to 270, shows Donald Trump with 211 electoral votes and Kamala Harris with 145, a number.
Why has Georgia not been called? What are these fuckers doing over there, man?
Andrew Garrett and Anthony Salvanto at the data desk. And so why is Georgia now lean Republican.
We will explain that to Nora and the team here in a moment. Anthony, walk us through how we got to this lean Trump designation for Georgia. It's 16 electoral votes in a state that former President Trump very much wanted to flip.
So you see, there's still some vote outstanding, right? It's 88% in. But what I'm going to do is show you our models here that incorporate what we expect out of that vote. And so when you do that, you see that Donald Trump's current lead holds up in that model. Now, the other way to show you this, though, and why it's a lean, but not a projection, is if I show you that in terms of the range of possibilities here. And what you see is that Trump's range around that estimate is in this red bar, and Harris's range around that estimate is in this blue bar. There is still some overlap here. So we can't be certain, but our best estimate right now is that Donald Trump does have that lead, and therefore we made it lean. And Major, maybe you can talk a little bit about where that outstanding vote is.
Right, because many of our viewers will see that there is outstanding vote. But what I want to do is take you inside those bubbles and show you the numbers. And the numbers tell a story about a declining amount of vote that's out. 126 in Gwinnett, 1,000, 38,000 remaining in Cobb, 54,000 remaining in Fulton County, 29,000 remaining in Henry County. So these numbers suggest that there would have to be a tremendous push for the vice president in those places where vote is still outstanding and they are historically Democratic. And also, Anthony, show the needs and our projection on where the vice president is in terms of the need.
She needs 62%, we believe, right? And right now she's on track to get 58%. Now, there's some estimate, or there's a range around these estimates, right? So you say, well, that is trailing what she needs, hence the lean, but it's not trailing by so much that we can project the race just yet. But we do want to give you, like I said, the whole sense of the race, and that is lean Trump, Nora.
All right. Can we do the same thing in Wisconsin? Because all of us here, when I came back from the data desk with Major, everyone was also surprised about what we saw in Wisconsin. That would dramatically change the path to victory. So can we go through that margin in Wisconsin?
Sure can. Far less relative vote in there, right? We're at 60%. So the needs yet doesn't quite come into play as much, but we are going to be looking at places like Milwaukee. And if I look at that and then I show you the history there, you see this tells very much the story. So far, Harris is trailing Joe Biden's numbers there in Milwaukee, and that doesn't necessarily tell a strong story for her. Just a little bit behind Joe Biden's numbers in critical Dane County. This is a place where Democrats traditionally really run up a lot of votes. Now, again, this is not all in, but that tracking number plus just slightly lower turnout, perhaps, that's not enough of a margin.
And let's walk through the needs and our projections currently.
You got it. Okay, so there's your needs, right? Needs 51% of the estimate. That's not that hard to do, okay? So the trouble is, given what I just showed you in those key Democratic counties, right now she's tracking it, getting 40%.
They are doing basically, they're talking around basically saying Kamala is fucked.
Still some uncertainty here, but right now not immediately on track.
And because we only have 61% of the vote in statewide, that's why we have not made a designation in this race. It is still a toss-up based on our estimates, but these are the trend lines at this hour.
Leadership and what? All right. Thank you so much. I want to go, we're going to dive into the exit poll numbers in Wisconsin. Are you ready?
I'll just
real quick. Because we'll know what's going on in Wisconsin.
Tiny little dash into Wisconsin, just two little pieces. One, let's look at the union household vote in Wisconsin. Kamala Harris is up 50 to 49. It's basically 50-50, actually, in what you're about to see on your screen. So it's even, flat among union households in Wisconsin. Biden won that group by 19.
Oh, shit.
So
this is the working class vote.
This is the working class vote. This is the connections longstanding to Joe Biden.
So he lost. So she's 19 fucking points behind them.
If Wisconsin is not going well,
behind Jesus,
that could be one reason why. Now, one reason it could be going well, just to remind from something we talked about earlier, that she is winning with seniors by 17 points. Biden only won with seniors by 6 points. So
okay, so that she's making that up there.
Is built. Kamala Harris is not doing well with union voters in Wisconsin, but she's doing better with senior voters than Joe Biden did in 2020.
I think this is a good time to go over to the path to victory. And I know that Ed O'Keefe is there with Maurice Dubois. So let's play that scenario out, because if Georgia goes red and Wisconsin goes red,
It's over. You
does
can say it.
Kamala Harris have a path to victory, and what does it include?
It does, and it narrows.
Yeah, so Nora, I want to show you something. This is the briefing book that we all got, right? And right in the beginning of it, there are 21 different ways that Democrats can get to 270 plus, okay? 21 different options for our political unit. If you go through now and cross out all the Georgia and Wisconsin options, she's down to very few. So this is where we are right now, right?
Yes, we are. We
I
have.
just want to point out that Margaret Brennan has already done that over here.
Yeah. So we're going
A lot of math going on.
hey, at least the guys are asking for directions and using the map, right? So let's use
Which
the map.
way is up?
All right.
But Donald Trump ahead at the moment, 211 to 145. So let's go to our hypothetical map and see these paths to victory, right?
So let's make,
if Georgia does go red,
and make Wisconsin red.
Wisconsin goes red as well.
So now here's how she could get to 270. She would get Pennsylvania.
Got to hold on to Pennsylvania.
She'd have to get North
Which she's
Carolina.
behind on.
And give her Arizona.
Got to take Arizona as well.
Okay. That's one way she can do it. The other way, if I'm looking at this correctly, North Carolina, we're going to make that red. North Carolina,
That narrows things.
Michigan,
and
Arizona, and Nevada.
Right.
There aren't many options at this point.
Right.
Okay. The other one would be Pennsylvania, Michigan, Arizona. We did Pennsylvania, North Carolina, Arizona.
Those
would
two.
be the other
Right.
option.
That's 270 right
Okay.
there.
This could go red. And that gets us, that gets her to
287.
It gets the map, that gets the entire country to 287, 251. So there's ways it could happen if Wisconsin and Georgia.
So they're saying
You
that
made it very clear. Let me.
she's only, if she loses, what did they say? Georgia
It's really interesting.
and Wisconsin, then she essentially only has three paths to victory, is what they're saying.
Jen O'Malley Dillon, who's running the Harris campaign, now believes the blue wall is the path to victory. She sent out a memo stating that, and that's going around the top Democrats in Congress. Some of the top Democrats in Congress privately within recent minutes have told CBS News that they believe the blue wall is the way she gets to the White House. She must win, they believe, those 3 states. I just spoke to a source close to Speaker Pelosi. When I sat down with President Biden in August, he only name-checked one Democrat, Speaker Pelosi, the former speaker, for nudging him out of the race. A source close to her says she's watching everything. She's, quote, still optimistic, perhaps one of the most powerful Democrats. That's her phrase based on a source close to her watching the returns.
But Bob, it's interesting. They say she must win, but do they think she can win? There's such a big difference there. You expect people to be optimistic at this point, but it's
come down to the turnout, Gail, in cities and labor. Cities, labor, and they got to eat into the Republican vote in the suburbs. They're still optimistic, from Pelosi to others, that she can do it, but they see a narrowing path, but a still viable path. But there's a lot of Democrats, to be clear, on edge right now.
Yeah, so there's a lot of things that we can see with the data and our reporting, but it's strategists with close contacts that know about the ground game, like CBS News political contributor Joel Payne and political contributor Leslie Sanchez, want to bring you into that conversation. Joel, what are you hearing within Democratic Party ranks at this hour?
I'm hearing similar to the reporting that was just shared. Look, that path to 270 is narrow. I thought it was narrow coming in to the evening. I've said that Harris was a low ceiling, high floor candidate coming into this race. I think that holds true. I think Jen O'Malley Dillon's memo is correct, that it seems like the blue wall is the path. And I will say this, I think Democrats are kind of coming to grips with a stubborn reality that some of the bets that were made in this cycle may just not pay off. That doesn't mean Kamala Harris will lose. But it does mean that some of the bets maybe around abortion and some of the bets around Donald Trump maybe receding in public regard just did not come to fruition.
How the market has Donald Trump up to 94%.
I remember in 2020, many Democrats around this time of night felt maybe similar to looking at the map right now, the same way that they felt 4 years ago, the same way they feel now. And that race was able to be pulled through. But I think Ed's point is right. I think there are narrow paths to victory, and I think Democrats are bearing down for what could be an extended process here when you get past those blue wall states, looking at Nevada, seeing what happens with those votes. The ballot curing, I think, will be a really key issue. And you even look at that Reid machine in Nevada that many Democrats rely upon to deliver key votes in that culinary workers union. Those will be the places where Democrats will look if they plan on delivering an electoral college victory here.
Yeah, I mean, as I look at the map and the path to victory, if she cannot win Wisconsin, in other words, if there's a piercing of that blue wall, she would have to win Arizona.
Right.
And so that's really what it would come down to at this point. Nevada's still too small at 6 EVs. She'd need Arizona, and I have to go back to the magic wall or the data desk and figure out what's happening in Arizona, because I don't have a good sense yet about what's happening in Arizona. Major and Anthony, we'll go to them in just a second, but let me touch base with CBS News political analyst Leslie Sanchez, because she is with us. And Leslie, I know you've been with us for most of this conversation. We heard Cecilia's reporting and more about the Hispanic vote. What are you hearing?
I'm hearing that the Democrats are cratering their support among Latino voters, and it's across the board. It starts in Texas. You look at the Rio Grande Valley, you're seeing stronger support leaning toward Trump along those border counties than he did, performing better than he did in 2020. And I expect that to move into the Sun Belt, into Nevada, where you have the culinary unions, into Arizona, where you have a lot of working class, middle class Latino voters. I expect that to tip toward Trump as well because of this growing middle class. They are second, third generation Latino dominated. Ed O'Keefe talked about the growth of Latino men on the Republican side, and they are tilting over toward Trump. And because of the economy, because of high inflation, and some of them do talk about border security, but that economic inflation number and feeling that pinch is really what's driving that all the way across. You can even argue in Florida, along that I-4 corridor, the Puerto Rican vote, you saw them come eventually aligned under Trump. They were not affected by those, kind of those Madison Square Garden components. And I think expect that in the suburbs of Philadelphia. My reporting says they are coming out for Trump as well.
Leslie Sanchez, thank you. And we have a race alert at this hour. CBS News rates North Carolina as lean Republican. And so while the vote count is still coming in, our CBS News models indicate this race leans Republican for Donald Trump. Remember, this was the one of the 7 battlegrounds
Thanksgiving going to be interesting since Joe Music
won 4 years ago and is performing well in the rural areas of North Carolina. You could argue North Carolina was a must-win for Donald Trump tonight, and we rate it as lean Republican at this hour while it is still early in the night.
That is a game. Appreciate you becoming a member, homie.
To explain why.
So lean Trump for North Carolina. How did that happen? We should remind ourselves 5 visits by the former president to North Carolina in the closing week of this campaign, underscoring its importance as the Trump team looked at the electoral map of the country. So here we have 86% of the vote in. This is the actual vote as it has been tabulated. Here is our estimate of where this will land when all the votes are counted. 51.7 for Trump, 48.3 for the vice president. Where's the outstanding vote? We still see some outstanding vote there. But again, the numbers keep getting smaller and smaller. Mecklenburg, yes, there's vote out there, but it's simply not manifesting itself in the way that the vice president needs if she's going to prevail in North Carolina. Our estimates suggest she needs 59% of that outstanding vote. And
she's cooked.
We project when it's all said and done, and Nora, you joined me over here. Great to have you back at the wall. 48%. So that's a big gap. 59% she needs. 48% is our current estimate based on outstanding vote, historical patterns, and exit poll data.
So you heard Robert Costa's reporting that Jen O'Malley Dillon has now sent out a memo. She's the campaign manager for the Vice President Harris, and says they still believe that the blue wall is the ultimate way to win. It's close in Pennsylvania. It may take a couple days to get the vote there. Michigan.
Like I said, man, like it's look, it's just hard to believe that the shit's legit when you have a state like Florida that can finish their shit in 9 hours, and then you have them talking about with these other toss-up states, and it just happens to, it just happens to be those are gonna take a couple of days to get the votes in. Like, how am I supposed to believe that all this shit isn't a charade?
That's overperformance of Joe Biden. Things presently look good in Arizona. And
for the Democrats.
For Kamala Harris. Here's where the outstanding vote is. Maricopa County. Let's be specific. How much vote is still outstanding? Maricopa County, more than 1 million votes. Maricopa County in 2020 accounted for 61% of the statewide turnout. Let's go down to Tucson's Pima County. How much is outstanding? 273,000. So let's go back to that basic question. What does Kamala Harris need in Arizona to prevail? 50%. What do we have a current estimate of her projected ability to retain or achieve from the outstanding vote? 51%, on the razor's edge.
So Margaret Brennan and John Dickerson, we should look at, because Arizona is one of the 2 battleground states that has an abortion initiative or something to expand reproductive rights. So I'm curious how that affected the vote. And of course, oh, well, excuse me. I'm asking the wrong person. Major Garrett has it right here. Oh,
I have an answer for you,
Oh,
Nora.
okay, yeah.
So we see this 63%. We also see Trump well ahead of Kerry Lake running for the Senate. So there are in Arizona, and this was a big question, would there be Trump, Ruben Gallego votes in Arizona? Actually, in fact, there were. But was there a transference on the question of abortion and linkage with Vice President Harris? This data indicates not nearly as much as the Democrats.
Well, I'm wondering if she's riding, if the vice president is riding the coattails of Gallego and the abortion initiative.
She very well might. She very well might. But not nearly as strong. There's not that connection that many people thought there might be.
All right, so let's go back to the path to victory on that front now that both Georgia
versus
and
feeding your
North
families over the
Carolina
country.
are in the
Yeah, man, it's a weird hill that people are so committed to.
there, gentlemen.
Okay.
Like you can ask some of these women, man, particularly these young ones. It's like that's the issue for them. It's abortion and or bust, which is fucking crazy to me. I can't rationalize with it.
Blue for Kamala Harris, and if those states we just mentioned go red, what does that do? That brings Donald Trump within
Just
9 votes.
9. So
9
all he
electoral
needs
votes.
is Arizona or Michigan or Pennsylvania eventually. It might take a few days in both of these. That same Jen O'Malley Dillon memo.
Of course. See, I'm gonna tell you right now. You can't tell me it's not a charade if it comes down to those fucking 2 states and the results aren't in by the end of the night. And they're talking about it's gonna take a couple of days to get the like. Come on, bros.
Let's make that red right now. See, this is the problem for her.
This is a major. All right.
Okay.
Nevada.
Turn it blue.
Center blue. Okay. She holds Nevada from last time.
But he wins.
He does win.
Okay. Now, I want to flip it.
It's Arizona.
For that one, she wins.
That shows you exactly.
This is why
Arizona.
we're going to be here a few days potentially, because if we're going to get in all these tight margins, we're going to have to be waiting for every single last vote. That's the way it could conceivably happen.
If you haven't.
And of course they don't know what they're doing. So.
All right. That's where we stand.
Oh, bro, this is gonna be what a charade. This is gonna be, man. If it does end up getting like to the wire, and definitely if we're talking recount.
Margaret, you heard me. I had a question for you about the abortion initiative. Yeah,
I did hear you very well on Arizona. Abortion's already legal there, but this is amending their constitution. But I think that's so fascinating to see. Perhaps it's that split ticket, or as you said, it just didn't boost the vice president. I was just looking at my path to victory. There's some other very narrow ones, some pretty obscure options here, but we are left with a total of 5 paths for her at this point.
If the vice president were to lose Wisconsin and that blue wall was pierced, which was going to be her easiest way to victory. On that note, let's check in with CBS Morning's co-host, Tony DeCopel. He is at Trump headquarters in West Palm Beach.
Either one gonna do well. Yeah, if it comes down to it, if it comes down to those 2 states and it's like a nail biter, absolutely. Either side that loses is demanding a recount, and why wouldn't you?
And Trump seemed to be pulling ahead in Pennsylvania. Loud cheers in the room. Our colleague Olivia Rinaldi says they're now looking at the exit polls in Trump world, quote, gleefully. That's the word from Trump world. And the young staffers, junior staffers, according to Jake Rosen, another one of our colleagues, they are now looking for apartments in Washington, D.C. and talking openly about what jobs they want in the new administration. So they are measuring the drapes, so to speak. I also talked to some of the Trump supporters in the room. How are you feeling in one word? I heard fantastic, I heard relieved, and I heard vindicated, Nora.
All right, Tony DeCopel, thank you. Now let's check in with Chief White House Correspondent Nancy Cordes. She is at the Harris headquarters at Howard University in Washington, D.C. And Nancy, we knew this would not be an early night, given how close the polls have been. And it looks like it is going to be a very late night, or may stretch for several days to get in that Pennsylvania vote and more.
Oh, America, man, your elections are a fucking joke.
Just put out a new memo.
Right. She did put out a memo saying that she feels good about what she is seeing in the blue wall. But I can tell you that.
Oh yeah, man, it may take a couple of days, man. We'll get there.
What they're seeing in Wisconsin in particular, and they're surprised to be worrying this much about Wisconsin. This is not the state of the three in the blue wall that they were most concerned about going into the night, partly because Democrats just won a big statewide election in Wisconsin last year, a special election for the state Supreme Court, Janet Protasewicz, the new justice there, and it had a lot to do with abortion. So they thought they'd see a repeat this time around. Instead, it's this nail biter, and Jen O'Malley Dillon sending out this memo, basically telling the entire Democratic stratosphere that there's a lot of vote outstanding in Milwaukee, that it may not come in until 3 to 5 in the morning. But the fact,
what are we doing, bro?
Not a single state right now, not a single battleground state, and maybe they're just being cautious. There is not a single state that they are expressing confidence right now that they are going to win. They just keep reassuring their supporters that they still have a chance. And this is not the position that many of their supporters thought they'd be in at this point in the night.
All right, Nancy Cordes, thank you very much. And when we come back, a big update in the Senate. CBS News America Decides election 2024 coverage returns in a moment.
And if it comes down to 3 a.m., bro, y'all know that there's going to be a ballot dump that they just found in the back of a U-Haul.
Okay, so let's just start at the beginning.
Oh, man, that's funny to me, though. And like how they just say it and it just rolls out the tongue like it's normal. Yeah, man, with these two states, it might be a few days. Like, what are you talking about? Like I said, it's like, with that being the approach, I mean, you expect, I guess there are those, and I get it, you just want to believe in democracy. You don't want anybody pointing out that, hey, man, it might be shenanigans at play. So you believe. But I don't know how you look at that and how the elections work and think that it's all fair and balanced and true. You know what I'm saying? Like how it just say if you're an alien, right? You just got dropped. You can understand the language, you can understand the concepts of whatever. You just got dropped. And you know, someone is asking you to analyze the situation, and they hear that. Why do these other states, like a Florida with a bigger population, can get their shit done, and these other states need a few days? Know what I'm saying? As in, I think any rational person would analyze that and say, sounds like bullshit.
Let's go to West Palm Beach, Florida. CBS's Caitlin Huey Burns is at Trump's election night headquarters. Caitlin, what are you hearing from supporters there?
Hey, Lindsay, great to be with you. Well, this is essentially Trump's home state now. He has declared residency in Florida. He voted in Florida earlier today. So the crowd here is a hometown crowd. We're in a convention center arena, essentially, and it is really filled. Red hats, kind of a sea of red hats everywhere. Just on the screen behind me, they projected that the former president won North Carolina. That's going off an AP projection. CBS News has not called that yet, at least as far as I know. But I want to talk a little bit about Trump's strategy over the past couple of days, where he went and what that signals in terms of what we're seeing in the results. He spent as much time in North Carolina over the past few days as he did in Pennsylvania. North Carolina, a key state for him, a must-win state for him. They recognize that and spent a lot of time in the closing days trying to shore up that state, especially because of all the states that Trump won in 2020, North Carolina had the slimmest margin. We're also hearing from Trump campaign officials sharing what they're seeing in the exit poll data, and they're very encouraged by Trump's showing, at least in the exit polls, among Black, Latino, and young men. And remember, we've been talking about this for a while. This has been a specific pitch from the Trump campaign to reach male voters facing a wide gender gap, really leaning into male voters and specifically trying to widen out their support in terms of demographics among men. So again, we'll wait for those results, but that's what the campaign is seeing.
Interesting nonetheless. Thanksgiving is going to be, I read that. Thanks for the stream, River. How much you bet if Trump takes it, Biden comes out saying, I told you so? I never even thought about that. It would be intriguing to see kind of what his reaction is going to be out of that. I hope to God that Kamala's political career is over. I would prefer that. That's just me, though. You know what I'm saying? My monitor keeps going off, so my bad on that. So, yeah, I don't know. She's going to write a cookbook with word salads. I just hope she goes away. I would prefer that she just fade into obscurity. That would be very preferable. Bernie's coming back next election. Oh, man. Bernie can still win it. This is how he still has a chance. Man, those days were a trip, especially at the height of, like, you know, backwards when we were on tour and we were basically the only band in existence that was like, fuck that guy. Kamala would join The View. I can see that.
Back to CBS News.
I can see her getting the commentary for sure.
11:30 p.m. in the East, 8:30 p.m. in the West, and polls are
Even
now
though she don't be
closed
saying
across the
nothing,
lower
but
48 United States. Let's check in on the race to 270 electoral votes. That's the number needed to win the White House. Here is where we stand right now. As you see, Donald Trump has 211, Kamala Harris 165. And part of those electoral votes include two
the market
new
got Trump at
CBS News
95%.
projections, Oregon and Washington State, both for the vice president. And in those all important battleground states, you can see all 7 are in purple. In Georgia, CBS News now rates the presidential race there as lean Republican. And in North Carolina, CBS News now rates the race as lean Republican. Let's take a look at Pennsylvania, part of that blue wall. The Democrats say a must win for the vice president. CBS News rates this race as toss-up. In Michigan, CBS News rates this race as a toss-up. The Secretary of State there telling us they could have the vote counted by midnight. That doesn't mean we'll understand or know.
I can
about
run
what
to
vote
Georgia
is,
from
but that will
Cali
come quickly.
on some Forrest Gump before they call it.
CBS News rates this race as a toss-up at this hour. Let's check in on more of the Sun Belt states, including Arizona. Just about half the vote there in Arizona. Look how close it is, those prized 11 electoral votes. It is a toss-up at this hour. And then Nevada, again, the vote, not enough of the vote yet in, but we rate that as a toss-up at this hour. As I mentioned just a short time ago, there's important news on the United States Senate. Let's go now to Scott McFarland, who covers Congress for us. Good evening, Scott.
Nora, this has such outsized impact on the next president. Which party controls the U.S. Senate? The evening began with Democrats and their feet in quicksand, immediately almost losing that West Virginia seat they've held for so many years. And now they are fighting an uphill battle and losing so many of them. Let's go to Ohio first. CBS News projects at this point, it leans Bernie Moreno.
Uphill battle and they're losing.
From Ohio, leading Sherrod Brown, the three-term Democratic incumbent from Northeast Ohio. He served in the U.S. House before his 18 years in the U.S. Senate. He literally wrote the book on Congress. Sherrod Brown is in trouble, and the trouble exists elsewhere as well. Let's go to Montana. The military veteran, the political newcomer Tim Sheehy, projected as a lean Republican race in Montana. The three-term Democratic incumbent John Tester in trouble there. Democrats would have to make inroads into Republican-held states to offset these losses with such a narrow margin for error. They were bullish for a while on their prospects in Texas with Colin Allred, the former NFL player, with Ted Cruz, who eked out a 3-point win in 2018, projected as the winner here, and that is a wider margin with 80% of the vote in. Same deal in Florida. Democrats aspired to being competitive in Florida. Rick Scott projected as the winner there. So there are no more outs for Democrats on this map. They still have to protect the state of Pennsylvania. They still have to protect Nevada. And look at Arizona. This is an open seat. The incumbent senator in Arizona is retiring. Ruben Gallego, the congressman from the Phoenix area, faring well early on. We forecast this one right now as lean Democrat against Carrie Lake, who lost her bid for governor 2 years ago. Let me quickly show you the U.S. House. Oh, by the way, control of the U.S. House is at stake tonight. I'm standing in the very narrow battleground seat races that exist. The magic number here is clear, 218.
The Santa Cruz race is going to be close. Yeah, no, that wasn't even close.
Quickly in New York, Democrats making some inroads. There's a lean race that was held by a first-term Republican on Long Island, another one in central New York and Syracuse. Democrats faring well early, but Republicans also seem to be out of the gates good in some of their battleground races from Iowa through the Tidewater area of Virginia. A long road to haul in the battle for control of the U.S. House.
Really interesting there in Virginia. Scott McFarland, thank you.
Build a suspense like DBZ ain't no. Well, again, it's just look, man, it's a sham, but nobody likes when I say that.
The field is narrow in the U.S. House in several ways. Again, these are the battleground seats, the white chairs that surround me. Democrats net a gain of 4 seats. They have the majority. They'll have the Speaker of the House, likely to be Hakeem Jeffries for January 6, 2025 in the next 2 years. But the battleground races are not splitting in one way or the other. Well, watch for California, and it's going to take a while. Could take days to measure California. There are a half dozen competitive races there, many of them held by...
Could take days. Like that, they just said like it's like that's normal.
Losses elsewhere. This is going to take days to figure out the U.S. House, but Republicans are bullish on their prospects.
Really important point. Scott McFarland, thank you very much. Want to bring in CBS Morning's co-host, Gail King. And Gail, we've been here now for several hours, and we're getting a little bit of a sense of how the night is going.
Yeah, and it seems that if you're a Donald Trump supporter, you're feeling very confident and encouraged. And if you're a Kamala Harris supporter, you're feeling a little worried at this particular time. Although we keep saying there's still a lot of votes to be counted. People say they still are holding out hope, even though at this particular time, she seems to be underperforming in all the things that they thought she would do well. You know, a friend of mine called me from Florida this morning, clearly a red state, and said, you know, America is in labor today, and today we'll find out if we are delivering a boy or a girl. Right now, as you sit here tonight, it looks very good for the Donald Trump team. And I think people are trying to figure out what is happening to Kamala Harris's campaign at this particular point, even though people still have hope.
Well, I think the vote is still being counted in Pennsylvania.
And we need to keep emphasizing that.
Yes, and we certainly don't know what's happening in Arizona or Nevada just yet, and
Or
Michigan,
Michigan.
Wisconsin. So the early states, Georgia and North Carolina, because they were the first to close, we were able to rate them as lean Republican. And so, just as the hours go on and more votes come in, we'll have a better sense, I think, of what's happening there. But look,
you know what I think is troubling, though, Nora, is that she seems to be underperforming in areas that they thought she would do well. Certainly among women, certainly among the reproductive rights, certainly among some of the Black voters. That's why I think people are so concerned at this particular point.
Gail, thank you. Want to bring in Robert Costa on that note. Robert?
Just briefly to add to what Scott McFarland was talking about in terms of a possible expanded House majority for Republicans, Speaker Mike Johnson just made remarks in Louisiana to his supporters. He believes he will enter next year as the Speaker of the House should he win the gavel again with more Republicans
And
in the
he's
House.
fucking
He also
ass.
stated publicly that he believes there will be a Republican Senate and a Republican in the White House in Donald Trump. So you're looking potentially, and to Gail's point, it's early in the night. A lot of votes still need to be counted, but Republicans are already tonight at this hour getting confident about what could be a very ambitious policy agenda next year.
And it's not just Republican senators. These will be Republican senators, very different than the Republican senators who were there when Donald Trump won in 2016. Jeff Flake, John McCain, Mitt Romney, those three are all gone. And these are Republican senators who grow up out of and into the Trump politics. It'll be if Donald Trump wins, a different Washington, different Republican majority.
We are pleased to be joined now by South Carolina Congressman Jim Clyburn. And Congressman Clyburn, good to see you. Thank you for being with us.
Thank you very much for having me.
So what
Motherfucker
you have
chilling on the
seen
couch.
so far tonight, do you believe there is still a path to victory for Vice President Harris?
Well, there's still a path, but it's thorny, and we'll see how it comes out. The fact of the matter is that the blue wall is still there, though there seems to be some underperforming in some areas where we thought we were in good shape, but we'll just have to wait and see. It's not over yet.
That sounds like a defeated man. I don't know.
Heard from Speaker Johnson that he is predicting that he will retain control in the House of Representatives. That would prevent a speakership for the Democrats and Hakeem Jeffries.
Well, I hope he's not right about that. I have not looked at all of the House seats, quite frankly. California, I'm sure it's going to be a long time before we find out what happens in California. There are a couple of seats in New York that I've looked at. Two that I expected to win. Looks like we have won them. But the other two, not so much. So I'm still not giving up on the fact that we'll get a 1 or 2 vote victory.
New York Times has them winning Georgia at 95%. I believe they said that was AP that already called it. But CBS hadn't called it yet.
As you noted, there is still a blue wall path to victory for the vice president. I know you know just about everybody in the Democratic Party. What is their concern tonight? Where is she underperforming?
There seems to be some underperforming taking place in Pennsylvania, really. I thought that there's some counties in Pennsylvania we seem not to be performing as well then. There's some that we look like we are winning, and still by a lesser margin than I expected. I'm really concerned about Michigan as well. So I hate to.
All right, y'all can listen to Clyburn babble about some shit. I'm gonna go fucking take a leak, man. Hold up.
Predictions, unless I knew where they were coming from. When you got 75-80% of the vote in, it could very well be a pocket that would be favorable to us. But I'll wait to see before making any concessions.
Congressman Jim Clyburn, thank you so much for your time. And we have a CBS News projection for the battleground state of North Carolina and its 16 electoral votes. We can project that Trump will win.
Well, they finally called North Carolina. I see that.
That is a state that he won in 2020 and 2016. And the Tar Heel state, the last time it went to a Democrat was Barack Obama in 2008. It was a very narrow win for him. Of course, he had a blowout victory in 2008, and so he was able to carry North Carolina, but that was a surprise to many people. So this was a must-win state, I think, for President Trump, and he has delivered today in part by turning out strong supporters in rural areas, just as he did in Virginia and other states, as we are seeing tonight. That is where his base is. So that moves Donald Trump to 227 electoral votes. Let's go now to Anthony Salanto and Major Garrett. Good evening, guys.
So we're going to explain how we were able to make this call. And it's significant, I think, Anthony, to share with the audience. Trump won this state, North Carolina, by just over 74,000 votes in 2020. We project he's going to win by a substantially larger number of votes than that.
So this gets very simple. I'm going to show you what the outstanding vote is and where it is. And you think, okay, here are Democratic areas, yes. But you see how these circles, if you've been watching us during the night, have gotten a little bit smaller and a little bit smaller. They are not large enough, even if they all go Democratic, for Kamala Harris to catch up, okay? And then I'm going to show you this because the needs, which we project for her in that outstanding vote, she needs 61% of it to catch up. I'm going to tap this and I'm going to show you what our models show. She's still tracking to get only 47%. This comparison right here in a nutshell, that is why you can make the projection. Didn't get the vote that she needs, didn't get the turnout she needed. And I will add, Donald Trump did just fine tracking with his target numbers in and around, especially in the areas around Charlotte, doing just fine tracking with his 2020 patterns in county after county. And that's where he ran up the score.
And Anthony, show our viewers what we call colloquially here, doesn't sound like a colloquial word, extrusion.
The extrusion. Okay, I'm going to back this out for a second. So to do that, you're going to see where the vote comes from. And here what you see is the higher bars are more people. And yes, those are Democratic areas. But you also see all these areas, including in the western part of the state, red, red, red counties. And that's where Donald Trump consistently performed as well as he needed to, compared to 2020, compared to his vote targets this time. So once I see it, the decision desk, those patterns emerging, then you can get closer and then make the projection, Nora.
All right, Anthony and Major, thank you. Margaret?
Thank you, Nora. Well, joining us now is Florida Senator Marco Rubio.
No, y'all could. I had the mic on. Y'all could hear the mic still on, but I was.
I don't know if you can hear me and see me. I can see you now. Good to talk to you again. You know, when we spoke on Sunday on Face the Nation, you told me that the Harris campaign had a problem with turning out men. Are you seeing that tonight? And what are you seeing in terms of who is a decisive factor here for the Trump campaign?
Well, let's be clear. We don't know yet anything. I mean, we're still counting votes, as you said. There's still states out there, so I'm not going to claim anything. But I am going to say, and I'm sure your exit polls are showing this as well, you know, Donald Trump is winning a majority of the new voters. I think he's actually won over 5 or 6% of Biden voters. He's done exceptionally well among African-American men, doing incredibly well among Hispanic men, overperforming in Hispanic precincts and neighborhoods in Reading, just outside of Georgia, as an example. I think this election, and again, we don't know what the outcome is going to be, but what we know right now is going to fundamentally remake not just the Republican Party, but what we know about American politics. I think it's time to begin to realize that the primary identity that voters bring to the ballot box is not the color of their skin, their ethnicity. It's what they do for a living. It's how much money they make or don't make. It's how hard life is for them. And I think that's really what we're seeing come through tonight. And you're going to see more of that when Nevada begins to come through and Arizona more and more. But we're certainly seeing that tonight in Pennsylvania and Michigan and Wisconsin, North Carolina, Georgia, everywhere we've looked.
Senator, in your home state of Florida, there was an abortion-related measure tonight that failed. It failed to hit that 60% supermajority threshold that would enshrine access to reproductive rights beyond the 6-week limit that is the current state law. What's your message to voters? Because it was still a significant turnout, just short of that 60% threshold.
Yeah, look, I mean, ultimately what happened with the Supreme Court's ruling is that now this is going to be in the hands of individual states and their elected legislators to pass laws, how restrictive, how not restrictive they want to make it. You know, I have my own views on it, but voters will get to weigh in on it and vote for or against state legislators that they agree or disagree with them. It's basically federalize the issue, meaning it's returning to federalism, returning that issue back to states. And, you know, there's been votes in other states like Ohio and Kansas where the vote went in a different direction when it was done. So I imagine it's probably not the last time we'll see that issue on the ballot in Florida, and certainly not the last time we'll see that issue debated nationally.
Well, with 57% of the voters saying they would like to have a broader access, that would be interesting to revisit. But let's talk about control of the Senate and Congress right now. It looks like that is going to be perhaps a tremendous either asset to the next commander-in-chief or the brakes on the agenda for perhaps a future Trump administration. What are you thinking there in terms of what those day one issues would be if Donald Trump is victorious tonight?
Well, I think it's been pretty clear what those are. The first is the securing our border. I think you're seeing across the board. I'm especially, you know, I especially point to how concerned they are in Hispanic communities about what illegal migrants who are criminals that are coming to this country already with criminal records, they're coming to Hispanic communities. And that's something that's been forgotten here.
Midnight votes coming in, she's gaining.
You're seeing, so I think that's going to be top of the agenda. And then our economy.
Well, they already said, like, for Penn, I think what they say, was it Wisconsin, was it?
Of anywhere in the country.
That basically it might be a couple of days.
And it's going to have to be a factor Congress deals with. And I think there's concern about the state of the world. And Donald Trump did something that no Republican's been able to do in a long time, and that is position himself as the candidate.
Blue Moon Aura, I appreciate it. Yeah, it might not be a tonight thing. I streamed hoping that it would be a tonight thing, but it might not be a tonight thing.
Get the numbers finally, but in Ohio, a Colombian American, Bernie Moreno, is on the verge of victory in Pennsylvania and Montana. So, you know, there would be a real responsibility of governing that comes with a majority that gets to 53 or maybe even 54.
Indeed. Senator Rubio joining us there from the Trump campaign headquarters. Nora?
Thank you. And it is a good night for Republicans. You just heard Senator Rubio mention that, and CBS News can now project that Republican Bernie Moreno will win the Senate seat in Ohio. And that flips the seat from Democrat Sherrod Brown, who had been a popular Democrat in that state and had represented the state for some time and had a leadership position.
Damn near 2 decades, huh?
But Bernie Moreno winning handily in that.
Be like that
in
sometimes.
At this hour, and CBS News projects he will be the next United States Senator from Ohio and joining J.D. Vance, unless J.D. Vance becomes Vice President of the United States.
I do remember on the floor of the convention the day that Vance was picked, Moreno turned to me and said, well, I may end up being the senior senator of Ohio by January. And everyone kind of went, hey, don't get ahead of yourself. But it very well could happen if J.D. Vance is headed to the vice president.
I just want to underscore what Senator Rubio brought up there in terms of, we spent so much time talking about the Latino vote and talking about the economy. Those are the two things he said we're thinking of in the wrong way.
Yep. Sure.
Don't look at people based on identity. He said, look on their jobs, on their pay, on inflation, and hitting that again and again.
And that's been the Rubio thesis since he ran for president in 2016.
Well, it's also been the Trump thesis for the 2 years he's been running this campaign.
Yeah.
Those have been the two issues. The Harris campaign had much shorter.
Why
runway,
watch CBS? Because it's the only leftist mainstream guys that are like having a live stream. MSNBC isn't. They have like the board guys, but they don't have the like the panels.
Vice President Kamala Harris, when I interviewed her in Kalamazoo, Michigan, just over a week ago, and I said, have you had enough time?
Yeah.
And she said, I'm going to make the most of the time I have. But there certainly will be some soul searching within the Democratic Party, whether President Biden stuck around too long. He didn't give the vice president enough time to present her case.
Oh, is that the new cope? She didn't have enough time.
It means you now have another Republican senator from a Republican.
Despite being in fucking office alongside the dickhead.
That creates the conditions for a bipartisanship is going away. So Sherrod Brown was a Democrat in a red state. When Nixon and Reagan were elected, there were half of the states they won had Democratic senators. Now that's almost down to 0. And it may be down to 0 by the end of tonight.
Which means the Senate will become even more partisan, less a deliberative body, as it is known, the most deliberative body on earth. Go ahead and then
But
we
it
have
is
Only 4 years, not enough time.
We should point out. Bernie Moreno,
Jerry Bear with a 5. We all know a Kamala loss will be spun as a victory for misogyny. They'll play the same blame game they've been playing with entertainment for years. Oh yeah, that's what I said earlier in the stream, guys. It's going to
Donald Trump in North Carolina, which has been called for him.
It's going to get worse.
Trump won them in North Carolina.
If Trump wins.
He's ahead of his national numbers with men. He's only ahead by 10 points with men nationally. He won by 15 in North Carolina. White voters with no college degree, he won them 72 to 27. That's larger than his already very large national margin on that. So essentially, he's outperforming himself in North Carolina. He's outperforming his national numbers. New voters, you heard Senator Rubio there talking about new voters. Nationally, Trump is winning with new voters by 7 points. Here, you see him win with new voters by 21 points.
MSNBC has a live without the polling
So those are
board.
some of the exit poll numbers that give us
Not from what
insight
I've
into
seen.
why he won.
Not like streaming it. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I can go to the fucking website and shit. I was looking for like a YouTube. Yeah, I only see Kornacki's election night shit
Some of these, but from the former president, the vulgarity that we've heard
on
talking
MSNBC.
about Arnold Palmer. We all remember that comments and the locker room and doing all the Joe Rogan podcasts and the Hulk Hogan ripping his shirt off at MSG and all of this. I think
gesticulating with
They have a panel on NBC.
Gesticulation
Let's
with
see.
the microphone. That so much of America went. I'm sorry. What is happening? How is that possibly going to appeal to people? And what we're seeing tonight is that it actually is not.
I don't see that either. All I see is a
Many
results
of the male supporters,
board.
particularly who sat in MSG.
Well, hold on.
That was particularly a very.
Oh no, yeah. We're moving over to yeah. He's right. We're moving over to
We were wondering, where will they fall? What is the fault line going to be for those folks, especially these hundreds of thousands that are moving in from out of state? North Carolina gained the third most amount of people post-pandemic after Texas and Florida. How would they play out, especially in the suburbs?
Hold on, y'all.
These large.
see if I can pull this up real quick. Let's see what Let's see what MSNBC is talking about, or NBC, not MSNBC, but NBC. Let's check it out. Let's see how they handling everything.
You can see Harris is overperforming slightly. Biden right here. I wanted to look at Minneapolis, Hennepin County. This is the largest county in all of Minnesota. She's doing fine. She's tracking just like Biden did. So this is not really a worry for them. I did want to show you something though. Blue Earth County. Okay, so this is a county that Trump is on top right now. Biden won it in 2020. Why do I want to show you Blue Earth County? Well, besides having the coolest name in the entire country for a county, this is where Governor Tim Walz is from. This is where he taught with his wife. This is where Coach Walz is from. Right now, Republicans are winning his county. It just goes to show when you talk about how Trump may or may not win this election, he's driving up votes in rural areas. I'll show you another one, Stearns County, which actually has a large Somali American population. 95% of the vote in, he's overperforming there. So again, Minnesota, it doesn't look like it's in trouble for Democrats right now. So 50% of the vote is out. But when we look at those rural counties, he's overperforming even in a place where Governor Tim Walz is from. Guys?
All right, Tom, thanks very much. Let's bring in NBC's Blaine Alexander, who was in the Atlanta area tonight with some developing news.
Yeah, we have heard some notable remarks from the Georgia Secretary of State, Brad Raffensperger, concerning the race here in Georgia. Now, before I say them, I want to make it clear, NBC News is still characterizing Georgia as too close to call. But I want to let you know what Raffensperger
Man, call it, woman.
news conference. He said that he believes, looking at the numbers, Donald J. Trump has a, quote, insurmountable lead with the number of votes.
Just call it.
He later goes on to say, it looks like this is pretty much done, and then says, quote, I think the results are pretty well baked in based on where the leads are right now.
Well, just call it.
The state of Georgia. Now,
So,
again, NBC
she just said, oh, it's too close to call. Here are all the reasons why we should just fucking call it.
course, he is in the control center in his Secretary of State's office, watching those results come in, watching the numbers, and also where those votes are coming in as well. Now, I've spent the evening talking to some of my Republican sources throughout the state, and I asked them the question. I said, one, how are they feeling? They were all optimistic. But I said, if there is a lead from Donald Trump winning here in Georgia, what would be different from 2020? Of course, we all know that Georgia kind of shocked so many people around the country 4 years ago by flipping blue and helping send Joe Biden to the White House. But they said, again, across the board this time, that it was the push toward early voting by Republicans that they believe has really made a difference in the Peach State this time around. You remember 4 years ago, Donald Trump was really waving people off from voting early, telling them to go on Election Day. This time we've seen a very different message. His surrogates have been preaching a very different message. Even Governor Brian Kemp and other top Republicans in the state have been pushing that early voting message. When I spoke with one Republican source earlier tonight, he said, looking at early voting, he was optimistic. Also, the fact that Republicans tend to turn out more on Election Day, he was feeling good about the way things were going here in the state as well. So several sources
gotta print more mail-in ballots.
voting did make a difference, guys.
Man, call that shit.
Thanks
Quit
very much.
the
I was going down-
BS.
as we bring the panel back, I was going down the most important issues from the exit polls.
Yeah.
Immigration was number 4.
That's right. And that was Donald Trump's closing message, right? I mean, it was his message since he's been in the race. Think about his biggest day one policy priority, mass deportations. He's talked again and again with very few specifics on how that would be implemented about deporting people who have
The raggedy
entered the
ass.
country illegally here. It's always been a big issue for him, dating back something like 8 years now, 4th on the exit poll list. But look what was up there at number 2, the economy. And remember, just because a candidate were to win on the top issue, which this year, based on the exit polls now, is state of democracy, doesn't mean they're going to win overall. And state of democracy is complicated as the top issue because Republicans and Democrats see it different ways.
Yeah, both sides think there's a threat to democracy for different reasons. Can we go over to Tommy Amos? He's been pacing over
That's
there.
threatening me with a good time.
Because it's interesting. I mean, we have the Secretary of State, Brad Raffensperger, a Republican, but who has certainly shown his independence, saying that Trump has an insurmountable lead. I believe you and Chuck have said there's still some vote out there. It's not over yet. What do you see?
I'm going to give you point counterpoint. First off, let's see where that remaining vote is so far. Again, the giant bubbles, that's where the vote still needs to be counted. It's all over the Atlanta metro region. This is where Democrats are going to run up the score. This is where their base is, where they've been able to expand. So I'm going to click on a county here like Cobb County. I'm going to bring it out to compare to Joe Biden in 2020. Remember, she wants to perform over or at where Biden is right now to kind of see where her watermarks are. I'm going to highlight this so you guys can see the numbers to follow. Remember, on the left-hand side, she wants to be at where he is or higher. So let's see where we're at here. Fulton County, 71-72, slightly under. We move over to Gwinnett, a little bit under, 73. She's overperforming in Rockdale County. We'll come to DeKalb here, a little bit under. We come over to Douglas County. She's overperforming. But here's the flip side of all this. Let's throw a dart to the east side of Georgia. Any county, I'm going to pick a random county. Look how Trump's overperforming, 68% to 71. Again, I'm going to just touch random counties here, 65, 69. These aren't big counties, but any county I touch, he's going, except for that one, any other county. Well, actually, no, he flipped it. Actually, this any county you come here in rural Georgia, he's flipping all these counties. And like Jen Psaki just said, it's math. Can they run up the score here? Is this what the Secretary of State is talking about, that the numbers are so high in the rural counties, Democrats won't catch them in the Atlanta metro region?
The U-Haul is almost there with
So that's one of the reasons
with the votes in the back of the U-Haul.
Okay, where you have polls closing at the top of the hour and the beginning of the morning. It'll be midnight in the East Coast, and we await the results from Hawaii. The polls close there in about 10 seconds from now, so we'll take a pause here so our other stations can join us or head to their local news.
Yeah. I don't know why they won't call Georgia. They don't want to. Quite interesting.
4 electoral votes in Hawaii. That's the only poll closing at the midnight hour here. The road to 270. Harris now with 189. Donald Trump still leading with 230 electoral votes.
All right, we've got quite a few battlegrounds still pending tonight. Pennsylvania, the biggest prize, 84% of the vote in. It is too close to call. In Wisconsin, same story. Here we go. 75% of the vote in, a difference of 87,000 votes. Michigan, too close to call at this hour as well. Midnight on the East Coast.
Again, man, the elections are just so hilarious to me that Florida's on the East Coast. Florida is done. They know the results. Everything's wrapped up. Bigger population, and you get these other states where they're like, we might need a couple of days.
Georgia, too close to call at this hour too. We just discussed that, so that might be.
So NBC's not calling Georgia. AP, I believe, has. I don't know if the Times has.
We have called North Carolina. That was the first battleground
But
call, and it stayed.
there's some they're saying it's too close to call.
I want to go through Pennsylvania now because we're starting to get more vote in Pennsylvania, and I want to focus on the east side of Pennsylvania here. This is 2024 right now. Look, a lot of the vote is still out, but let me show you 2020. You can see how much of this section was blue in 2020. Again, Biden won these counties. Now this is 2024. He's flipping counties like Monroe. Again, it's about a 200 vote difference there, so we can't really put too much in that, but he's ahead. Northampton County, remember, this is the one that has picked the president, or at least picked the winner of Pennsylvania, going back to the Kennedy years. This is Easton. This is a fast-growing area, suburbs. It used to be the people that used to work at Bethlehem Steel. It's now changing. Again, fast-growing suburbs in south central Pennsylvania. 52%, he's on top. Again, a reminder here, this is a county that Biden won in 2020. And this is new right now. This
AP hasn't called Georgia, okay.
56% in. Still a lot of the vote is out. There's only about a 400 vote difference there. We're still waiting on 183,000 votes. So Republicans can't really draw too much out of this. But Democrats would rather these counties were all blue. Let's move a little further south around the collar counties of Philadelphia here. Montgomery County, this is where Governor Shapiro is from, 61%. Performing slightly under Joe Biden, but not too bad. Chester County, 58 to 54. That's a bigger gap there. Again, remember, Joe Biden wins Pennsylvania because he does better than Hillary Clinton in those suburbs around Philadelphia.
And that was a totally legit
okay.
election
for Biden,
that was
77
fortified.
For Kamala Harris. There's still about 30% of the vote.
Safe and secure.
But again, these aren't the trend lines.
Most popular president of all time,
Look,
ever.
it could all change when that vote comes in. This is where we are right now. This is a snapshot in time. It could all change.
Blue wall is just a code word for plantation cults. It's rogue. Dragon Wise, hookers blow to his beard. Thank you, Ripper. Okay. Appreciate that too. Thank you.
Because of the issue of fracking, and let's look at Allegheny County real quick. This is Pittsburgh. 94% of the vote.
Need to go to bed. I gotta be able to fight. Yeah, man. It's
that's where we stand.
It's just sad, man. Or hilarious. Less sad, I guess, more funny. They can't wrap this shit up in a night.
Do you like fun fact alert? It's picked the president in the last 6 elections.
Yeah, so right now, if that's what you're betting on, Door County is blue. Democrats are on top there. But look, guys, this is a very small number. Door County is not a big county, but it's one that all the political watchers look at because it usually picks the winner almost always of the statewide race in Wisconsin. Right now, it's blue. That's a great sign for Democrats. I'm going to look at another one like I mentioned, Sauk County. This is another one that usually picks the winner. Trump is on top here. Biden won it in 2020, so he's really overperforming, going from 48 to 52. But again, there's still about 30% of the vote that's out there. So we got to wait and see. The big ones we're watching in Wisconsin, as you know, Savannah, Dane County, University of Wisconsin here, the fastest growing area of the state. 75%. She's slightly underperforming there. Again, she has to turn out in these cities because, like the other battleground states, I should say, unlike the other battleground states, there are not large minority groups in Wisconsin. It's the widest of all the battleground states. And then Milwaukee, again, we're going to wait till late to get all the vote in Milwaukee. She's at 66%. 4 years ago, Joe Biden won Milwaukee, and he won the state of Wisconsin with 69%. She's going to have to turn up that vote and hope her voters show up. Guys?
Yeah. We got a lot of vote to count there, though, in Wisconsin.
You could call it the Battle of the Bellwethers if that's what you're looking at.
Showing up with his thumbnails fire. Appreciate it.
Take my Bucks
Who used that? Shout out, Igor.
Up there. It's an interesting one because you've got lower Bucks, central Bucks, upper Bucks, and it looks different in some of those areas. You also have
it's after midnight.
I love it. Get the M&Ms ready, too.
Yes.
But it looks different than like Montgomery County, Delaware County demographically here. And I was in touch with a good Republican source there who thinks that Donald Trump is going to do better. And we're starting to see it in some of these numbers in Bucks than he did in 2020. That said, remember, this was a +4 county for Joe Biden back in 2020. It is represented by a Republican in Congress. So it's one of these places, very, very swingy, and a place that a lot of folks are watching. And I see you nodding your head, Jen.
Yeah, well, I did not grow up in Bucks County, but I've spent a lot of time thinking about Bucks County over the course of many years in politics. You know, looking at county, as Tom was going through it, one of the things that we're seeing over and over again is that she's underperforming where Biden was in 2020. It doesn't mean that's where Biden would have performed, where he's still the nominee, but it does, and that's not just in Pennsylvania, where you're seeing it in Wisconsin, you're seeing it in other places. One of the things as we've watched this results that I've been thinking about that Democrats will have to think about, depending on what happens here, is there's been a realignment of states Democrats focus on. And, you know, Georgia and North Carolina are in many ways like baby blue. And I mean that because they've only been blue for one cycle, right? So they've done that because of organizing on the ground, but they're not reliably blue. And the problem is Ohio and Florida are gone.
Well, in the case of North Carolina, it was baby blue in 2008 and not since.
It hasn't been since. So that's, I don't know what color it is. It's lavender. So yes, exactly. So I think one of the things that they will need to think about, regardless of the outcome, is where the states are that they're going to play. They would love to have
that circle back socket. It is. It's right there.
For them to work out. Maybe it wouldn't for 8 years, but with states off the map, it's like, is it Georgia and North Carolina? Are there places they need to invest? That's one of the challenges too, I think.
Point, I'm getting an increasing number of texts from Democratic sources who are looking at these returns come in, the fact that she's not meeting her benchmarks in these various counties where she needs to, who are really starting to take that reflective tone of Democrats and thinking about the next election cycle need to think about how to better meet voters where they are. Again, we still have a lot of vote to come in. We still have to see what happens with the blue wall. But the fact that this is such a fight for them, the fact that this is a tied race, it's also taking a step back. Voters saying so far, at least, they like Trump.
Well, it's so interesting, too, because I remember in our earlier days in politics, after Republicans lost to Barack Obama, there was the famous autopsy commissioned by the head of the RNC that said and gave some tough love to Republicans, saying, listen, this country is changing demographically. And if you don't get a piece of that pie, you're going nowhere. Well, how interesting that we actually are seeing tonight Donald Trump getting more of the Latino vote. We'll see if he, got a better share of the black vote. I don't think we've seen that in the exit polls yet, but you're starting to see that.
Yeah, that is true. And I also, though, will say it wasn't a policy campaign. Right? There weren't policy proposals that were dueling. To me, it seems much more cultural, what you're seeing.
Well, isn't that the note for Democrats?
That is a harder thing to grapple with. That's my point. It takes a lot of deep soul searching. We don't know what the outcome is going to be. But if you look again to the breakdown, college versus non-college educated, rural versus urban, those are big cultural issues that are beyond whether somebody has an 81-page economic plan or what their other plan is. And that's a different
I disagree
conversation.
with you a little bit, Jen, on that.
Right.
I do think
Level of disagreement. Go ahead.
I do think there was policy, but it was more around the record. So, I mean, Donald Trump was running as the incumbent president without being the incumbent president. He was running on his record primarily prior to COVID and reminding people, whether it was on the immigration, the economy. I mean, I remember when I was on the 2020 campaign prior to
the dude in the middle said a word. No, yeah.
For a Democrat debate.
Letting the women talk.
And an African-American gentleman came up to me and looked around, said, I like your guy because everybody's got work and our paychecks are going up. Now, COVID scrambled everything. But I think a lot of people, especially in those
Eric, how will this affect the roads?
Moving over, they're doing it based off of, well, I remember whether it was the border was secure, the economy was better, prices were lower under.
LG, what's up? I see you in the chat. I just not saw you there. What's up? What's up, everybody, man? I know it's late.
With the benefit of 4 years, and people do it right. Yeah.
It's a bit of a revision. We don't have to argue about this. But it's a bit of a revisionist. It is a revisionist. So to me, that still is a messaging cultural thing and not actually a policy debate. That's what I would.
Believe it or not, Jen's right. I hate to say it. She's fucking correct.
How's it going there, Garrett?
Lester, there's sort of a barely contained sense that the party is really going to get started here at any moment at this Trump election headquarters. Every time a new result is announced on screen behind me, there are huge cheers.
Athema, I appreciate that too.
In here, drinking,
shout out.
Beer, wine, and cocktails for some time now and is ready to celebrate. And I'll just say, anecdotally, it is a younger crowd. It is a younger crowd than other election nights I've covered, other Republican events that I've covered. And I think it reflects something that we've seen in the exit polls, this so-called shift of the bro vote in particular towards Donald Trump, the young men who he has put so central in this campaign. You know, I think about the fact that just today when he was voting, he was asked by another reporter about what he thought one of the most important moments of this campaign was. And he mentioned Joe Rogan, the podcaster, and the fact that he did that podcast interview and then subsequently got Rogan's endorsement, which he made a big part of his closing remarks just last night. Feels like a week ago now. Trump is talking to a different segment of America and has created a different electorate for Republicans than has existed in any other Republican race that I've covered. It's reflected in this room. I think we're seeing it reflected in the states he's putting together, just as you guys were just discussing about kind of what states are in play, what's
the bro vote
and potentially for cycles in the future.
All right, Garrett, thank you. I want to go over to Peter Alexander, your counterpart over at
Why is Arizona stuck if it because it's all gay and retarded?
Well, you can hear the music blaring, but within the crowd right now, it's pretty silent. A lot of glum looks on the faces here over the course of this evening. They've been playing as the returns were coming in on one of the cable channels, and frankly, they weren't the returns that most of the people here in the room
At least they jamming. I mean, they about to catch an L, but at least they got the right music on.
Muted the TV and blasted some music so they could sort of lift the spirits of some of the folks here this evening. I'll tell you, based on an attendee who was at one of the Harris events taking place at a hotel not far from here, the situation there, the scene was described as that of a
Look at all those long faces,
now,
bro.
that doesn't mean this thing is over, but it does give you a sense of the way people are feeling right now. I was with Kamala Harris just yesterday as she was traveling through Pennsylvania at that late night event. Actually, it was just 24 hours ago. She was with Lady Gaga, Ricky Martin, Oprah Winfrey, and she said to the tens of thousands gathered that momentum is on our side, but clearly there is a different message being communicated now in the form of that document that was obtained by NBC News, the statement sent by the campaign chair, Jen O'Malley Dillon, saying basically that we always knew this race was going to be tight, and increasingly it appears that they believe the blue wall states are their
It's a jam.
path going forward at this time.
Hotel Phil is one of my favorite songs.
Seems to be
I mean, anything New Jack, I'm all over.
It's not the end of the road. Jen O'Malley Dillon also saying we're going to keep at it tomorrow, but we wait to hear from Kamala Harris, of course, in the course of the next couple of hours. We'll let you know.
Jen, how important are notes like that? Not for our consumption, but for the consumption of the campaign.
Hugely important. I think people forget. I've been on winning presidential campaigns and losing ones. Feels better when you win. Just state the obvious. But
I agree.
you know, there we go. We can agree. But you know, this is a team that has been many of them through a massive transition just 107 days ago, where many of them signed up to work for somebody slightly different. And Joe Biden, you know, it's been. They've been working
as nearly 12 hours in the plane Dragon Age. He needs an intervention.
And it's just to keep.
What is he on, like part 5 or 6? We'll be talking about it tomorrow for sure.
Earlier in the evening, they were trying to keep them in line and all this, but now you're at a point where you have no control.
You don't, but you need to keep the campaign team's spirits up, because they're continuing to talk to voters and counsel people who may have questions, and they're still a part of this big team that's been working to elect.
What are the polymark?
Has not happened yet, and so they need to keep them all their spirits up. That's the goal.
You say the end hasn't happened yet. I mean, do you still hold out hope that there's a path? I mean, a reasonable path?
Well, look, I think it becomes, as I said earlier, more and more challenging.
Polymarket has 96.8% Donald
the
Trump.
blue wall looks like the primary possible path, and as you see her underperforming Biden in a number of these counties, that makes it more challenging. Now, there are still, if you talk to Democrats, which I have, they believe there are votes that are still coming in Philadelphia. There are still votes coming in cities. That's often how these nights go.
Yeah, they're looking for that random box.
That's what happens
in the back of the
internally
U-Haul that they forgot
If
about.
you're on the campaign right now, you're feeling pretty down, because there are places you wanted to have in your win column to give you more space and breathing room, and you don't have them in this moment.
As we talk about this idea of the Democratic brand, Jen, and as you've been having this conversation here, I just want to throw out a data point to the table here, because there is a ballot initiative that has just passed in a state that enshrines a right to paid sick leave and a higher minimum wage, and it passed with 59% support. If I were to say that, maybe you'd say blue state, probably, right?
California, right?
Missouri. right? A state that we called almost right away for former President Trump here, which I think speaks to what you're getting at here, this idea of a realignment in this moment. You've talked about it. Chuck's talked about it. We've had that conversation here at the table.
I also think Hallie had the opportunity to interview Vice President Kamala Harris, and you asked her a fascinating question. Do you think the country is ready for a Black woman president?
She's not Black.
And she said yes. And depending on how this night goes, I think that will be one of the questions that gets asked.
This is the piece that, and again, we don't know what the outcome is
Yes.
yet. But I think when Hillary Clinton lost, a lot of people felt like, a lot of women, a lot of Democrats felt like there's never going to be a woman in my lifetime, right? And I think one of the things that is going to be a challenge if Harris loses is that there will be Democrats who will not want to take a risk on a woman, on someone who's diverse, because they'll think, I like that person, but the country's not ready. Here's the thing. The country's not ready until the country is ready with Barack Obama.
Yeah.
There's a range of factors that lead to the win or loss of anyone, and we don't know what's happened yet, that will all have to be delved into, but I do worry about that if she loses.
We do know it is something that she leaned out of in her
Yes.
campaign, unlike Hillary Clinton in 2016. It was not something, she didn't open her stump speeches with that idea. I mean, she talks about it, and she talked about it with me. She's talked about it with all of you here too, that it would be the president for all Americans, and that she is sort of putting her head down and grinding it out.
But her if she loses, it won't be because women didn't turn out. It won't be because of women, right? It won't be because she pulled back a lot of the Democratic base that had gone away and were double haters, as we called them for a long time, before there was a switch at the top of the ticket. And that is actually how Barack Obama also ran and won, which he didn't lead with the historic nature of his candidacy on his sleeve. There will be a lot of people who second guess that if she loses.
But if she loses, it may also be because there are tremendous headwinds in terms of an unpopular incumbent and people feeling terrible about the economy. And even if inflation is down to 2%, sometimes the stuff you feel, your gas prices, your groceries, it doesn't feel that way. So that may also be the rationale.
That's exactly my point. I was trying to make earlier, and you just did it in a more articulate way, which is that there will be there are always leaps to conclusion in both parties when your candidate loses, or if they lose. And again, we don't know yet, but and people will leap to different ones, right? The country isn't ready for a woman. The country isn't ready for
Well, that's what y'all are going to lead with because you're retarded.
There are a lot of factors that play into the win or loss. And I think if she loses, I'm hopeful people will look at the broad scope of where the country is, the cultural divides, the rural-urban divides.
No, we have to lose brain cells together. I don't want to watch
Factors at play in presidential races.
from the guys that are generally on the quote-unquote right. I want to hear how, because it looks like they're going to
you have a very young, good
not win. I want to hear from the leftists how they are going to handle this shit.
Gretchen Whitmer.
So we got to
could
suffer.
Possibly bridge that gap, and as opposed to saddling them with the L, if they would have joined the ticket with the vice president, or if they had replaced the vice president and become the nominee with 100 and some days out in a very difficult situation, I think you would have been weaker as a party for it.
Well, yeah. I mean, look, I think that if she loses and Donald Trump wins, there will be
I never had to do a how my wife. You shot
her
not black.
Like we're in the state of an emergency, and I think that is how people will respond and feel, and they will be looking for hope, a resistance, an opposition. And there are a lot of people on the Democratic bench. You mentioned some of them were in the beef steaks we all lived through this summer. Some of them were not, who I would expect would all be out there on everybody's shows in the coming days.
Well, and that's what makes the timing, I think, of President Biden's decision to step down after the debate something that, if she does in fact lose, will be under a microscope, because of course there was so much discussion even over the summer about potentially having an open primary and having that fight play out within the Democratic Party. So I think it's one of the big questions moving forward.
And you mentioned debate. We haven't really talked about that. There was no second.
He finally
debate.
speaks.
And you
That's
have
right.
to wonder how that affected the trajectory of this race, because by most accounts, he didn't perform well in his first debate with Harris.
True. And I also think that it throws into question a lot of things. I mean, I think anybody who watched that debate objectively felt she outperformed him in that debate. If she doesn't win, yes,
I don't know
maybe
about
there
that.
should have been a second debate, but do debates matter? They should matter. They're the public being able to see the candidates. She has a far superior ground operation that has been invested in across the country. The Republican state parties you can disagree with me here, of course, are falling apart in many states in the country. That will throw into question, does that matter? It should matter, but it will throw that into question. So yes, not a second debate, not an opportunity for people to see them person to person. The first one definitely benefited her, but if she doesn't win, it didn't benefit her enough to put her in the White House.
Well, we've got a lot to talk about. We're still waiting on a lot of numbers from the battleground states and the road to 270. We'll be right back after this break.
Yeah, I don't know if we're gonna get these results tonight, guys. Being honest. Definitely with Pennsylvania being so close. I think Pennsylvania is all, but if he wins that, it's over. And as we've seen, both CBS and these clowns, too close to call, and it might take a couple of days. So who knows? Who knows, bros? Who fucking knows? All right. Hold on. $2. Oh, I got that. I got the super sticker. My bad. Almost sounds like The View. Oh, it's bad. That's why we're watching it. We got to hear it from those guys. It wouldn't be as fun to just watch like Tucker Carlson and fucking Ben Shapiro or somebody like just analyzing everything. It wouldn't be as fun. We got to hear from the guys who. I mean, even if Trump lost, I mean, you see what's going on in the House right now. Let's see, in the Senate. Yeah. So they're already calling a Senate majority for the GOP there. So it's still not preferable of a situation there. And in the House so far, they've gained one seat. I thought it was higher than that. So yeah, we'll see. Smell 2020 BS again. I mean, look, it's very possible. Definitely with Pennsylvania. I mean, they might find a box that was in the back that they just forgot about in the back of the U-Haul that they finally brought in at 3 a.m. in the morning.
Nevada, it's 6 electoral votes. It's too early to call. That's NBC News characterization of the race. You can see Donald Trump appears to be well out in front right now, but again, too close to call. Georgia, that is also too close to call. A 118.
Bro, just call Georgia. Get this shit over
look
with.
At the other battleground, Michigan, 15 electoral votes in play. Too close to call. Donald Trump with a narrow lead of Kamala Harris as we continue to watch this one unfold.
Let's zoom in on Michigan with Tom Yamas. What you got?
Hey, guys. Okay, so we have now more than 50% of the vote is in Michigan, as you mentioned, Lester. 15 electoral votes. This was Biden's largest margin of victory in 2020 when it came to the battleground states. Almost the whole game is Wayne County. It's Detroit. Not enough vote there. About a quarter of the vote is in. We can't really make any projections or calls here because so much of that vote is out. But just to give you an idea of where Biden was in 2020, again, a lot of this vote is out. So I don't want to spend too much time on this, but 68% tonight, right now, Harris at this point in time is at 58%. Not a great number for her. It is a tale of two suburbs in Michigan, right? You have Oakland County. This is where Kamala Harris did that rally, or I should say that town hall with Oprah Winfrey. This is one of the wealthiest counties in all of Michigan. Pontiac, Michigan is here, the suburbs of Detroit. This is where Biden was in 2020, 56%. This is where Harris is tonight, 53%. There's still about 20% of the vote. Just over Macomb County. Now, this is a little more.
So, for what I picked up in these battleground states, the counties, most of them, though there is some exception,
only about
most of them show that in comparison to 2020, Kamala is doing worse than what Biden was, even in the ones that she's winning. But like here, you have you have the exceptions, but most of them have seen the other way around.
This is the University of Michigan. Go Big Blue if you're a fan out there. 71% of the vote is in. Remember, this is a college county. Democrats have to do very well here. Biden, 72%. Tonight, Harris is underperforming right now with almost three quarters of the vote in. Ingham County, again, another college county.
Maybe has 51 votes. Yeah, we just looked at that. Shows that they have a majority in the Senate.
56.9. I want to see some Trump barometers right now. Cass County, Trump's at 66%. 4 years ago, he was at 63. So again, the story of Trump overperforming in those rural counties, we're seeing it as well in Michigan. Still, a lot of the vote is out, though. Look, we still need half the vote to come in. A lot of that's going to be Detroit, as we know. I'm going to look at Saginaw. This is a battleground county. This is where she toured that semiconductor plant. We don't see much there. There's only 1% of the vote in. I don't want to draw anything from there. We're going to check Kalamazoo. She appeared here with Michelle Obama. It was the Harris and Michelle Obama appearance. Only 13% of the vote in, and she's slightly underperforming. Guys, a lot of the vote is still out in Michigan, but the trend line
Jedi Shredder says
we're sort of seeing in Michigan as well.
Let me just pull up the comment.
Again, I don't want to draw too much from that because there's
after what I've seen, I trust nothing. This all looks very suspect, not giving away too much optimism. As an aside, it's awesome seeing you absolutely kill it. All the best, Rip. Appreciate that. Yeah, man. I'm right there with you on that. Like, yeah, again, how I feel about elections aside, you can't go through what happened in 2020 and think that can't happen again. Especially with Pennsylvania, right? They're already talking about it might take a couple of days. That in itself tells me that somebody is searching for a box that maybe wasn't there at first, but oh wait, man, we forgot to get it out the back of the U-Haul. We need to count these ballots. Wait, they all of them seem to go towards one candidate, and it ain't the guy that wears the red hat.
Would be completed. So we haven't received word that has been finalized, but that was the estimate earlier in the evening. We know that absentee ballots, around 95% of that had been pre-processed before Election Day. So the overwhelming bulk of absentee ballots
that spells good for Trump for what we're talking about, that the absentee ballots, most of them have been counted, but this is talking about Michigan. Penn, I don't know if they know what the fuck they're doing over there.
Along in tabulation, including for here in Detroit, than was anticipated. Her initial estimate before Election Day was by midday Wednesday. So today, we would have
whoa, how that box get us? What's gonna happen, man? Like sooner now. If they are gonna pull out the stops, it'll be oh shit, we forgot about it. It's 3 a.m.
If they're postmarked by Tuesday, they can be counted if they're received by a week from yesterday, which would be Tuesday, the 12th. Back to you guys.
All right, thanks, Jesse. And in Battleground, Georgia, Ellison Barbers in Gwinnett County. Ellison, what's it looking like there?
Hey, Lester, it's starting to get a lot quieter in this tabulation center, and that's because for the most part, they're almost done here. We're told by election officials in this county, there is one precinct that is still out of the 156, 155 have been counted. They're still counting one final precinct and a few absentee ballots, but voter turnout here has surpassed what we saw in 2020. That's something both Democrats and Republicans were hoping for. But what Republicans were hoping for specifically was that Trump could maybe get a couple percentage points above the 40% that he had in this state back in 2020, and that it would be enough to chip into Harris's margins and the Democrats' margins here and then carry the state. And right now, he's a little over 41% of the vote in this county. So it looks like what they were hoping would happen here in terms of those couple extra percentage points might have happened. I will remind you when we're talking about Georgia, think of what happened here back in 2022 in the midterms, where you had Trump endorsing candidates in the Senate race, in the gubernatorial race, and in the Secretary of State race. All of the candidates he'd backed lost that election cycle. The state essentially seemed to be rebuking Donald Trump. Tonight, Lester, it seems like we're seeing a very different Georgia than what we saw in 2020.
Or was there shenanigans the first time around?
All right, let's go out west. Reno, Nevada. Steve Patterson.
I don't know.
In Washoe County. Tell us what you're seeing there.
democracy in action, Savannah. We're in the tabulation center. The
Fuck
machines
off.
are humming. The ballots are coming in from polling places all across the county, although it is now abundantly clear that the workers you see over my shoulder are going to be here for a while. That is because we just heard from an election official about 10, 15 minutes ago to say that people are still voting. It is, 2.5 hours past when polls were supposed to close. People that are still in line can still vote, and they are still voting. We're hearing that there's a polling place, a tribal community that has about 50 people still in line. It is going to take a while for those.
How the fuck? How we mean? How they got 50?
Come in today
What?
have to wait to be counted until the very last person in Nevada takes their turn.
Oh, why do y'all get mad at me when I call this shit a charade? I don't. Y'all are seeing what I'm seeing and hearing what I'm hearing, right? Does that sound like
That is because we're hearing same-day
like
registration
legit,
spiking,
or is it just me?
College students realize, you know what? I think I am going to vote, and so they signed up to vote on the same day, clogged the system a little bit. None of this is to say that this is any indication that there's anything wrong, any indication of fraud. It just means that the system is taking a while, and as we often report in the Silver State, it may take a minute before we get totals here. Back to you.
All right, Steve, thanks very much. NBC News senior legal correspondent Laura Jarrett joins us now. She's at the Vote Watch desk with an update on the abortion measures on the ballots in several states.
Hey guys, yeah, we've been tracking these across 10 different states tonight, and at least so far, we can make calls for 4 different states, and it's worth noting here, the places where the abortion referendums have actually gone through and passed are places where abortion rights are not in jeopardy, places like Colorado, where abortion is easily on the ballot there and has managed to pass. The first one, New York, again, obviously you can still get an abortion in New York, but there was part of a package of anti-discrimination laws to try to shore up these rights. Again, these are constitutional amendments. The next one, in Maryland, you can get an abortion up to the point of viability, around 24 weeks of pregnancy now.
I'm about to throw up.
Enshrined in the Constitution. The big exception here, guys, Florida. That one was different because it required a supermajority.
Like, what are we doing? 20? What are we doing?
Did not meet that threshold, falling just above.
Y'all are going to hell. I'm gonna just be honest with you.
The abortion referendum failed. It will not enshrine constitutional rights to abortion in the state of Florida, and the 6-week ban will stand there. Guys,
24 weeks, like,
other states like South Dakota,
go to hell, straight up.
Missouri, Nebraska.
I don't gotta tell you to go there because you'll have a warm seat there waiting for your ass.
Send it back to you guys.
All right, Laura,
The
thanks
fuck?
very much.
We've got a new guest on our panel. We've got former Housing and Urban Development Secretary, Democrat Julian Castro, and Republican Mark Lauder remains with us. He was the communications director for Trump's 2020 campaign. Nice to have you both with us. Congressman, I have to ask you about the Latino vote, because we're looking at an exit poll that shows Latino men broke for Trump by 10 points. They went for Biden by 23. That's a 33-point swing. How do you make sense of that?
Yeah, I think all of us are trying to make sense of that. Look, this is one exit poll, so I'm not prepared to draw complete conclusions from this, but I think it's safe to say, right? We've seen enough evidence that there was a significant shift among Latinos. I attribute that to several things. I think that you were talking about divides earlier, right? There's this, in this Trump era, the rural-urban divide, also around educational background. I think that's true in the Latino community too. If you notice, particularly in these places that are more small town and rural, he has picked up significant Latino support. I think we're seeing that in places like Pennsylvania. In addition to that, from what I could gather, the economic message really resonated. You have to remember, this is a working class community by and large, and all of those messages he stuck to about we had the greatest economy and, look how bad inflation is and so forth. I think that played well this year. I'll be interested to see whether there's a difference in Nevada and Arizona. Those are states where the Latino community is much more organized and has been by Democrats for longer than in places like Pennsylvania or some of the other battleground states.
We've got to make a call here, Secretary. This is NBC News projection in the.
Oh shit! They finally called it.
News projects that Donald Trump
took you fucking 3 hours, but they finally called it.
There's the breakdown right now, 118,000 vote margin. But again, Donald Trump, the projected winner. This is a big call here on a night in which we've waited quite some time for some of these important battleground calls. Here's what the road to 270 looks like. Donald
If he
Trump
gets
drawing
pinned,
closer
bros,
now.
it's
That magic
over.
number He's at 246, Harris at 189.
Well, this means it's blue wall or bust for Kamala Harris. It's Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, and Michigan, or there is no path to 270.
Yeah, I just said that.
We'll continue to keep an eye on this as we await results in those big industrial Midwest states, as well as the battlegrounds out west. We're going to pause a moment. We want to let the local stations hit their local news, and we'll be back in a moment.
Yeah, it took them a while. I mean, the writing was on the wall there with Georgia, but they did not want to call it. CBS didn't want to call it. Nobody wanted to call it. But they finally called it. So I guess it was too much of a lead to where they said, fuck it.
And welcome back. That news is sinking in that Georgia will go into the Donald Trump column here tonight. Certainly a major piece on and putting Donald Trump even closer to that magic 270.
I was just looking over at Tom, who's doing the back of the envelope math here. So
I'm giving
show
up
us
the
our
scenario
map
here. I just want to make this very simple for us here and also our viewers at home. So we projected Georgia and North Carolina for former President Trump to go back to the White House. Look at his number right here, 252. If he wins Pennsylvania,
it's done. It's that's I said. It's over.
Pennsylvania right now for Republicans.
That's it. That's the game. That's the ball game right there. Pin.
Because now she no longer has a Sun Belt strategy. She's lost Georgia. She's lost North Carolina. If she
that
wins
motherfucker
Nevada
Trump got
and
the whole
Arizona,
South.
she's still going to have
That's
to pick
crazy.
off 2 states in the blue wall. She no longer has that path. Listen, if
I know
if
some of
wins
y'all
the entire
consider
blue wall, yes, she'll go back to the White
Virginia and
House.
all
That
that
is still
shit.
an
The
option
South
for her.
and
Listen,
shit. I
Wisconsin,
happen to disagree.
Michigan,
Don't
and
hate me for it
Pennsylvania.
though.
She has to win all 3. But it looks like this is the entire game for her right now, guys. By
Some of the
losing North
Carolinas
Carolina,
and shit.
losing Georgia, things have just gotten much easier for former President Trump. We're going to be watching Pennsylvania more than ever before right now because those 19 electoral votes will put him over the top if we project that state for him. Guys?
All right, Tom, thanks very much. So we'll turn to Secretary Castro here. Your thoughts on, at this point, where we are and where this is going to go?
It feels like 2016. Honestly, it feels like 2016. And just the path becoming smaller and smaller.
He's sad. Y'all
Y'all
hear that in his voice? It was like
we saw a lot of enthusiasm today, and so it's
started to feel
possible
like
that you have
2016.
significant election day voting that could change this. But what I've noticed is just in county after county in Pennsylvania that he's been overperforming and that she's been underperforming.
he knows it's over. He knows. Well, I don't want to say he knows it's over. He knows that somebody's got to find the box in the back of the U-Haul, or it's over.
You can't say they didn't park in Pennsylvania. They did, and they have this superior organization. Most analysts think. What do you think was the difference maker?
I think she was put in a very difficult position by President Biden.
I hate to interrupt you, I'm sorry, but we have a call in the U.S. Senate that will change the balance of power in the U.S. Senate. NBC News now calling GOP control of the Senate.
That's with the victory of Deb Fischer, the incumbent in Nebraska, who was given quite the run for her money from an independent there, Dan Osborne, who said he wouldn't caucus with either side. But it went down to the wire. But in the end, the Nebraska Senate goes back to the Republicans, and that gives a leg up to Republicans and the gains they need to take control of the Senate.
They should have won it based on how the map looks. And it obviously we are now projecting that they have it here. You've got that Nebraska pickup. Montana is still hanging out there. I'm also looking at some of these other races that are very, very close where there are Democratic incumbents in the Senate. So this is significant, obviously, for the balance of power in Congress and for whoever ends up in the White House, especially if it is former President Trump. A lot of eyes are going to be on what the House does, where the House goes here, with that landscape looking very different, of course, those critical races.
Why don't we ask Ryan Nobles, our colleague who is here somewhere?
He covers it.
He covers Capitol
He
Hill.
covers
Ryan, what we know now is the Republicans have control.
No, I wasn't expecting to do a live stream at all today, to be honest.
A very vulnerable Democratic seat.
Like it was like
Montana,
I tweeted about it. I said I might do one, and but I had a lot of work to do, and I got a lot of it done. Particularly, there was one big edit that I needed to do, and I finally got through all of my edits. So I was like, you know what? Fuck it. I don't stream a lot these days. Special occasion. Usually I'm at Blaze. For election coverage. I'm not there today. I figured, fuck it.
the elections were expected to be very competitive, and we see that playing out here in a big way tonight. I do think perhaps the most interesting dynamic that's
Kicking
now
it
playing out
old
at
school
this
like it's
hour
2020.
Senate Republicans were
2016
confident
days.
of winning the majority, but they were very much talking to us about the idea of 50+1. They just wanted 51 seats to make sure that they would have the Senate majority leader, that they could control the legislation that came on and off the Senate floor. They're now talking about perhaps significant margins. They are
Everybody
now
go to
looking
bed.
at
Can you
that blue
please call
wall
someone a
the same way
dickhead?
that we are looking at the blue wall in terms of the race for president and seeing real opportunities for pickups in places like Wisconsin, in places like Michigan.
I saw a whole convoy of trucks
These were
pulling the
areas
pen.
where
Don't tell me they found
Democrats
more.
were
Hey,
hopeful because they had
it's on the
strong incumbents
table.
there,
It's
or they had
pen. It's on the table.
challengers, people running in open seats like in Michigan, who they thought they
That's why it's like, okay, with that, with them already conceding that this might take a couple of days, right? With Penn,
candidates along with him in states along that blue wall.
they might
And then
found
there's two other
a couple of boxes in the back of the budget truck.
But we also have Nevada and Arizona. Arizona Republicans were not that bullish on. They did not have high hopes for Carrie Lake, the candidate there. The scenario in which they thought Carrie Lake could win is the scenario that we see playing out right now. And that was a big Donald Trump victory that would bring her across the finish line. So there's no doubt that there are a lot of very happy people in the Senate Republican caucus. And this is going to be a very different looking Senate Republican caucus, one that might look a lot more like the House Republican caucus that we've covered over the past couple of election cycles. So there's no
Boxes,
doubt
they got a
there's gonna be
whole
lot of
shipping
change in
container
Washington
ready
as a
to
result of
burst
what we see
open.
playing out here.
Yeah, different leadership too. Senator McConnell stepping aside there. Let's go
House
to Kelly
Pennsylvania
O'Donnell,
not done.
who's also there.
Shenanigans. I mean, if I'm gonna be completely honest with you, I can say that on YouTube now. But
The House of Representatives, and we may be waiting for weeks for that
I
one.
can say a lot of y'all have a lot more faith
Well, certainly
in
the Senate
elections than I do. And I recognize that. But I don't see how anybody looks at this shit and is like, yeah, man, this is fair, balanced, and it don't take this long to do shit. And we see it in action with a state like Florida, who could get the shit done in 9 hours. And then you mean to tell me these other motherfuckers are like, and that again, bigger population. And then these other cats are like, it's going to take a couple of days.
Ryan mentioned, and as we've talked about tonight, the expectation was that this was likely because there's a third of the Senate that is up every 2 years, 34 seats this time. And it was favorable territory for Republicans. But for the partnership between a White House and at least one chamber of the Senate, of the Congress, it makes such a difference. Now, Donald Trump has not always courted those Republicans. He has such a grasp over his party, not always wanting to work with them in terms of governing and getting things done. But he has infused his brand, his personality into this Republican caucus, and that will mean sort of a Trump-style reflection in the Senate, perhaps more than we saw in his first term, because you won't have Mitch McConnell in a leadership position.
All right, we want to go to Harris headquarters. Cedric Richmond, who is, of course, the head of the DNC, about to address the crowd there. Let's listen in.
Good evening, Howard. Good evening, HU. I want to say good evening to all of the Harris campaign, the campaign family. Thank you for all that you have done. Thank you for being here. Thank you for believing in the promise of America. We still have votes to count. We still have states that have not been called yet. We will continue overnight to fight to make sure that every vote is counted.
I'm telling you, man, I don't know why y'all believe this shit as much as y'all do. When I hear someone say shit like that, like, yeah, man, we're gonna be doing this tonight. Like, what do you mean? You're on the East Coast. Ain't Howard in DC?
To address not only the HU family, not only to address our supporters, but to address the nation.
Penn's the East Coast.
So thank you.
And that's the determinant, right? Why is it taking these fuckers so long?
And go HU and go Harris. Thank you all.
Richmond, who is, of course, the co-chair of the Harris campaign. I misspoke earlier. Apologies for that, saying that we will not hear from Kamala Harris tonight, but we will hear from her tomorrow. We've got Julian Castro here. What do you make of that? What are your tea leaves showing you?
It reminds me of John Podesta coming
Oh,
out
so everybody's
of the
going home
Veterans
now.
Center, around the same time. Maybe that was a little bit later in 2016.
If I recall, the race hadn't been called.
Had not been.
When he first came out.
It was called probably an hour and a half later, if I remember correctly. Look, I think it's important to note this is a different year. There are still votes to be counted. None of those battleground states have been counted, but it feels eerily similar to 2016.
The parallels are really striking. If you were there at the Javits Center, which I was, to see not the candidate herself come out, but to see, in this case, Cedric Richmond, just as John Podesta came out. And again, I think the themes, one of the questions that we were looking at in 2016 was the fact that Hillary Clinton didn't visit Michigan, for example. This was very different. Vice President Kamala Harris went everywhere.
She showed up in Wisconsin.
Of the
She showed up in
battleground
those
states.
blue wall
But
states.
again, her messaging.
She's in the bunker.
We all noted this at the time. Her closing messaging really focused on the issue of democracy, when polls showed issues like the economy, like reproductive rights, were really the top issues for voters. So that's undoubtedly one
although
thing
in our
that we
exit polls, threat to democracy is the number one issue. It's just that it's in the eye of the beholder, and it means different things. I mean, Mark Lauder's here, a veteran of Republican campaigns and the Trump campaign in 2020. I mean, a threat to democracy, I think, is, the pollsters, we're going to all have to come and workshop a different way of putting it, because for Democrats, it certainly means January 6th and some of those, extra legal.
No way y'all
non-legal
still talking
moves
about
to
that.
try to hold on to power in 2020. For Republicans, it might mean cultural changes to the way our way of life, things that threaten. It could be a number of cultural issues that they think are just as existential, and it's really about the direction of the country.
Yeah, well, I don't obviously I don't speak for every Republican. I do think there are a lot, though, that believe the threat to democracy also is packing the Supreme Court. It is the use of the lawfare, whether it was in New York, whether it was the special counsel, for things that really, like, as we often describe it, the New York case was about accounting and a paperwork issue. And yet he was, fined hundreds of millions of dollars, faces jail time. So those kinds of things, I think, also resonate for many. But I know we've talked about a lot about the 2016, and I was on that campaign as well with then Governor Pence, obviously part of the Trump campaign. It reminds me of 2016 in so many ways because of the theory. It's not you have to win wow counties or you have to do. I'll use the McDonald's reference because it's an iconic photo. He supersized 2016 and said, I'm going to grow my rural numbers, and then I'm going to take them up in another level even more.
Well, as we go to a commercial break, there's the side-by-side picture. If you were just
some of the other cats going home
loudly.
The other guys are cheering and
Harris,
dancing the
campaign
YMCA.
headquarters for the night as people are packing up and leaving, told they will not see the candidate tonight as they process some unhelpful trends for them. On the right side, the Trump gathering in West Palm Beach tonight, where we have seen dancing and celebration. Again, the race has not been called yet, but they, like everyone else watching some interesting trend lines, have seemed to be pointing in that direction. We'll take a break here. Still be with us, and we'll be right back.
60% of the vote in. I'm seeing a lot of red lining up and down Lake Michigan. And
we're probably, I'm telling you guys, we might not be getting pinned tonight, bro. And I think that's going to be what determines the election. It's going to be Pennsylvania. And shout out to, who's out there doing work? Cliff in Pennsylvania. But man, I was watching some stupid meme video on Twitter, and it says Donald Trump in elections versus women, and it's basically LeBron hitting a bunch of shots. Fucking childish. Prince Revolver says, I wonder how many non-Americans helped Kamala Harris. Hey, Lost Braves fan, 54 months in the game, says, wish it was a good libertarian in the White House. Yeah. They had their chance. Instead, they wanted fucking John McCain and Mitt Romney. And I bitch about it every time someone brings it up because I will never let people that voted live that down. You had an opportunity to have the most liberty-minded candidate ever. I would say ever. I would say ever. I wouldn't say like that year. I would say ever. And you wanted John McCain and Mitt fucking Romney. Unbelievable. Unfucking believable. Tanner Black with a 27 month says, salute to you. The left is doing the boys in the hood punching the air meme collectively. Shout out, Terry. What's up with you, bro? Love to see you here, homie. What they talking about here? Let's check in.
We're still waiting for a number of results, but among the top states that we're looking for now that they have these pickups, which have given them control, Arizona, Ruben Gallego and Kari Lake, we still haven't called that race. The Montana race is such a fascinating one. Senator John Tester trying to win re-election against Tim Sheehy. Tim Sheehy is a somewhat controversial candidate, and yet it looks like John Tester could potentially be poised for defeat. We'll have to see how that race goes.
It's a very red state, Montana, so he was one of the most vulnerable incumbents.
Absolutely. And when Republicans were eyeing how are we going to win the Senate, this was the race that they continued to reference. We're also waiting for Pennsylvania. Senator Bob Casey looking for a fourth term against Dave McCormick, Trump-backed businessman Dave McCormick. So we're watching, and Tammy Baldwin, by the way, also in Wisconsin is looking for re-election.
How about Michigan? We've got an open seat, a Democratic retirement.
In Michigan, absolutely. You have Alyssa Slotkin and Mike Rogers running very close. And again, I keep making this point. Some of these Democratic candidates actually looked like they had a good shot at winning re-election. And then the polls have just completely narrowed, which is what we've seen at the top of the ticket as well. And we continue to ask this question, will we see any ticket splitters?
The ticket splitter, which just brings me right to Holly. I think we were wondering if you might see, a Trump Slotkin in Michigan or
right.
Trump Baldwin in Wisconsin. We don't see a lot of ticket splitting in the modern political
That's
era.
exactly right, because people are divided. Let's see how this goes, though, because we haven't called some of these races, right, where these Democrats are vulnerable in some of these. I mean, listen, we're talking about the blue wall in some of these blue wall states. And remember why the margin matters in the Senate. Not just for funsies. It's because there's a couple of Republicans in the Senate who would be potentially likely to buck Donald Trump if he were to win the White House on some issues. I'm thinking Susan Collins, Lisa Murkowski. If Republicans can build up that margin, that won't matter.
They yapping, yeah. I mean, that's all they're going to do. They have to be fair.
How this all plays out tonight. We've got more ahead. Let's check back right now with the presidential race and the road to 270.
Because Pennsylvania, they won't call it. I mean, because I guess they're looking for those boxes in the back of the budget truck.
Battleground states have been called, and we just got word from Harris headquarters and the co-chair of the campaign, Cedric Richmond, that we will not be seeing Kamala Harris tonight, but we will see her tomorrow. Let's go to Harris headquarters. Peter Alexander, our correspondent, right there. So what are you hearing? What is the decision-making process there?
Savannah, we did just hear from Cedric Richmond making the announcement to the thousands who had gathered here. Frankly, many of them had already left as we approached 1 o'clock, saying that they would not hear from the Vice President Kamala Harris tonight, instead saying that she would speak to her supporters, not just here at Howard University, her alma mater, but to the nation as well, in an address that would take place at some point tomorrow. No specifics on when that would occur. For those who have kept track of the Trump era, you'll remember in 2016, a very similar circumstance there at the Javits Center in New York City at Hillary Clinton headquarters, where one of her top aides, John Podesta, came out and spoke to the crowd saying she wouldn't be speaking. Ultimately, she conceded the next morning, Wednesday morning. So a lot of votes still out there. No plans for any concessions, certainly at this point. But I can tell you, in conversations we've had with a series of individuals, including a Democrat who was attending a donor event that was taking place at one of the glitzy hotels not far from where we are here in Washington, D.C., they say the atmosphere there was like a funeral. Another person said that the situation, in their words, was just, quote, not good right now.
Said like a funeral.
From Jen O'Malley Dillon. She is the campaign chair. She had what was in effect a sort of pep talk for the forces, the campaign staff, telling them all to get some sleep and that they would come back and finish this off strong tomorrow. So
barbecue bits too.
At the end of the evening.
Hell, the reverse hashtag Ice and Golden. Trump says barbecue bits. Shout out, man. What's up with you?
Like they had the momentum. They felt like the vibes were on their side. It quickly appeared clear that, you know, despite her effort to say that we're not going back, that they may be returning to the figures.
No, you're going back. Is what he wanted to say.
To defeat Donald Trump that go around. So many blanks.
Yeah, I had some comments that were being put on my page about folks saying that, hey man, we're not going back. Trolls and shit. It's like, oh, unless y'all can find those boxes, but it's still, I mean, you can get those boxes and pen out of the budget truck at 2 a.m., 3 a.m.
For the television to be muted.
That's still on the table now.
Hawaii, Colorado, other places that Harris won, they turned them on and got cheers for that. Instead, they blasted music to try to sort of distract from the situation, try to give a little pick-me-up to the people here.
All right, Peter, thank you so much. Want to go over to Garrett Hake, who's at Trump headquarters in Florida, where it looks like the party is still going. And of course, the question is whether or not we will hear from the former president tonight.
Yeah, Savannah, Trump supporters reveling in the news that they're getting here in this ballroom just over the last half hour or so. Huge cheers in this room as the network's called Georgia for the former president, and a loud chorus of boos when Cedric Richmond took the stage in Washington to announce that Vice President Harris would not be speaking. There has been movement from Mar-a-Lago across the Intercoastal Waterway towards West Palm Beach of Trump supporters. The party there emptying out a lot of the folks he had been with. Governor Burgum, for example.
Oh, I'm muted. Dark Ultra with a 44 month says, how much you want to bet Kamala's going to be reading from a teleprompter when she gives the next speech?
Okay, thank you.
We've got another call to make here. I believe this is the state of New Mexico. NBC News projecting that Kamala Harris will win in New Mexico, 5 electoral votes.
No surprise.
Breakdown right now, you see the difference, 43,000, 95% of the vote in there, so very little left to count. Where does that bring us to in the road to 270? Donald Trump at 246.
Josh Kelsey with a 20. No message. Just drops 20 and bounces. I respect that. Appreciate y'all, man. Y'all hanging out with me as long as I have. I think this is the longest that I've streamed maybe on my channel since the launch of the Riververse.
Northampton County. This is Easton, PA, right now.
3 hours in.
South central suburbs. 95% of the vote is in. Trump is there with 51%. Remember, Biden won this in 2020. So Trump able to flip that bellwether county. There's still some vote out, but it's unclear if Harris can catch up. Erie County. We haven't talked enough about Erie County tonight. This is one of those swing counties that we watch in Western PA. Biden won it in 2020. Tonight, Trump is on top. There's about 3,000 votes still left to be counted here. It's unclear. She's going to have to get all those votes if she wants to flip that county back blue. Let's go to the collar counties in Philadelphia. Let's talk about what we have here. So we want to compare to 2020 to see how she's driving out the vote. Underperforming right now in Chester County. Still 20% of the vote is out there. Montgomery County. 86% of the vote is in. 60.
So this is why PN looks like it could win. Go swing to Trump because
2.9, slightly underperforming there.
You're looking at basically underperforming by Harris, which obviously means overperforming for Trump in comparison to 2020. So something nefarious would have to happen or go on in order for, because that's been the trend. Even flipping, like we see right here. There's been a few exceptions, but most of the counties have been him overperforming
50%, still some
in
votes
comparison to
counted there.
2020. That is.
Those aren't promising numbers in the collar counties right now. And the bellwethers, one in the east, one in the west, showing signs that Pennsylvania could turn red. Still a lot of vote out, guys. But this may be one of the reasons, and we don't know why Vice President Harris decided not to speak tonight, but this may be one of the reasons why.
Because yeah, if he wins Pennsylvania, this
if
shit
she
is
doesn't win
wrapped up.
Pennsylvania, there is no longer a path for her.
It's over.
And you're seeing some of these same patterns in other states as well.
Wisconsin and Michigan as well. We're starting to look at the counties there. We walked you through Michigan and Wisconsin. Still a lot of vote out in those two battleground states. But again, those trend lines that we're following, we're searching these maps to see if there's any positive signs for the Democrats. And I got to be honest with you, the more I go through these counties, through all the battleground states, more and more what you see in the rural counties, Trump is overperforming. Harris is underperforming the counties she needs to win, guys.
Remember,
They should have me up there because I just said that. I could go up there, push some fucking buttons and say, hey, this is overperforming here. I could do that. I feel like I do a great job. Fantastic job.
If we call Pennsylvania tonight, does he get to 270? I think so. Yeah, that's right.
Yes, if he, woman, I've been saying it that this entire night. If he wins Pennsylvania, it's over.
Coming up on the top of the hour, I think we're going to have some projections to make. Yes. Don't forget,
we are going to hear
there's
from
one more state to go here.
Alaska right now.
Yes.
And NBC News projecting that it's, well, not projecting.
That's not a projection, you jackass. Hey, we're gonna project that it's too early. That's not a projection.
Right now, Harris with 194, Trump gaining ground now.
It probably got me on in the background, says AJ, baby.
Scoring 270 electoral votes.
Okay, let's see the battlegrounds. Pennsylvania, we just discussed it. Too close to call right now with 92% of the vote in. Same story in Michigan, but we've been discussing how some of the trend lines are not positive for the vice president tonight. Michigan too close to call. Minnesota still too close to call at this hour. Of course, that's the home state of Governor Tim Walz, but too close to call right now with the what we have in here. Arizona too early to call. And in Wisconsin, too close to call. So I think, Tom, you've got Wisconsin. Yeah. We'll give you a chance to do the bow and the wow counties again.
Bow, wow, wow, yippee-yo, yippee-yay. Okay, Madison, this is Dane County. For Democrats right now, she's doing just fine here. 75%.
They're streaming me, streaming them.
With
yeah,
95%
I
of
can see
voting,
that.
she's at 75%. That's fine for her. Milwaukee, we're going to be waiting on the biggest city and the biggest county in Wisconsin for a few more hours, I would say, maybe more than that. She's at 66%, but again, 40% of the vote in Milwaukee is not in. This is a big Democratic county, so maybe she can run her numbers up there. But then when we look at the WOW counties here, Ozaki, this is the O in the WOW, 81%. Trump was at 55.2. He's almost matching where he was 4 years ago. Let's go over to Washington County, 68, overperforming there. Let's go down to Waukesha. Slightly underperforming, still some of the votes out there. But these two counties just south of Milwaukee, they're still
damn, that's 10% jump.
Market. Racine, 51%. He's overperforming there, but still half the vote is out there. And then Kenosha, 95% in, overperforming there as well. These are counties that were blue under Obama. Trump was able to flip them over and then hold them as well.
I think something recently happened in Kenosha that could change some minds.
56% Trump overperforming there. We'll come down. Sorry, let me go over here to Winnebago. 50, again, overperforming. And we go to Outagamie, again, slightly overperforming, guys. So as we study this map, let me go to some of the Democratic strongholds, see how she's doing. La Crosse, 95%. So look, it's a slight drop, but again, when we're talking about a margin of 20,000 votes, that's what it was in 2016 and 2020.
As of the jet, after suffering apparently 12 hours
she's
through
about the same mark, slightly
Dragon
higher, but
Age.
not by much.
What's up?
There. And then another one we're watching, Sauk. This is one of those bellwethers, 50%. Matching Biden 4 years ago, 95% of the vote is in. And we'll look at Dorr. That's when we're watching.
Ribbon of
She's on
Silverback, I
top,
believe,
but
is
only
on
by
my
about
channel this week, right? Or am
votes.
I tripping?
It's unclear if he'll catch her. She may take Dorr County. It's still unclear.
I have no idea, to be honest.
Guys.
All right, well, back with our panel now, including our guest, Jim Messina, former White House Deputy Chief of Staff under President Obama. Mark Lauder remains with us. He was part of the 2020 campaign for Donald Trump. Great to have you both here. Jim, when you see those trends that Tom has been walking through and there's a consistent
It's my channel.
underperformance, what does that tell you?
All right,
about
cool.
the Harris campaign?
Well, the county that
See you.
Tom just walked
See you
through
there.
really scared
Shout
me.
out.
I ran President Obama's campaign.
He's gonna go for a walk.
With Bucks County in Pennsylvania. Where Bucks County goes, we go. And we spent more time and resources there, and the Harris campaign did too. They had huge operations on the ground. The fact that they're not going to win Bucks County is really difficult and starts to say to folks, hey, you know, we have a problem here. The other thing is there just may not be enough turnout in Philly to get there. And I've spent my entire adult life waiting for Philly to come in. I just have anger. I hate the Eagles.
All right, relax.
Exactly. But you know, every 4 years we're having this discussion. Usually it's enough. 6 out of the last 7 elections, Democrats have won Pennsylvania. Tonight, we're not sure there's enough out there.
But we were having the discussion several times this evening about, you know, has there been a failure to recognize that the electorate is changing?
Yeah,
Everything
they
may
long
have
called
known
Trump here.
doesn't represent
Or
what we
Trump
see today.
GA.
Well, what those numbers show
Georgia.
tonight is Democrats have a rural problem. We are absolutely bleeding votes in historic numbers. Barack Obama did very well in rural America. It started with Hillary. Biden did a little bit better. But when you look at the numbers, what's happening tonight, the gender gap is there. Women are performing in the suburbs. That's not the problem. The problem is we're just doing 2 to 4 points worse in rural, and we're not getting the big turnout in the cities because we're bleeding some of the young voters you guys have been talking about.
But also, Donald Trump keeps finding more voters in these rural areas. I mean, I think there's, you know, you often hear in these political shows that you all host, you know, you hear about the ceiling that Donald Trump has. Oh, he can't get over 48. He can't get over 49%. He's found more voters, and we're seeing it tonight when he's overperforming in some of these ruby red rural districts.
Which, by the way, for the 3rd time you run for president, that just never happens. And I really do think that his campaign has figured out a way to do this and really target some of these demographics. Obviously, the young white male was the right thing to do. Getting into minority communities was the right thing to do. You know, Democrats need an entire autopsy if it goes the way it looks like to say, what do we need to do here?
But does Trump transcend politics as we know it? I mean, that he was been able to be as successful as he had by sticking his finger in the eye of the political establishment, of going where no other candidate could or had gone before.
What is true is Donald Trump has always been underestimated by Democrats and has always figured out a way to juice turnout in ways that we thought were both abhorrent and didn't make sense to Democrats, but clearly has worked tonight. And this is that was a story of 2016, and it is a story of tonight.
You know what's interesting to me? I'm thinking back to the Republican National Convention when we were all sitting there and Hulk Hogan came and ripped off his shirt in sort of that moment of sort of super masculinity. And one of the conversations that we had at the time,
super masculinity. What the
as
fuck?
its name, so-called bro vote, right?
The bro vote.
And the Trump strategy all along had been
Super
supercharge the base,
masculinity, not just regular masculinity, guys.
get
Super
those so-called low propensity
masculinity.
voters. People, listen, young guys
I
typically
guess
don't
that's
show
the
up
kind.
to vote all the time, and they typically don't show up to vote
I guess that's the
consistently.
good kind,
I will tell
right?
you that the Trump campaign has, for a bit now, been feeling good about being able to get those low propensity, those people who don't typically vote, out to the polls, specifically with young
What's so interesting, because we heard anecdotally, again, from some of our correspondents about frat houses, fraternity brothers getting really into voting for Donald Trump. So I don't know if this is, we could call it the bro wall, you know, is that somehow Donald Trump has gotten these low propensity young male voters to come out and vote for him.
It is the hardest demographic in American politics.
They don't know what masculinity is.
Turnout.
No,
They're the
that's
lowest
true.
turning out segment. I've spent
busy. As I see you tomorrow, man.
Talking about running up the numbers with women, and you know the Harris campaign did.
Well,
some
tomorrow
of that
for me,
tonight.
it's already
The Trump
it's
campaign
today
decided,
actually because it's
let's
already
just
midnight.
Give her that, and let's go grow.
See you
our
later today.
electorate differently, and it looks like tonight that worked.
We've got another result on one of the abortion referenda. Well, let's go to Laura Jarrett in the newsroom. Laura, what do you have?
Yeah, Lester, this was another ballot measure, this one in Arizona, where overwhelmingly by a vote of 62%, that ballot amendment has now passed. Again, this would be a constitutional amendment that would enshrine a right to an abortion up to the point of viability, which is roughly 24 weeks of pregnancy. Obviously, a big difference in this battleground state.
Go to hell, all of you. Go to hell.
restriction on the right
Or
to
go
abortion. So
to
a big
hell.
difference
That does
there.
not
And we
sound
haven't yet made
just.
a prediction on the ultimate race for president in that state.
Holy
But again,
shit.
the ballot amendment
Go to
we
hell.
can't
You're
predict
going
has
there
passed
for supporting that shit.
Thanks very much.
And you know what's interesting on that front? There's also another ballot initiative in Arizona that has to do with immigration. And the thinking was that maybe that would turn out, if people were going to turn out based on this abortion ballot initiative, maybe they would also turn out based on the immigration ballot initiative, that those would maybe lean Trump. But the Trump campaign has thought that there would be quote unquote ticket splitters or ballot initiative splitters, people who would back former President Trump in Arizona, but also back this ballot initiative that, as Laura reports, has just passed.
One of the things that I think is so interesting is we're talking about expanding the amount of voters who came out to vote for Donald Trump is this decision that he made not to campaign with Nikki Haley. And a lot of people thought, oh, that's going to be a big misstep. To your
Well,
point,
the retards thought
way
that
of
it was a
calculating,
misstep,
I'm gonna focus
like
on
y'all, because y'all like Nikki Haley. Nobody else likes that broad.
strategy. Why wouldn't you have Nikki Haley?
But he also never made any overtures to Nikki Haley voters. When
Right.
Nikki Haley dropped out of the race, there
We
was
don't
never
need
a
him.
sense of here's an olive branch coming to my
But
tent.
there
It
were
was
a
kinda
million
like,
people that voted for Nikki
That's
Haley
right.
in battleground states. And I mean, that's a real gutsy move to say, you know what, I'm not interested.
But the true answer is you could have done both. Like he could have done both, like a good presidential campaign usually would. In a race where 70% of Americans say we're on the wrong track, this race was really close because Donald Trump couldn't ever grow his vote past these young voters we're talking about. Had he been able to do both those things, to your point, 1 million people voted. They were just sitting out there. Remember Nikki on one of your shows this week saying, no one's called me, no one's asked.
And that might be why people fucked with him. Has that been considered?
It may have worked.
Jim?
Let's go check in on Battleground, Michigan. NBC's Jesse Kirsch is in Detroit. Are they still counting into the night there, Jesse?
Yeah, Lester, we're trying to get some clarity. As I mentioned earlier, we were hoping we would have the tabulation from the city of Detroit around midnight. We have not gotten any confirmation at this point if that has been completed, but I do want to emphasize something that we're seeing coming out of the surrounding areas. Dearborn, Michigan, that is a community that has a large population of Arab Americans. And what we've been watching for is the potential impact of the war in Gaza, the situation in the Middle East that has been going on for months, and how that might impact the vote here. And we're starting to get some early indicators. At this point, this is not the complete data. Of course, we're still waiting for more votes to come in, including the absentee for Dearborn. But when we look at what we know so far, the breakdown we're seeing is former President Trump has 47% of the vote in Dearborn. Vice President Harris has 27.5% of the vote so far. And third-party candidate, Green Party candidate, Jill Stein has 22%. The warning signs around this issue go back to
Oh, boy, they're going to be pissed. I can tell you right now that there's going to be so many of these crack smoking ass leftists that are going to put the election on Jill because they assume that that's where their supporters would have went.
To make outreach to this community on this issue. Vice President Harris over the weekend at a rally in East Lansing, Michigan at Michigan State University on the campus singled out the war in Gaza at the top of her remarks. We saw President Trump in his final campaign rally of this cycle, potentially his last ever as a presidential candidate in Grand Rapids, Michigan on Monday night, really into early Tuesday morning. At that event, he had a Muslim mayor, a Muslim American mayor from a community in Michigan speaking there. Both campaigns have been making a push there, but we also know Jill Stein has made a very concerted effort to reach out to that community. In fact, she had planned to be in Dearborn tonight, and we have confirmation from a group known as Abandon Harris that she did, in fact, spend the night, the election night celebration with that organization. And they are, we're told, happy about what they're seeing from the results. And I just want to read part of some comments that someone gave to me when I interviewed them after they voted, or around voting, I should say, in Dearborn over the weekend. And he said that as it comes to both major party candidates, he hopes that they will, quote, recognize that we don't have these people in our pockets. My vote is up for grabs. It's a wake-up call. And it certainly seems at this point that the positions of both major party candidates or the lack thereof of a reach out in the way that some people wanted may be influencing the vote here. And again, in a state that was so razor thin back in 2016, only around 10,000 vote margin in favor of former President Trump. We'll see if this could be the difference maker in the state with 15 electoral votes up for grabs.
All right, Jesse, thank you. And we've got an alert here. This is Nevada, moving from too early to call to too close to call. And they're counting fast. They're 70% of the vote in too close to call in the western battleground of Nevada. And Tom, let's zero in on what you're seeing there.
Yeah, some interesting things happening in the Silver State. If the trend is your friend in Las Vegas, the trend is your friend if you're a Republican tonight. Here's why. Look, a lot of the vote is still out in Clark County. There's still about 23% of the vote that's out in Clark County. But this margin right here at this point in the night is way too close. This is how Clark County, Vegas ended up 4 years ago. You can see it was almost a 10-point split here. It was a 10-point split there. And now we're talking about 2 percentage points tonight in Clark County. Again, a lot of the vote is out. That vote could come in and those numbers could change. Reno, Washoe County, more reflective of the entire
you
state
can
vote.
find
This is the Battleground County.
the budget
Biden won
the
this in
budget
2020.
box.
Tonight, Trump is on top. Still, a lot of the vote is out. He's only on top by about 200 votes, so not much to say there. But what we can point out, in the Trump counties, like Elko County here, 64% in. Trump is overperforming tonight. He was at 76. He's almost at 80% right now. And Democrats aren't going to find votes here. I mean, these numbers aren't going to swing a lot in the Democrats' way. This is Trump country here in the middle of Nevada. Douglas County is another, I should say right down here, Douglas County. This is another Trump barometer that we watch. Again, overperforming. 66% of the vote is in. He was at 63 in 2020. He's now at 66. But the big story for me right now, and a lot of the vote is out, Clark County. I mean, this is 3/4 of Nevada right here. If Democrats hit certain margins where they're 50,000 or 60,000 votes ahead of Republicans, Republicans will never catch up in Nevada. Again, there's a lot of vote that's still out. We can find out exactly how much is out. 223,000 votes. So still a lot out there. Democrats won't get all of those, but they'll get a large chunk. Again, this is still a little too close this early in the night, guys.
All right, Tom, thanks very much. I want to go out to Steve Patterson.
Early in the night. Aren't they on what? West Coast time? It's 10 fucking p.m.
How are things going there now?
You know, Lester, really an experience, a process that is sort of winding down in most counties across the country is only just spooling up here in Nevada. As you mentioned, voting really ended just a few minutes ago with some of these counties sort of ending the process. People were still in line hours after polls closed. And so the count couldn't really start until it happened, which is why Tom Yamas reporting, obviously, that it's still too close to call, too early to call at this point. Several counties still need returns to come back. It is still very early on in the process, but we saw almost immediately Republicans sort of jumping out to this early ballot lead when it came to turnout. That was sort of the reading on the wall that I think a lot of folks had, and specifically in those counties in which Tom Yamas was pointing out that are red, they're going to stay red. This sort of the math doesn't change in those areas. There's really only 2 population centers in this state, which is Washoe and which is Clark, Vegas and Reno. If she doesn't build up a big enough firewall that we see these returns happen over the next few hours, then it's going to be very tough for Democrats to make up that ground. I spoke to both campaigns. They both feel like they still have a good shot. Obviously, Democrats and Republicans both aiming for another subgroup here, nonpartisan voters. It is a huge segment of the electorate here in Nevada. It is larger than Republicans, larger than Democrats. Of course, they all have their opinions about which way they break, different leanings. And I think both campaigns feel like they're seizing on that. They feel like they know their voters in that group. But that's what makes it so notoriously hard to read in this state. Which way are these nonpartisan voters going? And I think that's sort of what we're going to be focused on within the next few hours. It may not be until 2 o'clock, 3 o'clock tonight before we start seeing legitimate, solid returns that'll tell us one way or another how the state is going to go.
All right, Steve, thanks very much.
That's mountain time too, by the way.
So they're on mountain.
Later here on the East Coast. Let's go to Garrett Hake. He is at Trump headquarters.
So what is this, 11 over there? What the fuck are they talking about? Early in the night.
We will, Savannah, and soon, I'm told by a campaign official, Donald Trump is on his way across from Mar-a-Lago to here in West Palm Beach, and he is expected to speak soon. Now, what soon means is a little bit of a open to interpretation, but Trump himself made it very clear earlier today, he does not have a lot of patience with this vote counting process. He wants this to be over tonight. He thought earlier today it would be over tonight. It was his desire to speak tonight. Now you see that picture breaking up a little bit as he makes his way across the bridge to West Palm Beach. This ballroom is full. Secret Service starting to kind of close the doors, urge people to get in. They're cranking up the music, Savannah. I do not think it will be long until we hear from former President Trump.
And that will be an interesting situation because if assuming the status quo exists, he will not have been called as the next president.
Well, we will recall that he declared victory in 2020 when, in fact, he lost. So we'll see what his verbiage is here. What are you going to say?
I was going to say, I've been speaking to some of his allies, and there's sort of this divide about how he should approach this night. And some of them are saying you should be very aggressive. You should get out there and claim victory if, in fact, you think that's where this is headed. Others are saying, look, let's just walk a very fine line. I'll be really curious to see what he says, because this election, unlike 2020, the numbers are on his side. And again, we still have a lot of votes that need to be counted.
They keep
so we
prefacing
don't know
that.
what the ultimate conclusion is going
Or
to be.
prefacing it
But
with
it's notable
that.
he's coming out in Harris.
Yeah, to be clear, 2020
Not quite ready to give up hope,
hadn't been called one
but
way
it
or the other.
doesn't
He
look
hadn't
good.
lost yet. He lost 5 days later.
However,
New information, Garrett?
you have to account for that one box that they found in the back of that budget truck at 3 a.m. in the fucking morning.
He would speak when they felt he was well on his way to 270 electoral votes. They were very clear that they didn't feel compelled to wait until the race had been called. But when they felt confident in his path, he would speak. And so I think that's what we're going to see now. Secondly, Trump was asked today what his message is going to be to the millions, tens of millions of people who will have voted for Kamala Harris if he speaks after a victory. Would he give a unifying message? Trump said that he would, but described this as a broken country and said it would be important to try to fix it. A unifying message has not been Trump's strength, candidly, across his political career. But he and his campaign are keenly aware of the expectations of this moment, especially if he speaks before the race is called. Lester.
All right, Garrett, thanks.
And stay with us. Our NBC News election coverage returns right after we take a quick break.
I think it's all going to rest on Pennsylvania. And I don't think they're going to call this shit for a minute. I'm going to be honest with y'all.
We help individuals and organizations better lead and manage change, and now we're excited to offer the Cotter Change Certification Program. Each course is presented by a Cotter expert through in-person and virtual live instructor-led training, as well as on our state-of-the-art web-based platform, supported by interactive...
Skip. Trucks full of ballots are pulling up at 12 a.m. in Philly. Oh, they're going to do it, aren't they? We'll see. Man, I really wish I could see this this MSNBC. Let me see something. Hold up real quick, y'all. Because Joy Reid and them, I think, are also speaking about it. Hold on just a second. See if I can finesse. I can't hear shit.
Mar-a-Lago, which I used to call a golf club.
Jesus, I can't hear nothing.
Yeah, wrong one. He's on his way from there.
What's good with the audio?
The convention center there in Palm Beach. We expect him to be addressing that exultant crowd.
My bad, y'all.
So we shall see.
I got it pulled up, but their audio is shit.
Thought he would declare victory even if he was losing badly at this point in the night. So given the way things
Let's go.
he's going to declare victory, but we'll have to wait until we see
Hold on, I might have got
what
it.
those remarks
Hold
are.
on. See if I can.
How he's loudest when
All right, I got it.
thinks he's losing and more quiet when he thinks
Chris
he's winning.
Matthews is still. I haven't watched MSNBC in fucking forever. Chris Matthews is
that
still
operation.
there.
I mean, Trump
And so is
has
Mad
this
Cow.
sort of he could pretend to be magnanimous if he thinks he's winning.
When has he ever done that?
He can briefly pretend to be. He'll talk. He will sometimes talk about things like unity, or they'll try to keep him on unity in a prompter speech for like a few sentences.
Yeah. I'm not expecting a lot of.
I'm not expecting.
Black Jesus, appreciate that.
Hearing people, there
Becoming
are
a
these
member.
sort of brief glimmers of when
Sir Chi with a two says, hold this L spaghetti breath.
he
Robert
may
De
just,
Niro.
riff about 1980s movies. I mean, you really never know.
Sharks? Alex.
I feel like there's an aspect to all of this. It's 1:30, almost 1:30 in the morning here, and some people are going to go to sleep. Not us, of course, but in Western Europe and in the UK and in the Middle East, people are waking up to this.
This was a complete and utter
And
cultural
I'm
shift,
thinking
says
that
Peter
the
Parker.
people who are going to wake up to Donald Trump's remarks tonight are people like Emmanuel Macron and Vladimir Zelensky and the people of Poland and people in Gaza and people in Tel Aviv and
I've already gotten a
Jerusalem.
text from Ghana and South Africa.
And I've gotten people from Western Europe who are extraordinarily alarmed and terrified about, as a friend of a friend said, maps being redrawn in Western Europe if Donald Trump is president. I mean,
What the fuck would that have to do with Trump?
The implications of all of this in terms of domestic politics, but the world is at a hinge point. And, this is very much an election about the global world order. And I think we shouldn't forget, as we are kind of trying to think about how to go to bed and grapple with all of this, there's another side of the world that's waking up to this and is trying to figure out what this may mean, not just for America, but for them.
May I reiterate, there are 2 of the 7 swing states that have been called by NBC News right now, which is Georgia and North Carolina. None of the other 5 states have been called at this point. You can see this is the battleground states, Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin, the so-called blue wall. None of those states called by NBC News. Neither has Nevada nor Arizona. What has been called is Senate control, and of course we can read the campaigns in terms of what they are saying without saying anything yet. Yeah.
And it's 8:25 a.m. in Kyiv, where people they wake up earlier than that, and they are very worried as they look at where this election stands at this hour.
And you've seen, there was a whole sort of conflagration over whether the Harris campaign would embrace the uncommitted movement, which actually wanted to move in her direction at the convention. And the question was whether they should allow a speaker to happen and whether there should be meetings, whether she should go to Dearborn and try to engage the Arab and Muslim community. You did see one of the co-founders of Uncommitted, actually on Andrea Mitchell's show here on our network, support Vice President Harris in the end. The member
Penn was called where? Who called it? Hold up.
Election, Savannah.
Yeah.
They ain't called it yet.
Montana Senate seat
Sharp
as well,
blow
where
to
John
the Harris
Tester is looking to
campaign.
hold on.
What's happening in the most important battleground, Pennsylvania? Well, for that, let's check in with CBS's Weijia Jiang in Philadelphia.
Fox called it.
Well, Lindsay, the story that we had been talking about nationwide is really panning out here in Pennsylvania, and that is the gender gap.
They
and the
did.
difference
I'm looking at it now.
between
Fox
women
called
and
it.
men Are voting here in Pennsylvania. We
Fox
know that
called
when it
Penn.
comes
It's
to
over.
women,
This shit's over with.
percent so far for Harris compared to 43 for Trump, according to our CBS News exit polls. And for men, 41% Harris and 57% Trump. Of course, it's important to note that votes are still being counted in Pennsylvania, and that could change, but that certainly paints a picture of what we've been talking about. And Lindsay, I can also tell you that the Trump campaign feels very good, and they mentioned the gender gap in the regard that there was
Yeah,
so
I'm
much
looking at
debate
it.
about
They
this
called
so-called
it. They
silent
fucking called it.
Harris supporter who might, vote for Harris and not talk about it, and they're saying that
They
that just
Fox
didn't
called
pan out,
it.
Lindsay.
Are you seeing anything, Weijia, in terms of the age divide?
Let me see if anybody else is calling it.
So, yeah, we also have data about the age gap. And when it comes to voters between
Let's go back to Mad Cow. They're probably crying.
There's intelligence apparatuses in all these places. There's briefing apparatuses in all these places. There are a lot of conversations happening right now. There are going to be a lot of conversations happening right now, whichever way the night went, and whatever the indications were at this hour.
Hold
those
on.
conversations are happening in a lot of very different places at an incredibly high level. with
Decision desk called it. They just called it.
Yeah, I mean, one of the things that's going to happen if this goes the way that if we follow this train of thought is that intelligence sharing between America and our traditional allies is likely going to end. The whole Five Eyes thing is likely going to end. If you've got America switching sides in the Ukraine-Russia war to instead support Russia, or to become neutral, which would mean in this case to support.
I'm just trying to see who else called it.
If you've got ongoing secret communication,
Decision desk called it. Fox called it.
Between the Republican nominee and the person who funded his campaign and led his ground game, right? Both of whom are communicating with the Russian government without reporting that information.
No way they're talking about fucking Russian collusion.
Times that they're considering, once there is a second Trump administration, if it happens, to stop performing background checks before giving people security clearance, meaning giving classified information to anyone. That's supposedly at the instigation of a Trump campaign official who was born in Moscow, who was unable to get a security clearance in the first Trump term, who has had multiple arrests and is currently under indictment, and who has reportedly been put at the top of a short list to be White House counsel. And he is the one who has proposed getting rid of all background checks for security clearances, which means handing out classified information on the corner. You are not going to have American allies who have been relying on us as the pinnacle intelligence agency in the world since World War II. You are not going to have continued sharing of information with a new administration that has an open line.
Like I said, I'm not talking, guys. I'm trying to see who else is calling Pennsylvania, because that's the election. Election's over with.
Willing to handle classified information the way the man who was indicted for handling it the way he did at Mar-a-Lago at the top. And
Mark Cuban has conceded. He just tweeted, says, "Congrats, Donald Trump, you won fair and square."
That's something that,
and then he says, "Congrats to Elon Musk as well."
The transition.
Mark Cuban has called it.
And if we're at that level, if that's the kind of transformation that's happening in terms of
Mark Cuban has called it.
The idea of there being a part of the U.S. government that is still in Democratic Party hands becomes a very interesting thing in terms of the stability of the world, right? Because it puts Donald Trump in the position, if the House is controlled by Democrats, puts him in the position of having to decide whether he's going to do what other autocrats have done, which is to essentially eliminate the function of the legislature.
Network anchors.
Right?
They ain't talking about nothing.
One of the things they do from Orban to Putin.
See what CBS talking about. Mad Cow just going on a tangent.
The blue wall strategy, Pennsylvania and Wisconsin at this hour. CBS News rates them as.
So they're at least saying now it's leaning pin. They weren't saying that before. It was too close to call.
Victory has narrowed significantly. Here's the electoral vote tally at this hour. Trump with 246 and Kamala Harris with 194. And you can see there, Pennsylvania still in white, Michigan still in white, Wisconsin still in white. Minnesota, we've also not called. And of course, Nevada and Arizona states we're looking at very closely. Let's check in with Tony DeCopel at the Palm Beach Convention Center in Florida, the site of Trump headquarters tonight. Tony, I know you have been there all night. It seems like the crowd has erupted in cheers a number of times, given that this has been a positive evening for the former president.
Yeah, good evening, Nora. I said at the beginning of the night that everyone here knew one thing for certain is that it would end in tears one way or the other. Tears with a loss or tears with what they say would be the greatest comeback in political history. It appears by the feeling in this room that it is the latter. While we were in commercial break, we're saying
CNN has called Pennsylvania. Let's check it. They can take a look.
Fox News, which is playing on the monitors here behind me, they have called that race for Donald Trump. And when that moment happened, it got loud in here. There was a roar. There was reverberations. The phones came out, and the expectation is that the phones are going to stay out because our understanding from the pool report is the former president and possibly now next president.
Election Wizard has said that Donald Trump has been elected.
We've seen some evidence of that planning going on behind me. They've got the Make America
Call it
sign. Trump.
So we will continue to follow.
I want the live reaction from MSNBC. Call this shit right now.
and that, in fact, maybe the dollar itself is a bad idea.
Yeah.
And so, like, if that's what we're going to be entertaining, then exactly what you're talking about is exactly where we're
I'm
at.
open to eliminating the penny.
Yeah.
But that's as far as we
would
want
try
to
to
go.
get rid of that forever.
Daylight savings. Let's go.
Well, and you have, multiple Senate seats, at least ones that one that we've called, actually being purchased.
Call
in a
it!
sense, just straight out by people who are crypto multimillionaire. That class of sort of U.S. oligarch is actually not anymore just funding.
I don't think
the
she knows what
candidates they want.
oligarch
They're
means.
just going to be the candidates they want. And so you're now seeing the U.S. go in a position so much more like the oligarchy that it started out as, that it does make you
What
wonder
the fuck is she
what does
talking
that
about?
look like if the U.S. goes very far in the direction of a Hungary? What does it look like? Because Hungary is a small economy. Russia is a tiny economy. I think it's like smaller than Texas' economy. We're the United States. If our structure, our political structure, our social structure, and our economic structure is more like Hungary, Katie bar the door on what that does to the global economic outlook.
Let's go back to Steve Kornacki, who is looking at ongoing returns in Pennsylvania. Steve, are we at 94% in Pennsylvania? Is that what I'm seeing?
Yes, we are. He's 94%. Trump's lead here at 190,000 votes. That
Call it right now. Call it.
It is a very significant hill for Kamala Harris to climb here. Just in terms of what's left, the picture is really kind of condensing and clarifying. Obviously, the biggest outstanding source of votes is right here in Philadelphia, the city of Philadelphia. You see with 83% there. It's a lead there of about 58 points for Harris. I'm just glancing over to get the number. We expect there are still 137,000 or so votes to come out of Philadelphia. Remember, a chunk of them are going to be that vote by mail that's going to come out sometime tomorrow morning. The wild card in Philadelphia, and what's I think has kept folks at bay a little bit here, is provisional ballots. There's a big number of provisional ballots, and these are expected to break decisively to the Democrats. How many? Well, in 2020, the COVID year, things were all, it had been a one-off, but there were about 100,000 provisional ballots in the 2022 midterm. This is in Philadelphia.
Shut up! Call this shit right now. Call it, motherfucker.
How many of them are there?
Cut the bullshit. Call this goddamn race.
Ballot pool look like when you get the rest of these votes in? Is there plausibly something there that could boost the Democrats enough to make up for this big gap that they have statewide now? Which again, I'll show you, 190,000 votes there. So you got what's left in Philadelphia. You got the provisional ballots in Philadelphia. That's what the Democrats are kind of hanging their hopes on, because the rest of these counties here, we're just waiting on a little bit from Chester County.
It's not enough.
Some here,
so call it.
54-44 clip, anything like that. It's not going to be a huge gain. Same in Montgomery County. There's some left here Democratic, but again, if it's about a 60-40 split of what's to come, that won't net out to a ton. And then there are places to come with significant vote where, look, Trump is running ahead in Bucks County now by 2.5 points. Votes to come there may net out a bit in his benefit. You could look here. This is just the mail-in ballot in an overwhelmingly Republican county. You're talking tens of thousands of votes still to come here in a place Trump won by almost 40 points. So he's going to make up ground there. He's going to make up ground still in a place like Schuylkill County, core Republican county. He's winning.
I did that audio thing again, where it just cuts out. I don't know why it keeps doing that.
To make some gains in these places, maybe some very substantial gains out of Philadelphia. The provisional vote, we are trying to.
Will you call this fucking race?
Those countries being redrawn fairly quickly.
You mean Ukraine?
Yes, and more. Orban and other autocrats that now will feel this is a.
Y'all ain't talking about nothing.
Did that clearly
What's
make
Gail
a difference for
talking
him?
about?
This whole bro code thing that we keep hearing about.
There's an erosion of institutional trust in so many places in this country that have fallen away. You could trace it back to the bank bailouts in 2008, how the Iraq war decision was brokered almost 2 decades ago. So many Republican voters in particular have lost trust with the legal system, the political system, the news media, and they see in Elon Musk and his X platform and Trump, as I said, this emerging power structure that they are comfortable with. And this is, if Trump enters the White House once again in 2025, it's a new America we'll be covering, because Trump is not just enacting tax cuts, that will be part of it. Mass deportation's part of it. but it's a new framework for how someone conceives the presidency itself.
And, you know, Robert, one of the things that I think of, and I've never been able to shake from my memory, is what the Intel chairman.
Oh, she looked like she about to fucking cry.
Said about Elon Musk. No single person is more beholden to the Chinese Communist Party because of the business interests he has in that country. And I hear that time and again from lawmakers who say, because of the exposure he has, you hear him very critical of Western governments, of European governments supporting Ukraine. You hear him very critical of the Democratic government here. You hear nothing about China. You hear nothing about Russia, and deep concern that he is influencing so much. And it's one of the things when we were talking about sort of the way you look at this realignment that's happening, one of the things you hear from people in the tech space is that the world's moving too fast and government's not keeping up with it. And that's kind of the message Elon Musk has brought into the Trump campaign with these public statements he's made. And John Paulson, the former hedge fund manager who's being rumored as possibly being looked at as a Treasury Secretary in the Trump administration, where they say we're going to undo all sorts of regulation. We're just going to cut things and move fast.
Absolutely.
That's not how our government is built. In fact, it's intentionally not built that way. There are supposed to be backstops. But Elon Musk is selling this idea and presenting as part of the Trump campaign that they're going to remake America.
As we think about what, since the night seems to be going so well for Donald Trump, you think about what this means for him. Winston Churchill said, there's nothing so exhilarating as being shot at and missed. All the legal...
Man, will y'all call it?
Where Trump ekes out a victory in the presidential and Hovde's running a point or so behind him, there's the potential there for a split as well. Remember, in Wisconsin in 2020, it was a difference of 20,000 votes that separated Trump and Biden. It was about 20,000
that's interesting.
In 2016.
Call this fucking race.
The outcome
Call Penn right now, live on air. You fucking cowards.
Separation there. And again, these basic dynamics, I wanted to take a
Call
look.
it.
I did want to see Baldwin has gone to 183,000, and I wanted to measure this against. Yeah, okay, they're equal. This is significant because we've talked about it all night, and now officially Harris has expanded the Democratic margin in Dane County. It was about 182,000 last time.
Who cares?
Yet again this century, Democrats are getting more out of Dane County. That's rolling right over, as you would expect, to the Senate race as well.
Okay, so parallels there. Can we look at Michigan?
Yes. So Michigan, though, 70% of the vote.
Why are we talking about Michigan?
52.2.
Penn means this shit's over with. This is null and void. So call this race, you cowards.
It's a similar
call
story.
it.
It's close to being synced up, but Mike Rogers, the Republican Senate candidate, running a bit behind Trump. What's confusing about Michigan right now is there's still a lot of counties here, big important counties, where we just do not have clarity.
I understand it's TV.
Michigan, it's a very
You got to try to string us along, but call this shit now. Call it right now, live on air. Call this shit, you cowards.
Yeah, you go next door to Oakland County, we've got almost all the vote. Democrats are getting about what they want. They probably want a little bit more out of Oakland County than Slotkin is getting right there. But the big wild card here, we talked about it all night. What's Macomb going to do compared to Oakland? Is it going to get close to canceling it out?
I feel like they're trying to avoid the elephant in the room. I know they're all getting the fucking calls on the headset. I know Fox called it.
In 2020. So we need to see more to be able to make some of these comparisons. Again,
Other people are calling Penn. Y'all yapping on about fucking Michigan.
Obviously hugely important. Got questions about the city of Detroit.
It's all null and void. Doesn't matter. With Penn being won, the game's over with. Call this shit and get out of my face.
Make sense of either one of the races. But there is, with the votes that are tallied, a little bit of potentially substantial separation between the candidates.
In terms of additional Senate races, if you don't mind, Steve, could we go to Arizona?
Fuck that, Steve. Steve, call Penn. You're not asking the right questions, man, Cal.
Remember, this is going to kind of
get back to Penn. Let's get this shit over with.
It's going to be a long sort of count in
I've been live for 3, damn near 4 hours. You wasting time. Nobody cares about any of it. It doesn't matter. Sure, maybe if we want to talk demographics later, right? It matters. But as far as the race, it doesn't matter. It's over. Call this shit right now, MSNBC. Call it.
Senate candidate Carrie Lake, who lost the gubernatorial race there 2 years ago, and have an extremely controversial figure in Arizona, didn't concede that 2022 gubernatorial loss. So we suspected there might be the most separation there. You're certainly seeing it there. And also, let's move up Nevada.
Yeah.
Okay, again, Now, in Nevada, it's similar to Arizona. We've got a ton of vote here, but it's going to be a bit slow getting the rest in here. So what's been counted so far, Trump with a 4-point lead there in the presidential.
He ain't talking about shit.
Race. And again, that's, like Arizona, it may not be quite as dramatic, but that's a pretty substantial difference between those two candidates. So again, I think that's a very important story. And I'm glad you had me run through these because I've been so focused on the presidential. But yeah, we see in all those races to some degree separation where the Democratic Senate candidate is running better than Kamala Harris, most dramatically in Arizona and in Nevada, but in those other states too.
Steve, can I ask you, again, you can say no, because I know I'm overworking you, but can we talk about some of the uncalled presidential states?
Yeah.
Can we talk about, you had focused in on New Jersey a little while ago. I'd be interested in New Jersey, also in New Hampshire.
What?
New Hampshire now,
she is clearly trying to avoid talking about. Who cares about fucking Jersey, bro? What is she going on about?
Like other states, New Hampshire doesn't report out by county.
The
they report
fuck?
out by municipality. So you've got some cities in here, and you've also got a lot of just small towns, villages, hamlets, kind of, where you're just still waiting on numbers. And that last 15% or so in New Hampshire can take a long time, not come in election night.
What is she talking about?
So there's still a lot to come, but we can show you some of the places we're looking at. Statewide, that's almost a 5-point lead for Kamala Harris. It's down a little bit from, I'll just show you, that's down a little bit from where this state landed in 2020 when Biden won it by just over 7 points. But some of the places we were looking coming into tonight, this would be a good example. Pelham, New Hampshire, right on the New Hampshire-Massachusetts line. This is the kind of big town that Trump lost ground in I'll show you, lost ground in.
CBS hasn't called it either.
He had won it by about 25, fell down to about 20 points in 2020. You see, he has got it back up. And
he is wasting time. He's wasting my time.
There's a number of towns,
and I'm wasting y'all's time because
this is the kind of thing. Salem, again, right over the
call
Massachusetts
Penn.
line. Again, it's a
Let's
place
wrap
where
this
Trump won it
shit
by
up,
20
B.
points. This is big by New Hampshire standards, by the way. 20 points. Came down to 13 points. Trump needs to get that back over 20.
He don't
points.
need to do shit because it's over with. Pennsylvania, call it. None of this matter. Who gives a fuck about New Hampshire? Call Penn. The race is over. We're going through the motions right now. For what?
Cut in half in 2020. He's gotten back.
Fuck this.
Not quite though to the 2016 level. I think to really
You got
have a
your
shot in New
earpiece
Hampshire,
on.
Trump would have to be exceeding.
I know they're
2016.
buzzing
He
you.
nearly won New Hampshire in 2016.
Everybody's
Just
called
3,000
Penn.
votes.
We got to
In a place
call it,
like
Steve.
Derry, he wants to be going over the 2016 number. Take a look
Steve,
at Londonderry.
get
Very
it out the
similar,
way.
big, kind of blue collar place. Look, Trump eked it out in 2020 after winning this thing by 10 points in 2016. Again, he's improved on 2020. The Trump campaign would look at a Londonderry and say they want to have more improvement than that. So Trump seems to be taking a step forward. There are some, pretty significantly sized, outstanding places on this map still, but he needs to take bigger steps forward. That's why you see it's a 5-point lead here for Harris, about 30,000 votes, 29,471. But with so much to come and such a slow reporting, decentralized state, you're not getting a call there. This was one, though. Obviously, J.D. Vance was sent here on Sunday for the Trump campaign when they talked about potentially expanding.
I'm about to fall asleep. You're boring me to death, Steve. Steve,
it's an
call
for Trump.
the goddamn state of Pennsylvania. Let's go home.
I'm going to ask you about, Steve, and I'm not even supposed to, but I'm going to. Minnesota.
What the fuck is this, bro? This bitch said Minnesota.
To Minnesota now. 3/4 of the vote is in. Uncalled, of course, Tim Walz, the governor of Minnesota, the Democratic vice presidential candidate, and yet compare what we're looking at right now in Minnesota to what we saw 4 years ago. 7 points, cut more than half at this point. It's a 3-point Harris lead. It's a pretty good cushion she has there. But again, this is a drop-off for Democrats in the vice presidential candidate's home state. Oh, and I wanted to extend it out further because, remember, in
quite literally, everything that he's saying is irrelevant to the race. It's irrelevant to demographics and trends in those areas to where people are voting, but it's irrelevant to the election as far as determining the winner.
areas. And again,
None of this shit, man. So all of you, what he's saying
like 2020
is garbage.
It is 2016.
In
Again,
the
what saves
context.
Democrats, even in a close call like this in Minnesota, what saves Democrats
Because he's still talking about saving Democrats in the election. The election's over with as far as the presidential one is concerned, bro. Call this shit and let's go home.
Concentrations of college degrees. And again, right on the number. Harris is right on the number. She's not dropping off at all in Hennepin County. So look, even if Trump is making gains, is winning back some of the votes that he surrendered in 2020 in blue collar areas, Democrats count on this area. Take a look here.
They can count all they want, but it doesn't matter. It's over with.
Typically for Democrats, if they can hit those big margins in the Twin Cities, they can withstand defections or losses in the more blue collar areas. And it looks like Trump has made gains in the blue collar areas, but so far the reason why he's still trailing with this much.
Who cares about Minnesota and why it doesn't matter, Steve?
Steve Kornacki, that was me putting you through your paces. None of that stuff we had worked out in advance. You did it all off the top of your head. You're quite amazing. We're going to give you a break. We're going to take a quick break.
Why are you sucking off Steve? What? And now we're going to break? Oh, man, these guys are cowards, man. They're fucking cowards. They're cowards. Absolute fucking cowards.
Suddenly they change the rules. I want them to feel like I'm their voice. So what they are
All this yin yang and yapping about fucking Minnesota and New Hampshire when the state of Pennsylvania needs to be called so everybody can go home. Matter of fact, I'm gonna go ahead and post this video because I have a video that I already pre-recorded because I already knew what this was going to be. I'm about to make the bitch go live right now while I'm live. Fuck it. You won't make the call, Steve. I'll make the call. You son of a bitch.
Consciousness of folks. I mean, it has been moving at an astonishingly fast clip.
Hundreds.
I'll make the call, Steve.
AI
Since you ain't got the guts.
Existential threat to humanity. All of this is happening while lawmakers have fallen behind on regulating this technology.
I grew up in the front row of the spectator section in courtrooms. My father was a Boston cop.
Yeah. Shut up. Shut your buns. Shut up. I'm making a video go live right now. Bam. Easy. Made a video go live on my YouTube.
Me and my others to try to
I had a video pre-recorded talking about it's this short video, a little something, nothing too crucial. We're gonna make it all go live. So Steve won't make the call, I'll make the call. I'm going ahead and posting the video. I got fiber internet, so fuck it, we can do it live. I'm uploading the bitch to Twitter right now as well.
And then I published it hoping to help people find a blueprint to heal. Season 2 of
Making this go live right now.
A U.S. senator destroyed by blackmail.
He was not bound by the truth or by facts.
I'm uploading that video there. And I'm gonna go ahead and get it uploaded on the metaverse too, because they need to hear me call it as well. Steve is a coward. If we don't come back from break with Steve and his goofy glasses saying this shit's over with, guys, let's wrap it up. We're going to the crib. He's a coward. They better come back from break and they got this bitch called. Let's see. Have any of these other cowards called it? NBC hasn't called it. They still talking about some bullshit. Look at this.
Based on the outstanding vote, 45%. That gap is deeply discouraging news.
He's going on about Nevada. They're all cowards.
For former President Trump, Nevada, we don't have a rating on it. We still regard this as
been warning more 100-degree days.
I want to see MSNBC's reaction live.
to try to limit the worst effects of climate change.
Congress and the rest of the country needs to start taking this seriously, or it's just going to get worse.
Shut up. Shut up. I'm tired of hearing you talk. I won't hear nothing unless you're calling this shit. Posting this video right now. Got a reel going live. I got a YouTube video that just went live. I'm gonna have it on Twitter. It's uploading right now. For whatever reason, it's taking a minute, but it's live on my YouTube. It's also live on Facebook or Meta or whatever the fuck.
Which means we're obviously at our best. At this point, 2 of the 7 swing states have been called by NBC News. North Carolina
call the third.
and Georgia have both been projected as having been won by Republican candidate Donald Trump. Now, on the Democratic side, the campaign that had posted up at Howard University in Washington, D.C., the alma mater of Democratic candidate Kamala Harris, the co-chair of the campaign, Cedric Richmond, came out and told the assembled crowd there, as our correspondent told us, as Michelle Norris told us, the increasingly somber crowd there told them basically to go home, that Vice President Harris would not be making any remarks tonight, that she will be speaking both
Well, it looks like she's gonna be conceding,
and
she better not say nothing about nothing. I don't want her no contesting of the no. You don't get to do that. You forfeited your right to do that.
On the Republican side, Donald Trump has been watching election returns at his home/private club/membership club thing at Mar-a-Lago, and has since moved to the Palm Beach Convention Center, where his supporters have been gathered over the course of the evening watching returns, and they are now preparing to hear from their candidate. We don't know exactly when Donald Trump is going.
Why do you think that? Is there a reason why we're about to hear from him?
Our own Vaughn Hilliard is at the convention
MSNBC
covering the Trump campaign throughout this for the duration, and has been there tonight as that crowd has become increasingly exuberant and excited about the results that they're seeing in this race. Vaughn, what are you expecting, if anything, if you have any reason to have any expectation in terms of what we're going to hear from their candidate tonight?
Right, Rachel. I think it's notable, number one, that he's waiting to take the stage. Of course, the hope from this campaign is that this race would be completely called in his favor and he would be declared the 47th president-elect of the United States of America. Of course, North Carolina and Georgia, I was told, were 2 states that they were specifically waiting to be called before he took the stage. NBC News has called both of those states. And when you're looking at the battleground data that is coming in through the Midwest, right now the Trump campaign officials are telling us that they're very eager about the direction that this is going. And I think it's
all these guys are boring me to death, guys.
What this event venue looks like tonight. Donald Trump, he was first watching the results come in alongside the likes of UFC's Dana White, Elon Musk, Robert F. Kennedy Jr. at his Mar-a-Lago estate, Roger Stone, other close family, friends, and allies and campaign advisors. Of course, after the January 6th insurrection, there were a great many staffers from that
God, I'm about to here they go. Why still talking? We're talking about they ain't even called Penn and they still bringing up fucking January 6th.
It's those folks who 3.5 years later are the ones here in West Palm Beach at the convention center, about to celebrate alongside Donald Trump as he either declares victory or gives the indication that he intends to in the days ahead. You're talking about the likes of Rudy Giuliani, who is here. You're talking about Roger Stone. These are folks that have really stood by Donald Trump through these years. And it's not Nikki Haley or Ron DeSantis who are going to be joining him on stage, but it's those loyalists, including at the staff level, that are going to be the ones that take his side
These
here
guys
tonight.
are fucking
We expect JD
stupid.
Vance, who we are told went from Mar-a-Lago here in the motorcade with Donald Trump. JD Vance, who 8 years ago was on our own air saying that the country should be warned about what Donald Trump could potentially do to this country, referring to him as America's Hitler. But
Shut the fuck up and call this
the
race.
Trump endorsement, and since then he has been by his side. We are going to see JD Vance here take the stage alongside Donald Trump. So there's a lot at play when we're looking at what this administration could very well look like, guys, from the extent to aid to Ukraine, from Elon Musk and whether he actually takes a role in this federal government. Elon Musk himself has said that he intends to cut the federal budget by 1/3. That's $2 trillion. Of course, you have conversation around Social Security, defense spending, Medicaid and Medicare. You have the likes of conversations.
How about the likes of calling this fucking race?
Justice, Steve Bannon, has been airing his podcast War Room from the Willard Hotel in Washington, D.C., alongside the likes of Jeffrey Clark, of course, who was the individual that Donald Trump had tried to install as Attorney General after the 2020 election when he was trying to hold on to power. And so for Donald Trump, he and his team, they have made the case for the last years that the country was by his side, not only the Republican Party, but they were going to effectively be able to build the MAGA movement. And so far, what our data has shown us is that he was able to grow support among voters of color, young voters. And for him and his coalition, he did it well, acting as his unvarnished self, denigrating his opponents, suggesting that prosecutors that went after him should be jailed. This weekend, suggesting that
Shut the fuck up.
Be fine with them being shot. There's a reckoning
Call
here.
this race.
Whether Donald Trump is ultimately
You
called the victor
stupid
in this race
bastard.
or not, of course, the ballots are going to be counted. But at a minimum, the
Call
MAGA
it.
movement has grown over the course of 9 years.
Put yourselves out of your misery.
Donald Trump
You're delaying the inevitable. It's already been called by your colleagues. Call this shit. Shut the fuck up and call this. Bring back Steve. I'm tired of looking at you. So get the fuck out of here. Bring back Steve and let's wrap this shit up. I want Steve to come back 5 minutes. Hey guys, election's over with. We'll see you in the morning for some more coverage and recap.
In terms of
Let's go home.
Next, one of the things that's been sort of an unusual, like a thing to kind of, it's hard to get your head around, and the reporting on it has been really fuzzy, is that the Trump campaign didn't participate, at least didn't seem to participate in any of the standard transition things that campaigns are supposed to do. The way the transition process is structured, it's supposed to be set up so that if either candidate from either major party wins, each of them already has plenty of runway, plenty of on-ramp, plenty of ability to integrate their transition team seamlessly into the government so they can take office on inauguration day one sort of seamlessly. The Trump campaign has refused to do any of that. And in fact, Trump has refused intelligence briefings throughout the campaign.
And you're refusing to call this goddamn race mad cow. Get it out. Get it over with.
Organization in order to take on the responsibilities of governing, if that is in fact what's going to happen here.
Howard Lutnick and Linda McMahon are the two co-chairs of the Transition Project. And I was talking with Howard Lutnick, who insisted to me just the other day that he has been engaged in phone calls with the litany of not only top executives, but other political allies, as Donald Trump will make very clear who he intends to surround himself with in this administration. But you've also seen members of Congress, but also people like Tulsi Gabbard and Robert F. Kennedy Jr., who have been traveling with him on the campaign trail.
Jesus
And I covered
Christ.
the transition 8 years ago when Donald Trump was living at Trump Tower in Midtown Manhattan.
Guys, they're refusing to call this. They're going out of their way to not call Pennsylvania. NBC hasn't called it. These cowards. Hold on, let's see what they say.
It has been a toss-up through much of the night.
It's not a toss-up. It's over with.
The former president.
CBS.
Pennsylvania, one of what they call the blue wall.
You said lean. Fuck this lean Republican. Just call the shit and let's go home.
Michigan at this hour, a toss-up. In the South, CBS News projects Donald Trump will win North Carolina and Georgia, while Arizona and Nevada are rated toss-up. And let's turn now to Gail King. Gail.
Gail, you ain't got nothing to say about nothing.
CBS political contributor Joel Payne now.
Unless you're going to call it. You going to call it here on air, Gail?
So I just want to say when Jim Clyburn was here earlier this evening, he said that there was still a path, but the path.
There is no path. The path. There's no path. You needed to win Pennsylvania. You didn't win it. Just call Pennsylvania and let's go home.
My days are all running together. You said the conversation about black men was being exaggerated.
Oh,
You didn't think
fuck.
that was the case.
What you about to say?
You
Is it
said
black
as you
folks'
sit here
fault?
Today, an hour ago, you had hope. Do you still have hope yourself as you sit here now?
Tell the truth.
Well, Gail, I gotta have hope, but also I gotta read polls and data, and the data certainly suggests that things aren't going well. My point about black men was, I think it's a complex story. I think top line, Harris actually mostly held Biden's vote share nationally with black men, but she lost them in key places and key states and key localities where she needed to have them. And I think also there's a story with Latino men as well that I think my colleague Leslie speaks to so well. But I think
They sitting
that,
there crying about race and shit, man.
Democrats
I
have
just
some
want to
searching
get
to
out
do
of here.
here.
That's all.
This coalition that Democrats have relied upon is changing and has to change. And there has to be some introspection as to why are working class voters missing some of the messages that we're putting across.
It's not that they're missing it. They just thought your messaging was gay and retarded. And that's because it is.
You look at the House tonight, Democrats actually have a chance to win back the House. So it is voters keep firing people. And I think we have to understand why voters keep firing people.
Joel, is it, and I even hate to ask this question. I'm asking as I'm clutching my pearls. Could it be a woman issue? When Barack Obama suggested it, people thought, some people were offended that he even raised that issue. But do we have to realistically think about that? We've had Hillary Clinton now, and now maybe even Kamala Harris. Is it?
I just think y'all
this country isn't ready for a woman president.
Oh, they're gonna really play that. They're gonna
live in different silos and don't have one shared experience. And I think that experience, it seems like the gap is widening between the experience of people based on education, based on gender, based on location, based on their pocketbook.
It's the women.
And that is creating a real fissure in how we think about our political coalitions. And I think that is the best explanation laid on.
Oh man, you're a coward. Let's go back to these other cowards. Oh, this fucking knothead is still fucking going on.
That would begin immediately, just a couple miles from where we are, theoretically over at
Where's Steve? Steve's the one with the maps. Bring back Steve and let's get out.
You had not just concluded your remarks because NBC News has a projection to make in the presidential contest in the swing state of Pennsylvania. NBC News now projects that presidential contest
it's over with.
Has been won by
Let's go.
Donald Trump.
Let's go home.
Now, I believe.
Yeah, do the math.
That we are.
Do the math.
At a 266 electoral vote.
Guys, it's
Donald Trump.
Just call the entire race.
Kamala Harris at 194 electoral
Just
votes. So to be
They still-
clear here, this is the third of the 7 major.
No.
But Georgia,
Mad cow.
North Carolina,
You needed to win it.
Pennsylvania, as those 3 states.
Call the whole race.
Presents an almost unless there's it presents an insurmountable future here for Kamala Harris and for the Democratic ticket.
She just won't say it's over.
What's going to happen here next? We are expecting that Donald Trump is going to speak to the Palm Beach Convention Center in Florida. We've seen in the backdrop there while we are speaking with Vaughn.
Guys,
we've seen how excited the crowd is. You see the crowd there now wrapped, waiting for Donald Trump to speak. We do not have guidance as to when
just call this fucking race. So you call Penn, and they still are too chicken shit to say this is over with.
In Pennsylvania, we pretty much know how this is going to end.
Yeah, I think it's pretty clear. I think the writing has been on the wall. And
You better not contest the results
one of
either.
The jobs that we all have in the media is to be truthful with people
Yeah.
and transparent.
Yeah.
And we're very transparent about the process that brought us to this point.
Uh-huh.
I'll just say this as we're preparing for Trump to take the stage. Steve was going through the numbers. We have this very funky and terrible system called the Electoral College, which decides elections in a way that's totally different than every other election in the United States decided, and the way that anything's decided anywhere else in the world. We should scrap it.
So he starts his diatribe by saying, get rid of the Electoral College. The United States needs to be ruled over by fucking New York City and fucking LA.
Popular vote majority when all the
We won't
votes.
know for a long time.
We won't know for a long time, but this is not outside the realm of possibility. The Electoral College looks strongly in his favor. And if that is the case, if he has won the election, then he has won the election.
Yeah, I don't want to. You guys made the bed. They can't contest the results, guys.
Transfer of power.
They made the rules here. They can't contest shit. That's why that was like pulling teeth. He didn't want to say that, but he knows that I can't say anything else. I have to say that it's all legit. There's no funky business. There's no shenanigans. He can't say anything else.
To note that while I believe that institutions have failed dramatically in putting us in the position we are, including the Supreme Court and other institutions, the Republican Party, that if he won, then he won. And that's what the Constitution says. It's what our current constitutional order says. It's what Democratic majorities, at least in the swing states, electoral
He
colleges,
does not want to say this.
that means we're in a new world for this country, but the sort of preservation of American democracy and the constitutional order begins as an ongoing process.
No, you can't. No, it's all fair, legit. It's real.
But unlike 2016, there are no surprises, right? In 2016, many people in this country said, you know, I'm sick of the system. I want something different. Let's see what this gives us. When you talk about what happened in 2020, this whole country, this whole world saw it. People know exactly who they're getting, and they chose this. So as we go into this next phase, I'm sure for the next month, it's going to be an autopsy of
Steve.
Kamala Harris's
Where's
campaign and
Steve?
what she did or didn't do. I don't actually think this is about Kamala Harris or Donald Trump. I think this is about the American people. We know exactly who he is, and we, or the majority of the people who voted for him and created this outcome, chose this.
And I think that's the important point, right? To elect is to choose, to vote is to choose. And you were never given, I think, in the modern era, a clearer choice than voters were given in this election. In 2016, Trump was, at least as a politician, an unknown quantity. People knew him as a television star. People knew him from TV, and that's all they really knew. But to Stephanie's point, they absolutely know not just who he is, but who he closed as. Calling a powerful woman the B word, his running mate calling Kamala Harris garbage, trash, calling her trash.
Didn't y'all call fucking the Trump voter or your fucking president called Trump voters garbage? Now you offended?
Liz Cheney being shot in the face. I mean, and so it's not as if this was a surprise being pulled on the American people. This was a very clear message. It was not done through a ground game. This was Elon Musk doing a fake lottery in Pennsylvania. This was not a ground game situation. This has nothing to do with Kamala Harris's campaign, which was, again, flawlessly run in Iowa. And so that wasn't the reason for the choice. And so whatever the reason for the choice was, a choice is made, and then you get what you chose. And so if
this heifer said, bro, hold on. This heifer said that Kamala ran a flawless campaign. She just uttered that shit.
If he does the things he said he was going to do, it was chosen by this country, at least by a majority.
And I guess what Cliff was doing, or what Scott Presley was doing, none of that mattered. It was no ground game. It was just Elon and a lottery. This is why people hate y'all. Mainstream media. This is why people despise you. They don't like you for this reason, because you say dumb shit like that.
Just say one thing, I think. One of the weird axes that sort of developed over the course of this campaign, to your point about sort of choices, was a sort of pro-system, anti-system dynamic. And one of the very intentional cultivations of the Trump campaign was the kind of anti-system people. Like, you bring RFK into your coalition to get his voters, right? Like the sort of the conspiracists or the skeptics or the people that are like, it's all corrupt and it's all rigged and it's all wrong. And that
it is, if we're gonna be honest,
ended up, I think, being a potent one. I think we see it in some of the realignment figures we're seeing. But I would also say that, like, the valence of that should also be viewed in the context of a international situation in which we have seen incumbent parties in just about every
Chris Matthews, you ain't talking about nothing.
Ideological spectrum, left, right, and center, get their butts kicked coming out of the period of post-COVID inflation. The Labour Party in the UK, which couldn't win an election for 20 years, it was completely one of the most sort of deficient and moribund parties since
this was complete another cultural shift. Fox News called Trump for Pennsylvania. It's over. He won. This is Darth Ghostface. So cheat with a two. Cardi B, Meg Thee Stallion twerking didn't work. Nope. L Dub with a 5. All I care about is Ron Paul getting the last laugh and doing some relate to the federal government. I would love that. Darth Ghostface with a 2. Newsmax called it. Yeah. Sorry, I'm getting caught up on these. Joe says with a 2. The garbage man just took out the trash. Well, Paha with a 10. First thing Trump should do, deport invaders. Second thing Trump should do, get a refund from Ukraine's punk ass. They ain't got no money. Atham with a 2 says, Daddy Trump wins. We're still fucked though.
Swing, and it's not even across the board. No, because
it's work to be done culturally. A white guy named Tyrone with a 2 says they don't want to swallow their cyanide pills. Jeff Robin with a 2 says they'll probably call it 2 months from now. Joel with a 2 says Harris campaign went home hours ago. Yeah, they knew what time it was. Skating with a Skating MC with a 27 months says bruh. 5 from Darth Ghostface with a Fox. Excuse me. Fox has called Trump for Wisconsin, giving him 277 electoral votes. As official, Trump is the 47th president of the USA. Did they call it? Did they call Wisconsin? Let me check it out.
They're now larger as a share of the electorate than seniors. And so there you go.
I mean, I would just say, I remember when
I haven't seen that
in 2012, and for both,
but I do see that they called him winning the presidency. They just called that. I didn't see, at least on their social media.
It was basically an affirmation.
We have Benjamin with a 2 says you repeatedly saying Steve has me dying. Well, did they just like fire Steve? Where is he at? Demo Man Chaos with a 2 says imagine the gap if the media didn't interfere.
Needs to be considered a real movement.
Unknown Jorge with a 2 says we'll do a live. Fuck it. Reverse lead 21 months. Shout out. We have who else we got here? Brian with a 50. I've been listening to CBS broadcast. They read in full meltdown mode. Yeah. It's about that time. Hey, that ain't cheap, by the way. That's $50. Thank you.
We will be inaugurating, again, if things go the way they appear to go at the moment as we wait for him to speak, we will be inaugurating a lame duck president for the first time since Grover Cleveland in the late 19th century. Now, that's a strange thing.
What do you mean lame duck?
The only other time we did it, and the political dynamics around that are completely
As far he's talking about like the literal lame duck in the political sense.
Legacy, the question of how the people in that room read their mandate. And what I will say is this: the people in that room right now, the Vivek Ramaswamis, the RFKs, they are going to read this as an enormous, bold mandate. They are going to read this as a mandate to do whatever they want. They're going to read it as a mandate on abortion. The political coalition of the right.
As it with 5 says the Coben and seething of that guy is hilarious. Big Bone with 11 months says black men just saved this country from white women.
To the extent the seeds of their own political destruction are planted, it is in that, which I'm telling you right now in that room, they are feeling it and they're thinking about it. But again, nothing in politics is permanent. Nothing in democratic politics is permanent. And every action has an equal and opposite reaction. And Trump sometimes is the action. And
actually, with a 10 says the salt fourth. Trump won the Electoral College, and I bet he won the popular vote. That we'll see.
And that's where we
Anime problem, because he's bitching about the Electoral College. It'll be really, really hilarious if he wins the popular vote as well.
On those in 3 states that we haven't talked about already, in Nevada and in Arizona and in Missouri, we've got the abortion referendums, the abortion ballot measures.
Y'all talking about killing fucking kids, man. Bear in the Woods with a 10 says, remember, folks, fake concerts, installed candidates, avoiding interviews, and a goofy VP pick are a flawless campaign. Actually, with the 5 says, Coben Seed, Journal of Villains, Coben Seed. 2 from Sean says, I'm still waiting for Steve to come back. I don't know where Steve's at, man. We haven't seen Steve in a minute. Alice in the name only with a 21 month says you could hear the seething. Maybe they were like, all right, this shit's over, Steve, you can go home. And Steve said, I'm out of here.
Elected Donald Trump president tonight and also cast their electoral vote.
Grove Noir with a 5 said they're going to destroy everything they've taken over now out of spite. Well, this was the thing that I talked about in the video that I just uploaded, right? I had already pre-recorded it because I already knew what time it was. That's how confident I was. I called it before all they did. And I made the video go live while I'm streaming, though I recorded it before I streamed. And I was talking about how you should anticipate that with entertainment, especially, it's going to be worse than it ever has been. Ever. If you, I mean, 2016, and we know that a lot of that stuff comes to roost because of how long it takes to develop things like video games. So, you know, the Concords and all that stuff, that it takes a while before you see it. The Dragon Ages, those take a while before you see it. It's gonna be worse than that. I can guarantee you it's gonna be worse, because now they thought they got rid of him. He came back. These guys are going to be full blown. Everything that they have control over is going to be to spite their ideological enemies, is going to be the messaging. It's going to be on the nose. It's going to be heavy handed. If they haven't got to a property that you are fond of, they will get around to it. That said, there's reason to be optimistic. There's reason to be positive. There's reasons to have the white pill. And that is because all that just means is that independents are going to get another opportunity, much like everybody else that took advantage of it, to rise and go do great things. Because the normies may get sick of that, as they have already kind of been getting sick of it. And they will, for the first time ever in their lives, consider other forms of entertainment as legitimate. So there's an opportunity that you have, much like we have at the Riververse, like we've taken advantage of. There's an opportunity that a lot of you guys are going to have to go do great things, because you should expect that in gaming, in sports, in obviously in Hollywood, comics, everything, it's going to be so bad. It's going to be bad. We haven't seen shit yet. It's going to be bad. But I don't say that as a black pill. It's a white pill. It's precisely the opposite. Josh Kelsey, what's up with you? Well, let me get this first. Will with the 5 said they lost because they didn't use the tried and true. If you don't vote for me, you're not black. I wonder what Joe Biden's thinking right now. Josh Kelsey with a 20 says it's crazy. I mean, it's like 2016 again with how they are doom saying and pumping everybody up to resist. He's been the president before. He did it fine at it, aside from not firing Fauci. Well, there's for sure there was some people that he wasn't just Fauci. It was some other guys that he should have for sure not had a part of his administration. And that's what Ron Paul had been talking about these last couple of days. He did a great video today, write up today as well, talking about that, in which he's like, look, man, you already surrounding yourself. You got some of these neocons that are around you. You're gonna end up making the same mistake that you made before. He said, Dylan Naruto, speaking of Ron, with a 5 says, do you think Ron Paul will actually work with Trump? If he extends the olive branch, yes. Will he? I don't know. We know that Elon's mentioned it, but Elon ain't the president. It's gonna be Trump. So if he had any sense, that's exactly what he would do. And obviously all Ron is gonna say is, can these guys, so we need to be working on getting rid of all this shit. And if he listens to him, he'll be fine. But I don't know if Trump's got that in him. I haven't seen anything that indicates that he'd do that. No Wolf Codex with a 10 says, big fan Eric from Kuwait. Shout out. All the way from Kuwait. Congrats on President Trump. Hope for a big change. Less woke and more peace. God bless you all. Vengeance disassemble. Vengeance disassemble. I like that. Shout out Kuwait in the building. What's up, homie? But yeah, man, it's fuck that video that they did was so cringe, bro.
Now realize, be careful what you wish for. Because you just said, I don't like the system. So you just chose somebody who is going to blow that system up.
Oh, you giving him too much credit. I would have supported him if he was going to blow this bitch up. If he was going to blow, if the system was going to be completely dismantled, he would have had my support. So y'all giving this man way too much credit.
Up to that point, to be sworn in as president of the United States. We all knew this going in, but we all seen the pictures of Abraham Lincoln and Barack Obama before and after. We all know the job ages you. Now, that was very clear with Joe Biden. The job aged him, and because he was already at advanced age, it really took a toll. We've never had someone this old about to be sworn in.
Certainly one who has not released any detailed medical information since 2019.
Or his taxes.
So we are in, again, there's a lot of...
Oh, now age is a problem, guys.
I mean, we all heard him in the campaign, and I have to say, at 78, it was somewhat remarkable to me that he was doing 4 rallies a day, even if he sounded at the end like a record player was a little out of whack. But it's a demanding job. And to the extent that he'll spend a lot of time at Mar-a-Lago, which he will, and a lot of time on the golf course, which he absolutely will, I just don't know what that is going to mean for how
justice for Steve.
I mean,
I don't know what I'm telling you guys.
they ran on in the spring.
I think they sent Steve home.
That he had lost the capacity to do the job. That was the
I
argument
think they
against
sent
Biden.
Steve home.
Fundamentally, I think that was what ended up being reaffirmed enough by the debate performance that we had the switch.
Yeah.
That didn't just disappear as an actuarial fact because Joe Biden left the ticket. The exact same reality of aging exists now with the man who it appears will be the oldest man ever to
And then the question becomes of how much of the responsibilities get outsourced to people like Elon Musk, who have tremendous power, to people like Peter Thiel, who have tremendous power, Bill Ackman, who's already crowing all over Twitter. And so these sort of oligarchs, these men who have bankrolled this effort.
Okay, so he's calling them oligarchs. And I just want to remind you guys, and this is obvious to people that watch me, the Democrats, particularly Kamala Harris, had the support of just about every other elite not named Elon Musk. And she's acting as if this oligarch, which I don't think she understands what that term means at all, because you would have to talk about both parties accurately if you're going to refer to like this oligarch, which is this, that's more in reference to the uniparty. And there's truth to that. There's plenty of truth to that. What the fuck is she talking about? Oh, Trump's on stage. Bro, look at fucking Barron. Why is it his ass on the block doing post fades on people, bros? He's an absolute fucking unit. Why is he not back down on the block? 2 dribble post fade. Just because I don't know what the fuck the fucking shit's gonna do with that song. If it's gonna flag it. AP finally called Pennsylvania. Yeah. By the way, I appreciate y'all hanging out with me. This is the first time I've done a stream like this in a while. Usually I'm over at Blaze usually, but I'm not there today. I will be there. Am I there Friday? I think. I don't remember. Theodore with a 3 says I think they showed Steve in the basement. Oh man. We got Big Native says with a 2, can't stump the Trump. The Schmick verse rejoices. Shout out Big Nate. What's up? I game with Nate. Big shout out. But yeah, we're talking about, I don't know what happened to Steve on MSNBC. Let's listen in on Trump. I'm sure he's got some things to say.
Well, I want to thank you all very much. This is great. These are our friends. We have thousands of friends on this incredible movement. This was a movement like nobody's ever seen before. And frankly, this was, I believe, the greatest political movement of all time. There's never been anything like this in this country and maybe beyond.
Sad case for Steve, says someone in the
It's going
chat.
to reach a new level of importance because we're going to help our country heal. We're going to help our country heal. We have a country that needs help, and it needs help very badly. We're going to fix our borders. We're going to fix everything about our country. And we made history for a reason tonight, and the reason is going to be just that. We overcame obstacles that nobody thought possible, and it is now clear that we've achieved the most incredible.
Casey with 4 years of coke coming in hot. Glad to watch this with everyone. Peanut 1 2024. I said I'm about to make a Bear Trump 2K build. 6'9".
Never seen before. Nothing.
What's up, Ty? Shout out Ty and Nate. Again, I game with those brothers.
47th president and your 45th president. And every citizen, I will fight for you, for your family, and your future. Every single
Waiting for the Steve Amber alert.
With every breath in my body.
I don't know where Steve went.
Not rest until we have delivered the strong, safe, and prosperous America that our children deserve and that you deserve. This will truly be the golden age of America. That's what we have to have.
They sent Steve to Fox.
Victory for the American people that will allow us to make America great again.
Zion reborn with a 5. I live in Texas and have to be at work in 3 hours. I'm glad I spent it with you talking about Steve. Shout out to all of y'all, man. It's been a fun night. Again, I don't with the Riververse. I all it worked out. I don't get to do these a lot, so it was fun to special occasions. It was fun to do this.
Alaska, which would result in us carrying at least 315 electoral votes, but it's much easier doing what the networks did or whoever called it, because there was no other path. There was no other path to victory. We also have won the popular vote. That was great.
Oh, he's already claiming that they're going to win the popular vote? That's interesting. Yeah, MSNBC is going to be fucking seething at that because they can't use the whole electoral college shit.
Thank you very much. Winning the popular vote was very nice. Very nice.
Very nice.
A great feeling of love. We have a great feeling of love in this very large room with unbelievable people standing by my side. These people have been incredible. They've made the journey with me, and we're going to make you very happy. We're going to make you very proud of your vote. I hope that you're going to be looking back someday and say that was one of the
Steve left us with 3 kids. I don't know where Steve's at. Mayday,
this
man.
Group of people beyond the president, this group of great people. America has given us an unprecedented and powerful mandate. We have taken back control of the Senate.
Steve, Jordan says, Steve went out for milk and cigarettes.
And the Senate races.
Steve is going to get hammered tonight. Steve pushing all them goddamn buttons on that fucking map, man. You got Steve. And Mad Cow, she's a bastard because she's putting him through the ringer. All this shit that he doesn't even need to be paying attention to because the race is over with. So she's an asshole for that. Justice for Steve.
Every one of them, we worked with the senators. They were tough races. And I mean, the number of victories in the Senate was absolutely incredible. And We did tele-rallies. We did tele-rallies with each one of them, and sometimes we did 2 or 3 and it was amazing to look at all of those victories. Nobody expected that, nobody. So I just wanted to thank you very much for that. And you have some great senators and some great new senators. And it also
Miss Zen,
looks like we'll be keeping
shout out, becoming a member. Much love. Fooly Cooley with a 5 said they blaming black men. Yeah, we were talking about that. They're not happy. I didn't even do shit. Wasn't my fault.
I think he's doing a terrific job. Terrific job. I want to also thank my beautiful wife, Melania, First Lady.
Fuck this motherfucker Barron, bro. You mean tell me he should be shimmy shaking on the block doing post fades?
Oh, no, she's done a great job. Works very hard to help people. So I just want to thank her. But I want to thank my whole family, my amazing children, and they are amazing children. Now, we all think our children are amazing. Everybody here thinks their children are amazing, but that's a good thing when you think they are. But Don, Eric, Ivanka, Tiffany, Barron, Laura, Jared, Kimberly, Michael, thank you all. What a help. What a great. My father-in-law, Victor, is tremendous, and we miss very much Melania's mother, Amalia. We miss Amalia, don't we, huh? She would be very happy right now, standing on this stage. She'd be so proud. She was a great woman, that one. Beautiful inside and out. She was a great woman. I want to be the first to congratulate our great, now I can say, Vice President-elect of the United States, J.D. Vance. And his absolutely remarkable and beautiful wife, Usha Vance.
Justin, there he is with a Ted Speaker first stands with Trump. Love you. My man's Justin. All my gamer bros are in today. I love it. Shout out. Shout out Justin, Nate, my man's Ty, everybody. Ocean versus in the building. I love it.
Have to do that. He just goes, okay, which one? CNN, MSDNC. He'll say,
MSDNC.
"All right, thank you very much." He actually looks fun. He's like the only guy I've ever seen. He really looks forward to it, and then he just goes and absolutely obliterates them. Say a couple of words here.
Wild. Well, Mr. President, I appreciate you allowing me to join you on this incredible journey. I thank you for the trust that you placed in me. And I think that we just witnessed the greatest political comeback in the history of the United States of America. And under President Trump's leadership, we're never going to stop fighting for you, for your dreams, for the future of your children. And after the greatest political comeback in American history, we're going to lead the greatest economic comeback in American history.
He 1000% is going to be the nominee in 2020, whatever the fuck.
Thank you very much. He's turned out to be a good choice. I took a little heat at the beginning, but he was. I knew the brain was a good
2028, yeah. Like
gets.
holy fuck.
And we love the family, and we're going to have a great 4 years, and we're going to turn our country around, make it something very special. It lost that little thing called special. We have to make it so. We're going to make this so great. It's the greatest country and potentially the greatest country in the world by far. And right now, we're going to just work very hard to get all of that back. We're going to make it the best it's ever been. We can do that. If we had to wait longer, I don't know. It was going bad, and it was going bad fast. We're going to have to seal up those borders, and we're going to have to let people come into our country. We want people to come back in, but we have to let them come back in, but they have to come in legally. They have to come in legally. Let me also express my tremendous appreciation for
Joshua
Susie and Chris, the job you did.
with a 10 gifted memberships. Welcome, everybody.
Come here, Chris. Susie likes to stay sort of in the back, let me tell you.
Shout out. 10 gifted. Lord Slug, the mastermind, also gifting us up. So that's 11 between the two. Shout out.
She's not in the background.
This wasn't expected, but I just want to thank, obviously, President Trump for this journey. It was a great one, and he's a hell of a candidate. And he's going to be a hell of a great 47th president. And this team that we had, the best team, and of course, even my boss, Susie Wiles, the best. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you, Susie. Look at this. She's shot. I've never seen her be shot before. Susie. They're great. Everybody up here is great. Everybody up here is
Lou says, all right, brother, I'm going to sleep. Hey, man, it's all good. I'll be doing the same soon.
Who did you say? Oh, let me tell you, we have a new star. A star is born, Elon. Now he is. Now he's an amazing guy. We were sitting together tonight. You know, he spent 2 weeks in Philadelphia and different parts of Pennsylvania campaigning. You know, he sent the rocket up 2 weeks ago, and I saw that rocket, and I saw it coming down. I saw it. It was, when it left, it was beautiful, shiny white. When it came down, it didn't look so pretty. It was going 10,000 miles an hour, and it was burning like hell. I said, what happened to your paint job? He said, we've never made a paint that could withstand that kind of heat. And, but I saw it come down and turn around. And it was, you know, it's like 22 stories tall, by the way. It looks a little smaller than that, but it's...
Big Bone with a 5 says JD is the first VP since Bush Sr. that's not a clown. And the first one in my lifetime is a deep state piece of shit.
And I tell the story.
Shout out, Big Bone. Appreciate that 5. Do we get a new single since Trump? I wasn't aware that Backwards was going to be doing a new single if Trump. We just released one. We just released a new single. You can go jam that right now.
You know, I was
called
president,
Selection.
and now it looks like I was going to be maybe president again, so I figured I could ask him to hold. So I asked him to hold, and especially because you're going to be president again, they hold. So I took the phone down, and I'm looking at the screen. I'm seeing this crazy thing that's going around and coming down. It looks like it's going to crash into the gantry. And I said, oh, no. And I said, do me a favor. Do you mind holding for a couple of minutes? I want to see.
Jeff Robin with a 5 said Trump is now a definite woman beater of politics. First Hillary and now Kamala. I've been seeing the memes. Like I said, it was one I saw. It was just LeBron like doing that little goofy little step back thing, side step thing he always does. And it was the caption was Trump when he's running against women.
And it came down so
it was just LeBron cashing a bunch of jump shots. It's fucking stupid.
And just like you hold your baby at night, your little baby. And it was a beautiful thing to see. And I called Elon. I said, Elon, was that you? He said, yes, it was. I said, who else can do that? Can Russia do it? No. Can China do it? No. Can the United States do it other than you? No, nobody can do that. I said, that's why I love you, Elon. That's great. And you know, when we had the tragic hurricane.
I expect to rise tomorrow. That's interesting. I don't know if they'll do it this go around. And if they do, it certainly won't be as widespread. Like I said, I think that you just need to be prepared for them to push back, not push back. It's just going to be on the nose. They're going to be throwing hands in entertainment. So it's going to get bad, guys. I just did a video breaking it down. It's only a minute. I think, was it even a minute? Maybe a minute and a half that I did. just talking about this, and I was saying, like, guys, expect entertainment to be the worst that it's ever been. Big Nate says Elon 2K build is complete.
Elon Musk. I said, Elon, you have something called Starlink. Is that right? Yes, I do. What the hell is it? He said, it's a communication system that's very good. I said, Elon, they need it really, really badly in North Carolina. Can you get it? He had that there so fast. It was incredible. So, and it was great. It saved a lot of lives. He saved a lot of lives. But he's a character. He's a special guy. He's a super genius. We have to protect our geniuses. We don't have that many of them. We have to protect our super geniuses.
Just point 2.0, man. 2.0, 3.0, 4.0. Dude, it's going to be bad.
Fantastic.
It's going to be terrible, man.
Just a little bit. Bryson DeChambeau is up here someplace.
I want to know if he's going to free Ross, though. Like, he's got to do that, man.
Bryson.
Like, immediately.
Oh, he was shot. He's hitting balls. Oh, he's on the way. He's hitting balls.
Oh, his partner's playing golf on him. So the time will start on him and ending the Ukraine war. We'll see.
He's got a great career going. Great U.S. Open, Bryson. That's a fantastic job. And we also have a Mandana.
Is Trump gonna lock Kamala up? I don't know about all that. But I do think, I don't see it. I mean, I think she can slide into the commentary spot, but I have a hard time believing that she's going to return to politics. She might. I mean, I guess, yeah, she could, but I honestly think it's over.
Nobody wanted to give him Marines because they said it's a rough sport, a little rough. And I helped him out a little bit, and I went, and they said, this is the roughest sport I've ever seen, but
I just realized it's Dane up there.
He loved it, and nobody's done a better job in sports. And you know, he's a very motivational kind of a guy. What he does, he gets these fighters, and they really go at it. And it's become one of the most successful sports enterprises anywhere at any time. It's doing so well. I'd like to ask Dana just to say a couple of words because people love to hear from him. Dana, please.
You can tell this whole thing is just him free balling it. He's just like, fuck. But you got guys going up there, they're like, what the fuck? I'm supposed to say some shit?
Nobody deserves this more than him, and nobody deserves this more than his family does. This is what happens when the machine comes after you. What you've seen over the last several years, this is what it looks like. Couldn't stop him. He keeps going forward. He doesn't quit. He's the most resilient, hardworking man I've ever met in my life.
This man cutting the promo.
Incredible people. This is karma, ladies and gentlemen. He deserves this. They deserve it as a family. I want to thank some people real quick. I want to thank the Nelk boys, Aiden Ross.
Aiden Ross helped him out a lot.
Busting with the boys, and last but not least, the mighty and powerful Joe Rogan. And thank you, America. Thank you. Have a good night.
That is a piece of work.
God, that's a piece of work.
He's really an amazing guy. But most of all, I want to thank the millions of hardworking Americans across the nation who have always been the heart and soul of this really great movement. We've been through so much together, and today you showed up in record numbers to deliver a victory like really, I probably like no other. This was something special, and we're gonna pay you back. We're gonna do the best job. We're gonna turn it around. It's got to be turned around. It's got to be turned around fast, and we're gonna turn it around. We're gonna do it in every way, with so many ways, but we're gonna do it in every way. This will forever be remembered as the day the American people regained control of their country. So I just want to say that on behalf of this great group of people, these are hardworking people. These are fantastic people, and we can add a few names like Robert F. Kennedy Jr. He came in, and he's going to help make America healthy again.
Rip, I wore my Riververse Studio shirt. Hey, shout out to you. I love to hear that.
And now he's a great guy, and he really means it. He wants to do some things, and we're going to let him go to it. I just said, but Bobby, leave the oil to me. We have more liquid gold, oil and gas. We have more liquid gold than any country in the world, more than Saudi Arabia. We have more than Russia. Bobby, stay away from the liquid gold. Other than that, go have a good time, Bobby. We're going to be paying down debt. We're going to be reducing taxes.
We're going to see about that. Lower my goddamn taxes.
Be able to do it. China doesn't have what we have. Nobody has what we have. But we have the greatest people also. Maybe that's the most important thing. This campaign has been so historic in so many ways. We've built the biggest, the broadest, the most unified coalition.
Holly movie star with a 5 said the real cope is when Kamala Harris is going to have to count and certify the electoral votes this upcoming January 6th. Yeah, that's full circle moment, huh?
I was watching it. They had some great analysis of the people that voted for us. Nobody's ever seen anything like that. They came from all quarters, union, non-union, African American, Hispanic American, Asian American, Arab American, Muslim American. We had everybody, and it was beautiful. It was.
Appreciate that 5, by the way. Making sure I haven't missed anything because, yeah, it's been a crazy. I mean, it's the longest that I've streamed since the start of the Rippaverse for sure. First election stream. I had an election for you. I mean, again, every election stream that I was doing was with Blaze before. I think I did 2016. I was hanging out with Blaze, I believe. Was I know for sure 2020. But I believe I was hanging out with them on 2016. Yeah, I was. I did a couple of things there 2016. So yeah, it's usually that's been where my time has been, and I haven't done like an election stream, and let alone one this long. So it's been fun to kind of return to form, like old school, kicking it old school and streaming with y'all like this. Usually it's not. I don't get to do this, so I appreciate y'all hanging out with me.
900 rallies approximately from them. Can you imagine? 901 something. A lot of rallies.
Lot of rallies.
Everybody was sad. Many people. I said, "This is our last rally."
I said, "Trump got they moving for the legend on legend." Yeah, I can see that.
The rallies were used for
Trump got dead. I badge on legend.
Well, we can really help our country. That's what we're going to do. We're going to make our country better than it ever has been. And I said that many people have told me that God spared my life for a reason. And that reason was to save our country and to restore America to greatness. And now we are going to fulfill that mission together. We're going to fulfill that mission. The task before us will not be easy, but I will bring every ounce of energy, spirit, and fight that I have in my soul to the job that you've entrusted to me. This is a great job. There's no job like this. This is the most important job in the world. Just as I did in my first term, we had a great first term, a great first term. I will govern by a simple motto: promises made, promises kept. We're going to keep our promises. Nothing will stop me from keeping my word to you, the people. We will make America safe, strong, prosperous, powerful, and free again.
All right. We're getting work done, sending emails. I got a long day ahead of me tomorrow, and we got ripping the silverback. Holy shit!
Visions of the past 4 years behind us. It's time to unite, and we're going to try. We're going to try. We have to try, and it's going to happen. Success will bring us together. I've seen that. I saw that in the first term when we became successful.
I have no idea how long he's gonna be up here talking. So what I'm probably gonna end up doing is wrapping it up, just because I got to get up early. Holy shit! I hope y'all had fun. It's been a fun stream. I had an absolute blast, man, and it's been something special. I don't get to do this, as I say all the time. So we got Astro Zombie with a 12 months. Says, what's up, Ripper? Congrats on the new campaign. Lefty freakouts are going to be hilarious for the next few weeks. They're going to be hilarious for the next several years. You're going to get a lot of content out of that, I can guarantee you, because they're gonna lash out. These guys are going to be lashing the fuck out. Lashing out. But yeah, guys, I'm gonna just wrap it up like that. I appreciate y'all hanging out with me. Mad Cow. Hold on, let's see if we're gonna get Steve.
While he was speaking, we did have a little bit of news to make. NBC News can make a projection for the presidential race in the great state of
Minnesota.
NBC News projects that Minnesota has been won by Vice President Kamala Harris. So Donald Trump, at this hour, Donald Trump has 266 electoral votes. Kamala
They're
Harris
doing
has
everything but like calling it
204
honestly. These guys are a bunch of clowns. All right, guys, I'm gonna bounce up out of here. How poetic will it be for Ron Paul to have the ability to fire feds? Ty, I love for it to happen. I love for it to happen. I really would. Okay, guys. So we're gonna be live at 1:30 p.m. Central on my channel, Ripping the Silverback. We will have a great show for you guys. A lot of stuff happening between this election and Dragon Age. We're gonna have a lot to discuss. I appreciate y'all hanging out with me for 5 fucking hours. I have not streamed this long in a very long time. So I will see you guys. Oh, hold on, Steve.
Of the vote is in here. Trump with a 7-point advantage. More than 300,000 votes is the plurality. A couple things. A lot still to come in Wayne County. You know, the big core Democratic county, like a quarter of the vote state comes out of here. About
they did send Steve home.
Now, Wayne is Detroit.
I guess they gave Steve a break.
As a benchmark,
Steve's back.
This was a county Biden won by 38 points.
Justice with Steve. So Steve is alive. We have a pulse. We can see him. I don't know. It might be a clone. They can do some weird shit with technology these days, right? But I think Steve's alive.
What I wanted to show you in Michigan was we said at the start of the night one of the key tests for how the state was going to go.
No, but seriously, guys, I gotta get out of here. Appreciate y'all. 1:30 on my channel, Ripping the Silverback. We will be returning. I'll leave the stream up. I will not be private in the stream. We had too much fun for me to do that. So I will see you guys. I can't even say tomorrow. Later today. Thank you guys so much. I had a blast, absolute blast streaming with y'all for 5 hours, man. But I gotta get out of here. I'll see you later. Enjoy the rest of your night. Peace out.